officer standing at the top of the gangplank?
The cabin steward will come around and collect it after we're underway.
And the money, Ricky?
It's a lot of money, Ann. $10,000 in cash. Maybe I better turn it in at the purser's office for safekeeping.
Yes, maybe you had. Wait a minute, Ricky.
What is it?
Wait. Do you mind if we stand here for a second before we go up the gangplank?
Oh, what's the matter? You're not ill, are you?
No, but getting over brain fever isn't any joke.
Oh, I know, dear.
You see, Ricky, I ought to be eager and excited like all those people up there, but suddenly you get fancies. Queer, sick fancies. Suddenly, right now, all I can think of is the night and the wind and all the black water in the dark.
And that's exactly the kind of morbid fancy I'm trying to cure you of.
I know, Ricky. I'll be good, but I was just thinking of a story.
What?
Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. Which way do we go?
Up the gangplank, through that door there, and then down on the elevator to B deck. And no more horrors, do you understand?
Sergeant Preston's going to be looking for a killer that's a handyman.
And cabin number. Good Lord. B13.
B13.
You're not superstitious, are you?
I know, dear. Not about things like that. Open the door.
Here we are. Lights on and...
Oh, Ricky, darling. It's a beautiful cabin.
Best I could get. Well, they've got our luggage in anyway, and over there, madam, you'll find a basket of fruit and some books from your obedient servant.
Oh, you are nice to... And I'm feeling so much better, Ricky. I will be all right, darling.
Of course you will. But you won't find any detective novels among those books.
Please, Ricky.
Detective novels may be all right for presidents and college professors, but they're straight poison to you. You'll read love stories and like it.
You know, Ricky, I keep thinking and thinking about that story I mentioned.
Oh, what story, dear?
It's an old one. You probably know it, but it was new to me. A woman and her daughter arrive in Paris and go to a hotel.
Oh, you mean the old Paris exposition story?
Yes, that's it. The daughter goes out. When she returns, her mother has disappeared. And even the hotel room isn't the same. The proprietor of the hotel swears the girl came there alone and that there never was a mother. The whole room is different when she goes back to look at it. The girl goes to the police and they won't believe her and she's nearly crazy. Of course, it turns out that the mother has caught bubonic plague and died, and they're hushing it up so that the visitors won't keep away from the city and ruin the whole exposition, but...
You've got to stop this kind of talk.
I know. But imagine being in a situation like that, with all those queer eyes staring at you, wondering if you'd lost your reason, wondering if your brain had cracked and the whole world might dissolve, and... Listen.
That's the last call, Ann. We'll be underway any minute now.
You know, Ricky, I would like to see the skyline go past and the Statue of Liberty and the rest of it.
Oh, then why not go up and see it? I've got to deposit this money in the purser's office on C deck.
But I don't like you to leave me.
Oh, now look here, dear. You don't think I'm going to disappear, do you?
I suppose I don't really. When I get these ideas, and I can't help it, Ricky, I wish you'd wallop me.
I'm not going to wallop you, Ann, but you've got to stop being afraid. You certainly won't disappear in a crowded ship with any number of people all around you. And as for me, I defy Houdini himself to make me vanish.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not going to vanish, and neither is this cabin, dear. Now, run along. I'll join you on deck as soon as I can.
All right, Ricky. I'll be good.
Where's the rails? Stand by!
Eager people, excited people, happy people, all crowding up to the rail to wave goodbye. Nothing to worry about, nothing on their minds except...
Except what?
Oh.
Except seasickness, madam?
Oh.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I hadn't meant to startle you, believe me.
Please don't mention it. How silly of you. It was my fault. I haven't been very well.
I noticed it, madam, if you'll forgive me. That was why I spoke to you. As you see by my uniform,
the ship's doctor.
This is a British ship, isn't it? But you don't sound British.
No, I'm an Austrian, madam. Dr. Paul Heinrich, at your service. I'm not very popular in my own country today. Days of colored shirts and vacant minds.
I'm Mrs. Brewster, Doctor, Ann Brewster. When does the ship go?
In about a second, Mrs. Brewster, you will hear the whistle, then the band will strike up, all lengths in, and then...
We're moving, aren't we?
Yes? Don't you feel the vibration of the engine?
Oh, dear, I'll see you straight back. Wow, the heat in the cars in the living room table floor.
Tell me, I'll tell you when they get down.
Yes, dear, of course I'll behave myself in Paris. Hey, what time is the bar open aboard this time, huh?
I imagine this is not your first crossing, madam.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Dr. Heinrich. My husband's crossed many times, he tells me, but not on this ship.
Well, then I hope you're a good sailor.
Why, Dr. Heinrich?
Well, because you'll run into some very dirty weather once you're out at sea. October is a very bad month for traveling.
Well, if I do get seasick, Doctor, I'll rush straight to you, and I'll expect to be cured.
Let me tell you a secret, madam. There are two common ailments for which medical science has no cure. One is ordinary seasickness, and the other is hangover. Tomorrow morning I shall
He's going to
be
take common
cold.
cold.
And enjoying it?
Oh, no. Sympathizing with it. That's all I can do. How do you like the Mauravania?
Oh, it's a magnificent ship from what I've seen of it. And you know, they've given us a very nice cabin down on B deck, B13. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
I beg your pardon. Did you say B13?
Yes. Why not?
You're quite sure of that, madam?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure of it. I saw the number on the door. Why not?
Well, because
Go on, Dr. Heinrich.
there's no such cabin aboard a ship. I'm not joking, Mrs. Brewster. You see, some people are superstitious. Many ships, like this one, omit number 13 on each deck. You must have been mistaken.
What are you trying to tell me? Do you think I saw something that wasn't there?
No, Mrs. Brewster, not at all.
Then come along
I
with
only-
me. I'll show you. I'll prove to you that there is a number 13. Will you come along?
Yes, Mrs. Brewster? I think perhaps I had better escort you.
Stewardess.
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am. Come in straight away.
Tell me, stewardess, this is B deck, isn't it?
B deck, ma'am? Oh, yes, ma'am. No doubt about that.
Dr. Heinrich and I have been all over this part of the ship looking for cabin number 13, but we
I've
don't...
been trying to convince this lady stewardess that there's no such cabin number 13 on the ship.
Why, there sure to heaven isn't, ma'am. There never has been. I've served aboard the Mauravania a matter of 8 years, and I ought to know.
But I tell you, I saw it. I was in there. It was a big cabin with a private bathroom attached. The walls were paneled in light oak, and the furniture was rosewood and yellow satin, and the portholes were like real windows.
Well, that's not much good, ma'am.
No, I'm afraid not. Most of the cabins hereabouts look like that. May I ask you, what name was the cabin booked in?
Brewster, naturally. Mr. and Mrs. Richard E. Brewster.
Here, let's have a look on my list. No, there's no Brewster here, ma'am.
I tell you, I was in there. They even delivered the luggage. I saw it.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I had a look-see in all the cabins I'm in charge of, just to see if the passengers wanted anything. And I don't remember any luggage with a Brewster label on it.
Wait a minute. There may be a partial explanation of this.
Ah, you see, that's better, Mrs. Brewster. I was hoping you might find one.
Ricky, that's my husband. Ricky and I have only been married a very short time, and when my maid printed the baggage label, she must have made them out in my maiden name. I never noticed at the time.
Oh, what name might that be, ma'am?
Thornton. Anne-Marie Thornton.
Oh, Lord, miss. Now, why couldn't you have said that before? I remember it well. 2 silk cases and a little trunk. They're in B16 now.
Where's B16?
Right behind you, miss. You're standing practically in front of the door.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, yes, but What about my husband's luggage?
There's no gentleman's luggage in that cabin, miss. Your husband's or any other gentleman, if you know what I mean.
I won't stand for this. Where's Ricky? What have you done with Ricky?
Please, Mrs. Brewster. There's one easy way to settle this.
Settle it? How?
Just look down the corridor. You notice the man coming towards us? The man with the 2 gold stripes around his sleeve?
Well?
That's Mr. Marshall, our second officer. Did you ever see him before?
Yes. Yes, of course I have. He was standing at the top of the gangplank when Rick and I got aboard.
Exactly. So he might be able to tell us something.
Oh.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall?
Yes, Doctor, what's up?
Would you mind coming here for a moment?
Well, not at all, old boy. Always glad to oblige a chap who may have to cut me up any moment. What may I do for you?
Take a good look at this young lady. And tell me, have you seen her before?
Seen her before? My dear chap, if I had overlooked, young lady will pardon me, I know, a passenger as charming as this lady is, I would be less of the gentleman than I fancy myself.
You saw her coming aboard tonight?
Oh, yes, certainly.
And, of course, you saw the gentleman who was with her.
The gentleman who was with her?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, there was nobody with her, old boy.
You're quite certain of that, Mr. Marshall?
My dear doctor, she was the last of them to come aboard. I take my Bible oath there was no other passenger with her, or ahead of her, or behind her if it comes to that.
You're lying to me.
Please, Mrs. Brewster, lower your voice.
I know what it is. It's the old Paris trick, like in the story. But you won't get away with it, you hear?
Now, look here, man.
I'll go to the purser, I'll go to the captain, and... Oh, dear Father in heaven, won't anybody believe me?
Later that night, in the captain's room just abaft the bridge, there is a conference of ship's officers. Outside, stung by spray clinging to the bulkhead rail in the dark, a frightened girl waits till the door of the cabin's room opens.
Will you bring the young lady in, Dr. Heinrich? Close the door.
Yes, sir. Here we are. This is Captain Wainwright. Now, just tell your story straightforwardly and please don't excite yourself.
Well, maybe we can get some decision into this matter. Will you sit down here beside my desk, Miss Thornton?
My name is Brewster, Captain. Mrs. Ann Brewster.
Whatever you say, Mrs. Brewster.
Thank you very much, Captain.
I might tell you, ma'am, I've got a lot on my mind already. The first officer comes aboard with an attack of flu. I'm facing an equinoctial gale short-handed, and now this has to happen on top of it.
I'm terribly sorry I can't help that, Captain. But I want to know what they've done with Ricky.
Just one moment, please, while I get this straight. By this time, I understand you yourself have personally interviewed practically every single passenger aboard this ship. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But your alleged husband is not here. Is that true?
Yes, that's true,
In
but
the meantime, the purser has sent a squad of men to search this ship. They've searched every inch of it. You can take my word for that. There's nobody hidden. Your husband's not here. According to Mr. Marshall, who's standing over there.
I see him.
According to Mr. Marshall, he never was here.
Oh, hang it all, Miss Thornton. You needn't glare at me like that. We couldn't see the chap. He wasn't there, now could we?
Be quiet, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not unreasonable, Mrs. Brewster. I think you'll admit that. But what can I do? What can I say? Can you offer any proof even that this husband of yours ever existed?
Proof? Yes, of course I can.
Excuse me for interrupting. Would you mind, Captain, if I ask a question or two?
No, Doctor, go ahead. I tell you, I'm going daft myself.
If you were married, Mrs. Brewster, you must be carrying a joint husband and wife passport. Where is that?
Well, there wasn't time to get one. We each carried our own passport.
Oh, I see. But still, there must be someone back in America who can confirm what you say if he got in touch by radio telephone. Your parents, for instance.
I haven't got any parents. They're dead.
What about relatives, then, or a guardian?
My guardian is a trust company. The administrators don't even know I'm married.
But somebody must have performed the ceremony of marriage. The parson, the justice of peace.
Yes, of course, but... Oh, I can't remember the name of the town.
You don't remember the name of the town?
Well, take to your chair, Mrs. Brewster. The ship is going to pitch again.
How's the glass looking, Mr. Marshall?
Barometer's rising, sir. This weather won't hold long. We'll be in the fog before morning, huh?
There ain't no fog now, if you ask me. This lady says she...
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm trying to think of it. It was a little town in upstate New York where they can marry you at a moment's notice. Ricky kept the certificate. I was confused. I haven't been well.
No, you haven't.
You see, Ricky had been away and he came back and I was in love with him and he sort of swept me off my feet and... Oh, what's the use?
Not much use, apparently.
If you'll take my advice, ma'am, you'll go below to your cabin and get some sleep. I'll send the doctor down to mix you a sedative.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I think you're a little overwrought, ma'am.
What I can't understand is why? Why should you want to do this? It can't be the bubonic plague this time.
Bubonic plague, ma'am? Who said anything about the bubonic plague?
Never mind. But I'll show you. You're all against me, except maybe the doctor. But I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I am going downstairs, and I don't want anybody to follow me. Good night. Good night, all of you.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Look here, Mr. Marshall.
Huh?
You think it's quite safe to trust her out there alone?
Well, I don't know, sir. She's mad as a hatter, if you ask me.
You think she might do something foolish?
Well, I think she might chuck herself overboard if we're not careful.
What's your opinion, Doctor?
I can give you my opinion, gentlemen, in a very few words. That girl is as sane as you are.
What's that?
Wait and hear what I have to say. I shared your own belief at first, but I've been talking to her all evening. I've heard the whole story, and there's not a psychopathic trait in her nature. She firmly believes in this husband.
Well, Doctor, a lot of people firmly believe they're Napoleon, but they get tossed into loony bins, that's the same.
This matter is not a joke, Mr. Marshall. I tell you, this man exists. Or did exist.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I suppose he has been murdered. Perhaps he has been murdered and thrown overboard.
Murdered? Thrown overboard?
If you remember, Richard Brewster was carrying a very large sum of money in cash. His wife's wedding gift. Practically all her inheritance. He meant to go to the purser's office. But he never got there. That money might have been a great temptation.
To whom?
To a stewardess, perhaps, or even to a ship's officer.
Just exactly what are you getting at?
Well, numbers on doors can be changed easily enough. Just print a small card and put it on a metal slot on the door.
I still want to know what you're driving at.
If you use your intelligence, gentlemen, I think you will understand how a man can be made to vanish into thin air. And why Mr. Marshall saw never another passenger. You still don't see it?
No, I do not.
Well, now listen, and I'll explain exactly how it was made like
this. 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock, the hour of suicides and bad dreams. The gale has subsided, the sea is calm. The SS Mauravania creeps blindly at barely 8 knots through a thick and strangling fog. The whole ship is dark, sealed up in sleep. There's no sound in all that mournful dimness, except when the foghorn cries out a warning overhead. Even cabin B-16 is dark, and Brewster, still fully dressed, lies restlessly across one of the berths, the head almost touching the inter-cabin telephone.
What was... Oh, I thought I heard... Telephone. Yes? Hello?
It's me, Ann. Take it easy now.
Ricky! Ricky, where are you?
Quiet. Keep your voice down.
Where are you, Ricky? What happened to you? You hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. But he nearly got me.
Who nearly got you?
Listen, dear. I can't explain over the phone, and I don't dare go down there. Can you meet me up on deck?
Yes, of course. Where?
Do you know the boat deck?
Boat deck? Which one is that?
The top deck, where all the lifeboats are slung.
Oh, yes, I know it.
Well, go to the starboard side.
Yes.
That's the right-hand side, facing forward. Find the 4th lifeboat from the aft companionway.
Yes.
There's a thick fog, and nobody will see us.
Ricky. What is it? Ricky! He's gone. He's gone.
Excuse me, miss, but I thought I heard somebody talking in here.
Stewardess, what are you doing up at this time of the night?
If I might ask, miss, what are you doing up and dressed? Oh, you ought to get some sleep, miss. You really ought.
It might interest you to know, stewardess, but I've just been talking to my husband.
Now, look here, miss. Don't start that all over again. Please don't start that all over again.
You all pretended to think I was mad, didn't you? And you nearly drove me mad. Ricky's beaten the whole crowd of you, and I'm going out on deck to meet him now.
Out on deck, miss.
That's what I said. Where's my coat?
Don't go out there, miss. Not in the state of mind you're in. And the fog's so thick, you can't hardly see your hand in front of your face.
Stand away from the door, please.
Suppose, miss, I didn't want to let you go out there.
I don't think that would matter much. You've probably heard that mad people have 10 times ordinary strength, and I'm stronger than you anyway.
Miss, I'm a begging you.
Stand away from that door. One, two, third.
Is that you?
Yes, Ricky. Ricky, darling, where are you?
Here, duck your head under the lifeboat. You take my hand.
But isn't it horribly dangerous out there on the edge? There's no railing along the side of the ship.
Don't worry, Ann. I won't let you fall. Look out! Oh, well, overboard here. We're well aft near the propellers. The suction would carry into the propeller blades and... Listen.
I can't hear anything except the foghorn.
Yeah, but I can. There's somebody walking along the deck. And I can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
You're quite right, my friend. You can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
Dr. Heinrich, what are you doing here?
At the moment, young lady, I'm covering both of you with a revolver. Please don't move.
So, you were in the conspiracy, Dr. Heinrich.
May I ask you what conspiracy?
The whole ship's conspiracy to say Richard Brewster didn't exist.
My dear young lady, you can set your mind at rest. There never was any ship's conspiracy against you. The people you spoke to were perfectly honest.
Including Mr. Marshall, I suppose.
Yes, including Mr. Marshall.
Man, what is this all?
Stand back there.
I suppose he was telling the truth when he said nobody came up the gangplank before or after me.
I beg your pardon. That was not what he said. He said no passenger came up the gangplank at this time.
Well, what's the difference?
A great crime is arranged for tonight, young lady. No less a crime than murder.
Murder? Who's going to be murdered?
You are.
What?
That, I repeat, is a scheme. But there is no conspiracy and only one criminal.
Oh. And who is the criminal?
The criminal is the man standing beside you. Your so-called husband.
Ricky? You don't know what you're saying.
I think I do. Marshall, of course, did see someone walk up the gangplank, loitering behind you. But he never dreamt of associating the person in any way with you. He saw a ship's officer returning from shore leave in civilian clothes.
A ship's officer?
Yes. The man you call your husband, his name isn't Richard Brewster. His real name is Blaney. And he's the first officer of the Mauravania.
Are you trying to tell me
the
that
captain can identify him. He's actually British, though he can fake an American accent very well. He has already got a wife in England, and he is planning to join her with the $10,000 he got from you.
I don't believe it. I don't. Ricky, why don't you say something?
Oh, he planned it very cleverly, I must admit. He never let you know he was a ship's officer, did he? He's been away for some time, naturally, though he persuaded you to marry him in a hurry.
Ricky, is this true?
He has the money, you see. All he did was hang a dummy number on the cabin door, remove it later, put on his uniform, and walk away with his own luggage.
But Captain Wainwright told us that the first officer had come aboard tonight with...
With a bad attack of flu, yes. Our friend couldn't be seen in public until after he disposed of you. The best thing was to convince everybody you were insane, as he did. Then, when you went overboard tonight...
They would all believe it was suicide.
Exactly. But I began to suspect this Brewster, because you quoted him as telling such an obvious lie. He said he had never traveled in the Mauravania, yet he could direct you all over the ship, and even knew where the person's office was. So I went to his cabin, found it empty, searched, and found your $10,000. Put it down, you fool, put it down!
Oh, he's overboard! You shot him! You shot him!
Your shot, my dear, never touched him.
Never touched him?
No. The weight of the iron carried him over backwards when he lifted it. It was the weight he was going to use to sink your body.
Ricky!
Yes, they suck you under.
Doctor. Doctor, I can't stand it.
It won't be easy, my dear. It won't be easy, I know, but believe me, this way is better.
And so closes Cabin B-13, starring Margot and Philip Dorn. Tonight's tale of suspense. With our two stars tonight, with Dennis Hoy as Captain Wainwright and William Johnstone as Ricky Brewster. This is the Man in Black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be one of the screen year's most sensational newcomers, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly will be supported by Hans Conried and William Johnstone. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear, who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morawick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Suspense fans, please note that these programs will shortly move to different days of the week. Suspense will come to listeners in Eastern and Central time zones on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, and to Mountain and Pacific time zone listeners on Monday, beginning December the 6th. Remember, Thursday, beginning December the 2nd in Eastern and Central time zone, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th in the Pacific and Mountain time zone for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Tom Benson, Johnny. Feel like traveling?
Not particularly. Why?
About 6 months ago, we wrote 2 policies. A man and his wife, Harrison and Maida Langley. Double indemnity. $125,000 each.
You got a death claim already?
No, but we're liable to. Got a letter from the underwriter. Says Langley claims somebody's trying to murder both him and his wife.
Where do I go?
Sundown Rubber Plantation, Kuala Lumpur, Federated States of Malaya.
Well, I should have my passport around here somewhere.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund and another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew a stick. You'll like it. You really will.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the terrified Tuan matter. Expense account item 1, $1,043.50. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Kuala Lumpur. I checked into the Coliseum Hotel and then walked over to Batu Road in the offices of George Allister, the rubber and tin broker who doubles in brass as your Malayan representative.
Oh, filthy climate, Dollar, filthy. No man in full possession of his God-given senses should ever live out here. I don't understand why you came.
Well, you wrote about the possible forthcoming murder of some policyholders, Allister.
Oh, yes, the Langley business. Utter rot, this talk about murder. Dismal obsession of disordered mentality. I wrote that letter only in the line of duty.
You don't think there's anything to it?
Oh, beastly nonsense. The jungle's breaking Langley down. He's a weakling to start with, no moral fiber. Turn that fan up a bit, huh? Yes, well, it's disintegrating under the strain of trying to run that rubber plantation.
Then there haven't been any attempts to kill Langley or his wife?
No, sheer delusion. Concept of a diseased mind. Checked with the police. No reports made. No, jungle's got him. That and the filthy terrorists.
His plantation's in terrorist country?
Sundown some 45 miles north of here. Everything north of Kuala's in terrorist domain. Filthy blighters, ambushing traffic, attacking villages, plantations, murdering, burning, slashing rubber trees. No man's in his right mind would live in this filthy country.
Yeah. How do I get out there?
Well, they hired armored car. Only way to travel through the jungle. Take your own chances up. Might be blown up by landmines. I won't take any responsibility.
I'm not asking you to.
No, you'll make your investigation if you have to, Dollar. Won't get you anywhere. Not a waste of time. Then go back home to the States, out of this filthy climate, beastly country.
Uh-huh. If you hate this country so much, Allister, Why do you stick around?
That's a good question. I asked myself that many times. Always came up with the same answer.
What's that?
Making too much money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Expense account item 2, $120. Rental of a 1949 Ford, completely equipped with armor plating and bulletproof glass. The jungle trip was hot but fairly uneventful, and only the barbed wire enclosure and the armed Malayan guards at the entrance to the sundown plantation gave evidence that this was anything but a quiet, peaceful land.
Good afternoon, Tuan. May I have your identification, please?
Yeah, sure. Here it is.
$1. You are here to speak with Tuan Langley?
That's the general idea, yeah.
I think perhaps it would be wise for you to speak with Tuan Crawford first.
Crawford? Who's he?
He is the plantation overseer, Tuan.
Why should I talk to him instead of Langley?
Tuan Langley is not well at the moment. He is still suffering from the shock.
What shock is that?
His wife, Tuan. She has disappeared.
Well, in that case, if you don't mind, I think I'll see Mr. Langley. Through the screen door, I could see part of the interior of Langley's house. There wasn't a sign of anyone around, but it looked cool and inviting in there. Too good a bet to pass up.
You take one more step into this house and I'll kill you.
Wow. Thanks for the warning.
I mean it. Every word of it. You're not going to murder me the way you did, Maida. No, not a bit of it. You didn't expect me to be waiting here ready for you when you came sneaking in, did you? No, I'll bet you didn't.
You win on all counts, Langley. Now, suppose you put that thing down and let's start talking sense.
Now move, I say. I know your kind. Sneaky, tricky. Try to get me off balance.
Look, my name's Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. Washingtonian Life sent me out.
You're lying. George Alistair told me they wouldn't do anything about it. Wouldn't send a man halfway around the world to help me. He was right.
I've got my identification here to prove it.
You have identification?
How do you think I got past those guards at the gate? Here. Take a look for yourself.
What are you?
Thanks. 38 caliber Webley, isn't it?
All right, go ahead. Use it.
I think I'd rather have a drink first.
Over there, the liquor cabinet.
Thanks. You might take a good look at those papers while I'm mixing one.
Well, these papers say you're Johnny Dollar, an insurance investigator working for... Why, I'm sorry, Dollar. Dreadfully sorry. Please accept my apologies.
Forget it. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
It's been a nightmare, Dollar. Constant threats against my life, terrorist raids, living in fear 24 hours a day, sleeping with a gun at my side, seeing this plantation ruined before my very eyes, and helpless to stop it. It's no wonder I'm not responsible for my actions.
Langley, it's not your plantation I'm interested in right now, it's your wife.
Maida?
Well, she's disappeared, hasn't she?
Well, yes. Yes, of course she has. But, good Lord, man, what do you think's got me all upset this way?
I was beginning to wonder. Well, let's start with your wife and go on from there. What makes you think that she's been murdered?
Trouble here, Mr. Langley. Trouble? One of the yard men told me you heard a shot fired.
There was, accidentally.
Guns don't go off around here without a reason, mister. There's nothing to get excited about, Crawford. Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator. Insurance investigator? So the vultures are gathering for the feast before the body's even cold. That's enough, Crawford. Nobody's asking you for your opinion. I don't need to be asked about something like this. If Mrs. Langley was my wife, I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to insurance men. Then let me remind you that Mrs. Langley is not your wife. Even though I'm certain that two of you wish you were,
Why, you dirty little... Okay, Crawford, hold it. If you've got anything to say, suppose you tell it to me.
Yes, that's a good idea, Crawford. Instead of my saying anything, why don't you tell Mr. Dollar all you know about the disappearance of my wife? That might help clarify things in a hurry. Okay. I'll be outside in the Jeep, Mr. Dollar. I'll take you on a personally conducted tour. That way you'll be sure of getting the truth from one. There's part of your answer.
Yeah, how's that?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Crawford's in love with my wife. They've been carrying on behind my back for months. That one has a motive for trying to kill me. It's Crawford.
Yeah, or it could be the other way around.
That's been going on for 3-4 months now, Mr. Dollar. This crazy idea Mr. Langley has that somebody's trying to murder him and his wife.
What makes you think somebody isn't?
Hey, he says he gets threatening notes and telephone calls. Only nobody else has ever seen them or heard him talking to anyone.
Uh-huh. Now, what about Mrs. Langley?
Oh, he was driving her nuts. Walking around afraid of his shadow. Carrying a gun every place he went. Spying on her and me. Trying to find out if something was going on between us.
Was there?
If you knew Mrs. Langley, you wouldn't even think of asking that question.
But I don't. And I'm still trying to find out what happened to her.
Now, I'll show you. Hey, you see where the barbed wire's been cut? Those young rubber saplings have been slashed?
A terrorist raid?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, what's this got to do with Mrs. Langley?
The guard who met you at the gate, Bandar. He found the fence and trees that way, making his rounds this morning. He also found a sleeve torn from one of Mrs. Langley's blouses. It was covered with blood. And no one has seen Mrs. Langley since last night.
You figure the terrorists took her with them?
I think Mr. Langley staged the whole thing to make it look like that.
Yeah, why?
He's in debt. The 50,000-pound note on the plantation's coming due in 60 days. His wife's insurance will cover that nicely.
Well, it's an interesting theory. Let's go back, huh? Where's Mr. Langley, Bandar?
He has left for Kuala Lumpur, sir, some 10 minutes ago.
Why? Did he say?
Oh, no, sir. I only know that one Langley received a telephone call, and then he left.
Did he leave any message for me?
I do not know if it was a message, sir, but he made some strange comment concerning yourself.
Oh? What was it?
He was rather excited. I did not get all the words, but it was something about giving you something to really investigate.
And that was all?
Yes, sir, that was all. Then he took a .45 caliber automatic from the gun rack and left.
Where's the phone, Bandar?
Yes, that's right, Dollar. I did speak with Langley a few minutes ago. Nothing important. Just a routine business question about a shipment of rubber.
You're sure that's all it was, Alistair?
Well, of course, man. What's the matter, Dollar? It's filthy heat getting you down, too.
Did either of you say anything about Mrs. Langley?
Maida? Yes, she was mentioned casually.
Casually? And he didn't tell you that she's disappeared, possibly been murdered?
You being serious, Dollar?
Did he tell you anything about it?
No, not a word. Matter of fact, I was the only one who mentioned Maida. Perfectly casual reference, as I told you.
What did you say, Alistair?
Merely that I just finished having a drink with her at the Coliseum bar.
Friends, here's a suggestion that'll help you go through a busy day feeling more relaxed and satisfied. From time to time, especially when you're feeling tense or under pressure, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. You see, chewing is a natural way to get rid of some of that pent-up tension. Chewing on a good, smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum not only helps you feel more relaxed, but also gives you taste enjoyment. There's lots of refreshing, delicious flavor in Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. You'll really enjoy it. So do what millions do. Always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy and chew some every day. You'll feel more relaxed and you'll get more enjoyment out of the things you do. Next time you're at the store, get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I managed to get back to Kuala Lumpur in about half the time it had taken me to get to the plantation. George Allister was still grumbling about the climate, the country, and being involved in the Langley affair.
Oh, confound it, Donna. I told you Langley was disintegrating, but I didn't think he'd ever take a gun and go hunting his wife to kill her.
Has he tried to get in touch with you?
No.
But he knows you saw Mrs. Langley at the Coliseum bar.
Well, yes, I told him that on the phone.
Did she say anything about a raid at the plantation? About an attempt to kill her there?
No, not a word. Claimed she was in town on a 2-day shopping trip. Seemed cheerful and happy.
And she's staying at some hotel, huh?
Mm-hmm. Room 22 at the Crown House. Small, reasonable rates. She usually stays there when she's in town.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better call the police and brief them while I'm on the way over. The sooner Langley's picked up, the better.
Yes, of course.
Oh, by the way, Allister, you wouldn't happen to know who holds that 50,000-pound note against Langley's plantation, would you?
Why, yes. I own the note.
Why? Just curious. There wasn't any sign of the Koala police in the Crown House lobby, so I went right up to Mrs. Langley's room on the second floor. Whatever preconceived ideas I might have had concerning what Maida Langley would be like didn't even come close.
So you're an insurance man, Mr. Dollar. And that outfit of yours must have a hole in its head, sending you all the way to Koala because of those crazy ideas of Harry's.
You don't think there's anything to him, Mrs. Langley?
But nothing. The lad got himself into a lather with that crummy plantation that's riding his back. Been working too hard, that's all.
Do you think that's all there is to it? Overworked?
What else? All he needs is a good long vacation away from that stinking plantation.
What went on out there this morning?
What do you mean?
Well, you were at the plantation when the terrorists made that raid, weren't you?
Oh, that, sure. I'm getting so I don't pay any attention to those things anymore. They're happening all the time.
Where were you when it took place?
In my room, packing for this trip to town. Why?
Well, both your husband and Crawford have the idea that somebody staged that raid in order to kill you.
Kill me?
They both said you disappeared right after it.
Well, sure I did. I drove to town.
Anybody see you leave?
Damned, I was at the gate. He let me out. And Harry knew I was coming here.
Your husband knew that?
Sure, Harry's going to join me here. This place has got a kind of, you might call it sentimental feeling for us.
Oh, yeah? How's that, Mrs. Langley?
I was staying here when I first met Harry. Lots of show people stay here.
Oh, you were in show business?
Oh, couldn't you tell? Sure. I was traveling around the Orient with a girly show. Nothing big time, you understand, but it was a living. Funny how those things turn out. Never figured I'd wind up someday being the wife of a rich plantation owner.
Must have been quite a change.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. Just another chorus cutie on the make who managed to snag herself a gold mine.
I didn't say that.
Well, don't. I happen to love that guy of mine. When he meets me here, I'm going to make him take me to Singapore for a month. Just the two of us. A real vacation. And then you'll forget all this crazy business about people wanting to kill him and me. Everything will be okay then. When we get back, we'll go... What was it? Get down! Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. You didn't get started on that vacation soon enough. The shots had come from the rear of another hotel just across the alleyway from the Crown House. When I got over there, I found just about what I'd expected. A room filled with babbling tenants, the smell of burnt cordite, and an excited room clerk.
Yes, Tuan. It was the gentleman who rented this room. He had registered here not, 30 minutes ago. I do not understand why he's not here now.
Happen to remember his name?
Oh, yes, Tuan. I take great pride in my work here. I remember the names of all the hotel guests.
Well, I'm only interested in one. The man who rented this room.
Oh, yes, I I remember quite distinctly. He registered here under the name of Harrison Langley.
I went back to Maida's room to get her out of there and under police protection. I could have saved myself the trip. She was gone. I spent the next 3 hours going round and round with the Koala police. Eventually, they decided they'd try to pick up Langley and see what they could do about protecting Maida. Expense account item 3, $10 for a double scotch on the rocks and a half-eaten dish of mame at the Coliseum bar. I don't think the bill would have run that high, but when I saw the face in the crowded bund outside the window, I didn't feel like waiting for change. Still looking for her, Langley? What? Oh, it's you, Donna. Still looking for Maida?
Then you knew I came here to Koala to kill her.
That's the general impression I've received, yeah.
It's a terrible thing. What a scheming woman can do to a man, Donna. Terrible thing.
You want to tell me about it first, or do we go straight to the police?
Doesn't really matter now, does it?
Probably not.
There's a little garden across the square. I used to meet Maida there. Do you mind if we talk about it there?
Sounds like as good a place as any.
I don't know, Donna. Maybe it's because I'm a weakling. Maybe it's because when a man marries late in life, as I did, it hits him harder when he learns that his wife no longer loves him.
You still think that's the real story?
I know it is. She and Crawford.
That's not the way she tells it, Langley.
I should have known better. Cheap, dense old tramp. She only married me for my money.
And you're convinced Maida and Crawford intended to murder you?
Oh, no. Don't underestimate my sweet, darling wife, Donna. She didn't want me killed. Then Crawford could force her into marrying him. No. All she wanted was to have me adjudged mentally incompetent. Then she'd have control of my money and no strings attached. That's why she was so brazen about her affair with Crawford. Why they tried to break me down with all those threats against my life, take those terrorist raids against the plantation. To make me crack, break down under the strain, commit some unreasoning act of violence. Well, they almost succeeded. I came here to Koala today to kill Maida, to get rid of her once and for all. I couldn't see any other way out. No other answer for me.
Murder's never an answer for anything, Langley.
I'm not sure. I spent the whole afternoon walking the streets thinking about it, trying to bring some semblance of sanity back into my life. I don't know, Donna. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my mind. Maybe if I'd gone to that hotel and killed her. I don't know.
You still have the gun with you?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, the magazine's full. Gun doesn't look as though it's been fired.
Why should it? I told you I changed my mind about killing her, didn't I?
Yeah. So you did. I asked Langley to wait in the garden and went across to the Coliseum Hotel, where I made 3 quick phone calls. The first was to the Koala police. They told me the slugs they dug out of the wall in Maida's hotel room were .38 caliber. The second call was to the Sundown Plantation.
Yes, sir. That is correct. One Langley's wife left the plantation early yesterday morning.
Then why did you tell me she disappeared?
It was at her request, sir. She said to tell everyone that. She was planning some surprise for Tuan Langley.
Uh-huh. What about Crawford? Is he around?
No, sir. He left for Kuala Lumpur shortly after you did.
Did he say when he was coming back?
Yes, sir. He said he would return by midnight tonight.
Uh-huh. He had a gun with him, of course.
Yes, sir. He not only took his, but also Tuan Langley's .38 caliber Webley.
The third call was to the room clerk of the hotel where the shots had been fired. His memory was still good concerning the man who'd registered as Harrison Langley. 6 feet tall, brown hair, heavy set, about 30. It was a perfect description of Crawford. I drove back to the garden in my armored Ford, picked up Langley, and we headed out on the jungle road leading back to the sundown place. Sure, I'd get the proof I needed when we got there. But I was wrong. I got him when we were still 15 miles away. Must have been a landmine. You son of a... He ever ran over in his car? We'll find out. There it is, fella. An armored car. Drove clear off the road. Yeah. Good Lord. Yeah. Oh. Don't hear it. Is there any? Not a prayer for either one. The gun he's waving. It's my Webley. I know. He used it this afternoon. Looks like I was the target and not Maida. So, she died out here like this. Instead. Cheap Corpus girl. All she wanted was money. So she married for it. But that wasn't enough. She had to scheme and connive to break me down, destroy me. So it could be all hers, alone. Well, she didn't succeed, Donna. And I'm well rid of her. She deserved to die like this by violence. Just another dead animal in the jungle. Mr. Langley, let sheep no good trend. That's all she was. Believe me, I'm well rid of her. Well rid of her. She deserved to die like this. Nothing but a cheap, gold-digging... Expense account item 4, $39.70. Hotel bill and incidentals in Kuala Lumpur. Expense account item 5, $1,083.25. Airfare and incidentals from Kuala Lumpur back to Hartford. Expense account total, $2,296.45. Remarks? Sorry I couldn't save you the loss on Maida Langley's death claim, but if it's any consolation, you're in good company. Everybody concerned seems to have lost something. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, when you've got a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum with you, you're all set for refreshment and enjoyment at any time. At work, at home, in your car, wherever you are. Just slip a stick of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your mouth and keep on with what you're doing. See how refreshing that lively spearmint flavor tastes. How it cools your mouth and helps keep your throat moist. Enjoy the good chewing, too.
Jesus
It'll make
Christ,
the time pass more pleasantly for you.
You're trying to.
And remember...
All right, wait. Oh yeah, the whole world's on fire. All right.
Show we'll have sports news with James Gregg as well. We're going to be and co-host of World Football right here on the BBC World Service. Pat Nevin, he's going to be talking about what last night in the Champions League. All on the way here on Newsday. Stay with us.
Service half hour with the violent crackdown by the authorities in Chad as protesters took to the streets in the capital in N'Djamena on Tuesday. They've been calling for the dissolution of the military council that took power following the sudden death of President Idriss Déby last week. They want to return to civilian rule. France, which backs the military council, has condemned the violence and warned that its support for the generals is conditional on national dialogue and a fully democratic election process. The BBC's Kylian Gala has been monitoring events from neighbouring Cameroon. Good morning to you. We'll get on to the sort of regional dimension involving Cameroon shortly if we can, but I wanted to start with what we know about the protests in terms of the scale and also the government's response.
Yeah, good morning. It was a really scary situation in Chad. The entire country went up in smoke. You had tires that were burnt along the streets. The skyline was filled with black smoke as tires were burnt. Shops were ransacked. And so it was a really scary situation as the population started demanding that the military junta simply steps down. And the military responded with a crackdown. About 5 people were killed in the process.
Yeah, we're hearing from human rights groups that total could now have risen to as many as 9. What about Mohamed Idriss Déby? Because he addressed people for the first time, really, since coming to power. What did he have to say?
Yeah, he talked to national unity. He wants people to come together because, according to him, Chad is facing even greater problems with rebels, rebel incursions from the north of the country.
Flip-flops made of old tires.
Chadians to come together to fight the rebels. So he basically is telling the opposition that, please, you need to stop with this kind of uprisings, telling the military junta to step down. But he also promised that the military junta is not going to be there for long. He said he called for a sort of government of national unity that will also include civilians, that will include all the strata of the Chadian society. That there's
So fortify yourself every morning with a breakfast of delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk or cream and juicy red strawberries or other fruits. Remember, you get added food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron every time you eat swell-tasting Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat.
On the hospital floor like please kill me. And I ain't scared of dying except there's nothing to inherit. And I owe lots of people money, including my parents. Throwback, yeah.
Millions. This dude had millions of spent on his drugs. Listen to that.
Now when mad chop walks, people mad chop looks, I swear to God I should be dead from all the pills I took, but I'll be okay. Raise your hands if you're going insane. If you're feeling so depressed you want to blow out your brain, and you've been to darker places you won't try to explain, but still you try to keep it moving, they were probably the same. I used to get high like trucks on lift kits. Then I woke up and I said, fuck this shit. I made a promise to myself, mad rip shit, and slide to your verse like a Tokyo drift kid. From being at the doctors on pills like please help me, to being on the hospital floor like please kill me. And I ain't scared of dying except there's nothing to inherit. And I owe lots of people money, including my parents. I'm trying to sit right, but I have mental interference, cause I got into demons that are screaming out my lyrics. And I'm new to this new game with kids out talk shit. That's why I'm writing around that even they can't fuck with. Let me do a show, let me catch somebody chuckle. I won't stop until my hands hurt and I got bloody knuckles. Then I'll take this girl and turn that boy into a cuckold. To tell the truth, I ain't fucking with them chuckles. Mad child walks, people mad child looks. I swear to God I should be dead from all the pills I took, but I'll be okay.
That dehumidifier is gonna run forever.
Yeah.
this?
This car, it came out of nowhere. I couldn't get out of the way.
Did you get the license number?
No, it happened so fast.
Computeristic galaxies, deleted tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic automobiles. Computeristic galaxies, deleted tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic automobiles. Transmitted, admitted, you couldn't get it till I split it in two and wasn't with it till it attacked you. Infatuation, verbalization, spit at you. Duck the oral boomerangs back to smack you. Raw with disinfectiousness. Hydraulics got spring like mattresses. In fact, this is bionic Oldsmobile. The sonic wheels like Panasonic. We play this on Alpine units and bomb with critical napalm fluid. Platinum wrap, plutonium liquid. See how the flow leak out the tap like water. Mega verbal slaughter. Still sim, cheap, sick and short in the sea. You touch me, you catch a charge from the energy. I'm blessed with tremendously hot spit. Straight out the cockpit, distract the clock tick, then fly. The vocab is mad, meticulous in the way we split the alphabet to tab. Ridiculous in the light. Ridiculous match the hindsight, beat the high beat. Right. Computeristic galaxies, deleted tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic automobiles. Computeristic galaxies, deleted tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic automobiles. The master mechanic grabs you and twists me.
At times we break down. Some nights I wake up crying, she says.
It's hard to put in words what people here are living through right now. Every morning we wake up to news that someone we know has died because they couldn't get the right medical care in time. Through the day there are frantic pleas for oxygen, for a hospital bed, for medicines, online, on the phone, on social media, and even here on the streets. I'm outside one place where they're providing free testing facilities, and there's a queue of people waiting to get their tests done because that's often mandatory if you want to get a hospital admission. But on the other side, more significantly, Home Road is actually blocked with cars because what they're doing here is trying to provide oxygen, which there is a huge shortage of in the city. And I can see people who've brought loved ones in the back of an auto rickshaw, just hoping that they will get some kind of help here.
मेरी मदर का ऑक्सीजन लेवल 36 है।
Rati Gadgil has brought her mother in the back of a small car.
बेड कहीं पे नहीं है, ऑक्सीजन कहीं पे नहीं।
I tried hunting for a hospital all night, but I found nothing. So I came here, because at least I'll get oxygen. Ordinary people are suffering and dying in the streets, but the government isn't doing anything, she tells me. The free oxygen is given by a group of volunteers at a Sikh temple. Even they're finding it hard to get supplies. Sarabjit Singh Ghai tells me.
Hundreds of people have been coming here every day since we started this 5 days ago. When people began to die because of a shortage of oxygen, we thought this would be the best service to offer them.
So many like him are braving the risks to help out in any way they can, despite the knowledge that if they get sick, it will be a struggle to find medical care. With their work, they provide hope in a city overrun with grief and trauma.
Yogesh Lamai there on, the heartbreaking search for basic oxygen supplies that many are endeavouring to find across India right now. Lots of you getting in touch via our Facebook page, commenting on this story, and also the cynicism that certain reporters have in India about whether COVID is real or not. Nick Kumar says this. Nick's contacted us from Kolkata. He says, in the first wave, many people were laughing at me when I was wearing a mask and not going outside, but now they are crying. Sekundu also got in touch. Sekundu says this, strange, not at all. Actually, this is real India, where people's faith is not based on reasons and education. And Danny, morning to you, Danny, in Hyderabad, says this: the whole world is crying for India whilst they are enjoying the IPL 2021. Of course, lots of controversy that this major international cricket tournament is still going ahead whilst the country is in meltdown over COVID. Go to bbc.com. We've got a special day looking at India across the BBC today, and here on the BBC World Service, you can get regular updates on how the situation is developing there.
Let's go to the Democratic Republic of Congo now, where a new vaccination campaign has been launched. No, not against COVID, this one against yellow fever. The World Health Organization Africa office said the vaccination campaign is the first such drive against the disease on the African continent in 2021. Dr. Blaise Batondoli, Yellow Fever Control Officer for Africa, joins us now live from Kisangani in the center of the DRC. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us on Newsday. Why the Democratic Republic of Congo then?
Asshole.
Hello, can you hear us?
So it says to us.
Well, we don't seem to have that lineup, unfortunately, to Kisangani. We will attempt to establish it shortly, but in the meantime, let's get these
pretty damn busy. He's the only option for Africa.
Talking all things European Champions League. Big couple of weeks as the semi-finals take place over 2 legs. And last night, the rain in Spain saw Chelsea on the plane with a vital away goal.
With the controversy about the sports event. Now we're just going to tell you about sports. We'll just tell you about sports directly. You're real pissed off about that. Yellow fever. We better keep listening.
Final, meaning that Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea, of course, have that crucial away goal.
There are millions of people who have harder things to do with than chances. So this is the good thing about sports. Nobody cares tomorrow. This is today. We were sad. We were angry in the moment. This is normal. He is angry. He is maybe disappointed. Tomorrow is a free day. And the next day we have to split this trip. This is a professional guy.
Well, former Chelsea winger and, of course, co-host of World Football here on the BBC World Service, Pat Nevin, joined us on Newsday. Morning to you, Pat. One all, a result that Chelsea would have definitely taken before the game.
Computeristic damn against the lean and tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic mobiles. Transmitted, admitted, you couldn't get it till I split it in two and wasn't with it till it attacked you. Infatuation, verbalization, spit at you. Duck the oral boomerangs back to smack you. Raw with disinfectiousness. Hydraulics got spring like mattresses. In fact, this is bionic Oldsmobile. The sonic wheels like Panasonic. We play this on Alpine units and bomb with critical napalm fluid. Platinum wrap, plutonium liquid. See how the flow leaks out the tap like water. Mega verbal slaughter. Silk simp, cheap, sick and sharp in the sea. You touch me, you catch a charge from the energy I'm blessed with. Tremendously hot spit, straight out the cockpit. Distracted, clock tick, then fly. The vocab is mad, but take a listen. The way we split the alphabet to tab, ridiculous. Say the light, Riffio's match the hindsight. The high beam, the rise, right. Computeristic delegates to main attack. Analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles. Computeristic down against the living tactic, analog and galactic sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles.
Yeah, I don't know what that was earlier. It sounded like a railroad car just falling off the tracks or something. But they would clean that up so fast they wouldn't even tell you.
Protocol, the master mechanic raps you to twist me. It's the oxalate flavor in me. One more primacy of your mainframe, better yet brain frame. Release not attempt to refrain or restrain your catalog of rhymes, cause I'm a definitely dog line. Fucking all my hoes from behind. Look at that ass, smack that ass. Hot nut skeets, wipe off your mother's sheet. Believe me, I'm a cheat.
The one thing he knows, he never ducks. He keeps on going.
he keeps on getting into those incredibly good positions. He misses a lot of chances, but remember, he scored a few, but he's also created quite a lot of chances.
Take the motherfucking wheel and navigate. Obstacle courses and impossible forces and transfer to you by me by simple exchange of the overreal key. Drop one day and with no time I think and search perfect. But just jerk me off, bitch. Look at me, I'm rich. Look at my hoes, married, grown, cell phone. Why the fuck go home? Just kick back, flash your chest and drink the nut and shut the fuck up. Futuristic alligator, lean and tactic, analog and magnetic, sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles. Futuristic alligator, lean and tactic, analog and magnetic, sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles. Extract from the land of the lost, missile control, red view, amp, hydraulics, fucking hit my brakes, done like great beer, urination champion, ultimate breakdown, crazy legs, spin ahead, break dancing with a bomb and through to get through it, dancing like a ballerina with skinks on, the Indy 500, AJ 40, you get this race on, Richard Petty looking under the hood, 4-cylinder, millimeter heater, drinking standpoint, man-point engine, 4-pipe pipe mic, standing on the racetrack like Batman, stock car, distributor, delivery, analog cubic feet with hubcaps rolling off, coming up the street with a helmet and Trojan, like Corbin, evil force like the Omen, Pakistan, travel, action, challenger, Daytona, the Racer X, drinking robots, he's changing the wires, right on Jim, spin in the back seat, listen to rock him, smoking weed with great baby, smoking mystical station. Futuristic alligator, leading tactic, analog and magnetic, sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles. Futuristic alligator, leading tactic, analog and magnetic, sonic wheels, bionic Oldsmobiles. Did anyone see this happen? I didn't, sure. This car dropped one and he jumped around the corner. He hit her and sent her up into the air 20 feet. Then it took off without even slowing down. She landed hard on her back and it was terrible.
Groups or militia leaders to try and say to them, look, can we come into your area to vaccinate?
Yes, exactly. We used to talk with local population, local leaders who are helping so much to implement this campaign. You know, when we reach an area, we have to talk first with the leaders of those areas who sometimes can help us to show us the way that we can follow, and who sometimes can convince some group to accept at least the vaccination in the area, and then we can conduct the activities like that. And it is working sometimes very well. But in other areas, some groups are not accepting people coming from outside to reach the area, and this has been a challenge. So we have to rely on some local authorities who can help to see how we can reach that population to protect them.
Yeah, well, challenge seems to be a word coming up again and again, so we wish you the best of luck with your efforts. That's Dr. Blaise Katondoli, Yellow Fever Control Officer for Africa for the World Health Organization, speaking to us live from Kisangani in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
You're listening to Newsday, BBC World Service. Let's go to South Africa now. President Cyril Ramaphosa is scheduled to appear before the State Capture Commission to give evidence later today. Now, if you look up state capture in the dictionary, it says this: a type of systemic political corruption in which private interests significantly influence a state's decision-making processes to their own advantage. Is that what's been going on? Well, the Commission Chair, Deputy Chief, announced in March that Mr. Ramaphosa, who served as former president to Zuma's deputy from 2014 to 2018, will have to testify as president of the country, also as former deputy president. Let's speak to our correspondent, Nomsa Maseko, who joins us now live. Nomsa, welcome. How significant is it that the current president, Mr. Ramaphosa, is testifying?
Well, in light of the fact that the former president, Jacob Zuma, who Cyril Ramaphosa was his deputy, has snubbed this commission, so all the critical questions are likely to fall on President Ramaphosa, and his testimony is likely to be the most important in terms of answering questions of political culpability during the era of the so-called state capture years. And those are the 9 years in which Jacob Zuma was president of the country. So today, and the next 2 days, starting from today, Ramaphosa will be giving evidence as leader of the governing party. And then next month, he will give evidence as the party's deputy president, especially in his role as the chairperson of the ANC's deployment committee, which he chaired between 2003 and 2016.
Are we expecting full cooperation, full transparency here? Because, as you say, in his role as deputy from 2014 to 2018, he could be implicated in all of this, presumably.
He definitely could be implicated. In fact, there have been some people, particularly from South Africa's power utility, Eskom, who were the chief executives at the time, who testified, giving evidence to that effect, making allegations that President Ramaphosa is not as squeaky clean as he's made out himself to be. So he is likely going to be on the firing line, and is expected to be answering those questions as honestly as possible. And you would recall that when President Ramaphosa took over and became the president of the country, he did say that he wanted to make sure that he runs a clean government and wants to root out corruption. But it has not looked in that way, particularly when, other government ministers, which he appointed, have been largely implicated in corruption on a massive scale.
I mean, this is a crackdown on corruption, which many may welcome, but it may well also have a significant impact on South Africa's dire economic prospects. Investors, diplomats warning of an imminent debt crisis and possibly a failed state. So there's a lot hanging on this trial, isn't there?
A lot hinges on this trial. As you also know that there have been quite bad credit ratings from the likes of Moody's and others regarding South Africa's economy and how it is not growing at all. And part of the reason why it is where it is now, in terms of it being stagnant, is because of government corruption that we have been seeing happening on a large scale. And that has scared off investors who would have wanted to put in more money in this country. But because of the government corruption that we have seen, there have been many others who have been skeptical and have held back investing in the country.
Well, we watch it with interest, and you'll hear every update here on BBC World Service. Our correspondent, Nomsa Maseko, thank you for joining us.
We've been talking to you throughout the programme about the COVID crisis in India. 200,000 deaths. That mark has just been passed, of course. That might seem comparatively small compared to some other countries, given the vast nature of India's population, but there is certainly a growing crisis when you look at the large numbers of people, record numbers of people being infected every day, and the hospitals complaining about a lack of oxygen and other critical tools for their trade. We're getting quite a lot of messages in on this. On our Facebook BBC World Service page. Kumar Nick says, in the first wave, many people were laughing about me when I was wearing a mask and not going outside, but now they are crying. Emmanuel Sampson says, COVID is real, but in reality, COVID has become a tool for manipulative governance, protests and people's unrest are curbed in the name of COVID. The teeming millions flock to election rallies and religious razzmatazz, flouting every sane, healthy safety protocol. The net outcome being the nation gasps perilously for oxygen. And Sunday in Nigeria says they're not alone. People who don't believe in COVID, 98% of Nigerians think it's fake or a rich man's sickness and so on. But I wouldn't blame them as a result of lack of trust in their government. Plenty of issues for India and others to consider. That's it from this edition of Newsday. For me, Claire, and all the team, goodbye.
This is the BBC World Service, where Dance Divas with Martha Wash continues.
Hi, people like to call me the Queen of Clubland. I'm celebrating the pioneering women of New York's dance music scene. In part 2, how female vocalists had to fight to get credit for their work in the 80s and 90s.
Dance Divas at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries. This is the BBC World Service, and on our website you can explore more of our programmes from documentaries to science. Listen and download at any time by going to bbcworldservice.com. On air, online and on smartphone, this is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
I'm Martha Wash, and you're listening to the BBC World Service.
And now, here's Sergeant Preston, who sent for me, Inspector.
Yes, Sergeant Preston, I did. There's an unusual case in Selkirk. A Mexican, Jose Aldamas, has been murdered. His partner is held as a suspect. It's an involved case concerning the ownership of a mine. I want you to go and clear up the matter.
All right, sir. I'll leave within the hour and take King with me. Come on, King. We have an assignment. There's more to the case than Sergeant Preston thinks. And before his assignment is over, he may find himself resorting to unusual methods to solve it. One man has been killed, and Sergeant Preston himself may be the next victim of the killers. Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Wednesday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same... Shot from guns.
You're supposed to imagine going over the hills and dales and the dog sledding. I don't know what those names says like this. It's 8 in the morning. And they're running this dance divas thing. What happened to real roots? No offense. I thought that was a weekend, middle of the night thing. They didn't even give us the headlines. Almost shit, a lot of people are dying. Holy fuck.
Check this shit out on the news, man.
Get it. Get from the ground, nigga. Looking in his face. Yo. As a little kid, I was in the kitchen watching work. Had the flyest stick. I was never on no hurt shit. Had the flyest stick. I couldn't fuck with no hurt shit. Heavy in gymnastics, cause I had to make that work. Touch niggas living me. Fuck niggas kidding me. Break her arm and laugh in your face. That's the kidding me. Dark clouds surrounding me. You can smell a pound of mountain. All my niggas came from the bottom. I mean the grounding up. I fought him like ashes in traffic. You couldn't pass me. Name my first walk before Drake. I shot in the grass. Last about the same time that Teddy got touched too. 2 days later I got rushed in the lunchroom. Day after that I came back with a pump that held true. Only filled 1 red gun, I caused hell too. And go crack if a nigga gets caught too. Free HS, free ox, not apologetic. Why the fuck you think I shot you? Everyone's a blessing, so just watch you stop.
When I pull up on your block,
niggas know it's G-Lock.
you know I send shots.
Aim it at the top. When I pull up at the spot, don't bother cop. Cause my niggas reckless, and the bullets won't stop. I'm a ride on my enemies. If I go today, I bet my dogs will remember me. Soon after skinny peaks, after this skinny peak. Where the God, you cannot stop my energy. They know me for rolling on them late nights with them youngins trying to get our shit right. Rolling with that big pipe. SP, you know I got him. It's red lights on a motherfucker when I spot him. And it's like you fucking up them commas. Niggas don't want no drama. On the waistline and beat the llama. Wait to my mama. Nigga, fuck family. I think I'm watching shit, nigga. Yo, I like see with a girl drop. Yo, free ox, nigga. One with them. My niggas see me low for this bitch. Yo, my niggas play through for this bitch. You know it's be locked in this bitch, nigga. It's be that, nigga. Cause it's that, nigga. I don't want to fight shit, nigga. You already know. Yo, Pete, I got a top on, nigga. You know I'm doing this shit, man. Yeah. I'm out. What? Motherfucking police always be fucking with me. Everywhere that I go, motherfucking police always be fucking with me. Everywhere that I go. Do I look like a criminal? 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 What the fuck do I look like a criminal? 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 What the fuck do I look like a criminal? Police want a hella sweat, cause I keep a hoodie on, Bill Belichick. Every night I'm getting stopped and frisked. When I walk in the drugstore, they think I'm here to shoplift.
Says you will heal. You get all sorts of messages in the response.
If you rush the team down, know you'll send me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. That's the only control. The bloody north where the soldiers is from. If you rush the team down, know you'll send me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. That's the only control. The bloody north where the soldiers is from.
3, 5, 7s and Mac 11s, keep stepping, cock your weapon and stop yelling if you rep 47. I got niggas in the front ready and willing to split you down the middle just like a blunt, so walk but not with me. The Lord will not forgive me for shaking up your kidney, cause you faking and Disney. My niggas lippy and shifty, pissy, really icky, shiggy. We don't give a wiggy, what really Millie's trying to kill the city like crack in the 80s. I'm ready to burn in Hades, my doctor's vector and rabies, not even my father can fade me. You niggas is crazy, fuck up, fight and learn what these challenges do. You could be as cuckoo as you are, unbalanced too. Face in the garden, I'm coming to rally you. Massacre splatter you, run you off of your avenue while I laugh at you. The phonics are dizzy, demented rushes. My pigment, other appearance, igneous. Run you off the district.
You represent that, know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. Best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from. You represent that, know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. Best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from. Start seeing where we blast shots. Then in the last block, hit man mentality, cause all of us niggas stash rocks. Home big game, harvest and feeling cash crops. Money growing trees and sturdy coke, leaf to crack rock. Find a block, hit a key, keep it padlocked. And it's the animals, watch your dog, jealous rats talk. We pack blocks and smoke weed with hair like Sasquatch. Fuck my niggas, dog, your son and think you out of a sandbox. Better yet, I crash your plane, spit on the black box. Because he's highly trained on cocaine, higher than that plug, me that up. You with more clips, just for instance, the same equivalent as a bed nail and the insects is dickless. Most cats is sweet like licorice. I eat they food fast, smoke niggas similar to cigarettes. You dig me yet? For the cash, you burn the ass, I belong to burning fast. Believe you colder than the NUJ. You rep the T9, I know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. Best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from. You rep the T9, I know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. You ain't from Manhattan, best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from.
I'm from the city where they keep it gully. Pretty niggas rapping out of city niggas, homie. Catching trees, by the OGs. All we do is hold G's. You small time like the little leagues. Pussy niggas bleed when they fuck with me. Turn like a track star when they fuck with me. I ain't buck shot, but I buck shots, homie. I pack the hollows for the cops only. It's all real in the hood, they call me abs and still. Beside my abs, they're still. I make you feel still in your abs for real. Cook coke like a gourmet chef, perfection. See my flow stack up, erection. Not mention me getting love by hoes. Attention, we don't love them hoes. Lazy sport the draw, double crack them all. Niggas don't want war cause they lack the toast.
Yeah, you rep the T-Dot, I know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. Best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from. You rep the T-Dot, I know you set me high. Big shots, nigga, rep your block. You ain't from Manhattan, best be holding your tongue. The bloody north where the soldiers is from.
You had too many things to look forward to. Lots of things. You stop living just because you can't 65. Tell me the truth, officer. Don't you really know what happened to her?
No, sir, no more than you do. Afraid we'll have to wait for that coroner's report.
I don't understand it, officer.
He killed his wife. Wagwan, Skynet.
Gunshot lick off head.
50 drum beating like sofa. Out in Trinidad where my boy smoke a coca. Your homie got hit, he was riding like the chauffeur. Planet of the Apes, I was blood like coca. Coke pop come with a strap, swing off the shoulder. In the coffin, shutting the letters, giving you closure. You ever get close, something's coming out the holster. People ride the train, they're gonna see you on the poster. We poster, but you never talking when we approach. Get the black go online, and now you're doing the most. Go kill him in my yard, nigga, like I could host. Didn't notice they pull guns when you thought you could roast. Just a dose. No, you love niggas need some milligrams. Sitting with a milli, he be posting it on Instagram. Dust says love me, selling quarters out the kilogram. Chrome polish so good, swear I used to pillow pack, baby. Fried chicken, oxtail gravy, shaking up the ground like an earthquake in Haiti. Stop trying to rap, it's like how you niggas don't see me. You got it. Played yourself trying to play me. They said I wasn't sick, but I'm sick though. I give you gangster rap, hard calypso. We never stop eating like it's a pit bull. And young boy can't stop squeezing, he got his we with the hammers. Shreddy in the kitchen, chicken like Louisiana. They chillin' like Diana. I go to sleep with a rifle in my pajamas. I was childish, but my Gambino no Atlanta.
Gunshot for your head top. For the ground, nigga. TG.
Some of them niggas that we beefing is so lame. I run with them clips, my gun black and I spit like old bays. Four white boys who let it sing like Coldplay. I sat back and had a flashback on my old ways. Blacker. 30 shots up in the fucking chopper. He got shot but shot back and couldn't see the doctor. Nigga bled out, cause nigga how it's better. Remembering the day my brother got it, couldn't get him. So I went and got a Mac 11, serious for weather. And 2 bad light-skinned bitches for the sweater. My city getting crazy and nigga. Mom's losing their babies, I know the beans have to carry my nigga to a place we had to bury my nigga. Fuck, but since then, we got a couple heads to bury the trigger. That's what I keep a gun for, cause in these streets it's a blood sport. Not to mention links from the gun store. You shouldn't have brought him here, they're catching bodies here. As soon as niggas slap that metal on that bottom here, I need no one, I'll blast it by myself. And I'll keep beating metal to the plastic on the nose. Shoot shots to the pin break, niggas been fake. And my target is that big J. Shotgun says, half his body, but I'm a pop. Gamer, you know me, I'll take his head off his body. Whole shirt looking like catch.
Together.
And time won't take my love.
He denied access to the person who's living in the care home.
It seems to me that inside the structure of the business, if you will, for easy language, nobody knows what anybody does. I mean, really. I mean, I think you have a bunch of professionals who work in those businesses because they love to care for people and they go over and above. So often we've seen this in many different jobs, right? You've got those couple of people in the business that go over and above and work so hard so often that the design of it is even unknown of who contributes what. And someone goes missing, whether they get sick or they quit or whatever, and all of a sudden everything falls apart. Because nobody really knows what anybody does. And that to me seems retroactively to know that I think they got to accept that the grounding rod here is the design is not working. There's not enough money coming in to provide the support that people expect. And then you've got, in a lot of cases, people paying for a service that they're out doing in themselves anyway by going every day and walking the folks around. So, I mean, I find that unbelievable. I feel like we're talking about your dad here like he's just a number. So I don't want to do that. So tell me about John, your dad. Can you tell me what your favorite thing is when you get to see him now? What's that one thing is, I mean, daddy's little girl's still a thing.
Yeah.
Even though we can talk as, we can speak to each other as you know, properly as we want to at long-term care homes. But the reality is you're still daddy's little girl. So what's your favorite thing about John when you go see your dad?
Well, honestly, my father has advanced dementia, and a lot of people think that someone living with dementia isn't going to recognize family members, and there's not a lot happening inside, but I can 100% tell you that my father recognizes us when we come to visit him, and to see a smile on his face when he knows that we're there is, you know, that just warms your heart like nothing else does, because you know it's genuine and it's pure, and there's still a human connection happening.
Take that and times it by thousands of people who didn't get that for so long. Man, the notion that people can die of a broken heart to me is a very, very inexcusable situation. And so I still stand by the fact that, man, oh man, this is the part that got screwed up the most. I mean, we can talk economics all we want, we can talk vaccinations all we want, but you know, this story is the hardest. Is it opening up? The news out of Alberta today is that more people, vaccinations are going. Like when you go there to see Dad, does it feel lighter? Does it feel a little bit more normal?
Well, we're getting there. The fact that we're allowed to go in, I mean, that's a huge step in the right direction. We still have to wear the PPE when you go to see, and there's masks and there's shields and there's a lot of barriers, but it's better than being separated by glass or some of the other barriers that people had to try to visit through. But I also wanted to really highlight a new program created by a relatively new group called Healthcare Excellence Canada, and it's all about helping care homes understand how to welcome family members, reintegrate them back into care homes. Because I also don't want to be pointing fingers at anyone. The people, as you mentioned before, in care homes, that they are working very hard. They have a hard job. And so sometimes they just don't have the tools or the knowledge that they need. They're trying to keep people safe. Like, we get that. And so I'm involved. I'm one of several family members who's involved in creating this Essential Together program. And I love the fact that they've involved family members to help create it. And it's to just raise awareness about all the things we've just been talking about, so that people have so that family members sort of know what they should be able to do, and also the care homes do as well. And they've got all kinds of tools and different huddles, they call them, where people can get together and discuss different issues, so that everyone can get more comfort with the idea of families being in there, even during an outbreak.
Lisa Poole is, cares for her dad, who is in a long-term care home in Calgary. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing the insight directly into what that's like. It's eye-opening for me, and I as well. I agree with you. I don't point fingers at all those people that have worked hard been in there and done the best they can, that didn't have the right tools. The big question for me is now, how do we take Lisa and John and make sure that the next family that steps into these homes doesn't have to go through this the same way that John had to go through, and all the fights and frustrations you must have dealt with. I admire that, by the way. I admire the tenacity, I think, to stay with it. Stand up and fight for it, and to attend all of these public meetings to get all the thoughts shared and care for the people. So thanks for being one of those folks who has a soft heart for the old guys.
Well, thank you for your interest, Shane.
Lisa Poole, 877-399-9898. My dear mom is in an incredible LTC facility. Lord be praised. She was reluctant at first, but now she has embraced her long-term care community. That is from Rob. Thank you, Rob. You know what I'd love? I'd love it when you guys send in text messages here, all the shift heads, and say, my mom, Susie, or my dad, John. It is a bit of a heartbreaking story to talk about it, but we've got to talk about this because it wasn't working, and as soon as it became fractured with the pandemic, it definitely was proven to not be working. It exposed so many holes in staffing and qualifications. And I don't mean from people, I mean, sure, there's always bad eggs or whatever, but, people who are working really, really hard to care for other people. Catherine says, in the same day, I remember visiting my father in his care home and then my mother right after him. I was there feeding both of them and visiting several hours. Our parents need us, and so do the workers for sure. We shouldn't have to do the work. We should be able to go in and just enjoy the time, go for the walk. But lots of times that's not the workers, right? It's the system. Since you talked about long-term care homes, good news. My mother received her second inoculation last week. Because of my bizarre shift, I am struggling to get an appointment for my first shot. Trucker Dan. Yeah, that is one thing that they've started to hear some talk about, opening up hours and locations because of this sort of third surge that we're experiencing. Our seniors that we lost through the pandemic is beyond heart-wrenching. So few seniors were lost in Australia in long-term care homes because the Aussies did a lot of things right. The loss of our dear seniors in Canada is shameful. It is. Shane, we will all be in long-term care homes, so we better make changes to improve it. That's a very good point. I mean, this is kind of your future. If you only think of this conversation from this is my future, am I okay with that? This is my future if there's another pandemic when we're 85 years old. Am I okay with that? All they want is volunteers. They don't want to pay anybody to help. The old people are lined up in hallways. It depends on the home. We also got to create the separation between hospitals and long-term care homes too, for that matter. There's not enough staff, and when the I don't know, the residents, probably the best word, are not unable to get up and get around and socialize with their community. I mean, that in itself has got to be an unreal way to live. So Thank you very much for your calls and your text messages. 877-399-9898. Rob replied, my dear mom's name is Mary. She's 98. Thank you very much, Rob. It's The Shift. I'm Shady. I'll be right back.
It's dark out, but we'll keep the lights on. It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt.
It's about time.
There's something for old age, something to retire on. You'll get a little rain.
As far as gonna make you sweat is concerned, and I have to say, Lord, that song was so high. It was so.
This person who needs a car, a chance to get a great deal. Go to abramsauction.ca and register to receive an exclusive auction alert on current vehicles available. abramsauction.ca. How on earth can I go over the failure of my marriage with a lawyer, a stranger I've only just met?
Russell Alexander Family Lawyers are here to listen and to help. Call pound 9999. That's pound 9999.
Hello there, I'm Wolfgang Klein, Portfolio Manager with Canaccord's Annuity Wealth Management and host of Hi-Fi Radio right here on Global News Radio 640 Toronto. The good news, our show has been moved to 7 p.m. Saturday nights. Yep, we're moving up, as are our clients. Look, we're getting through COVID-19 and we're going to get through the next crises. Managing money is simple, but it's not easy. The not easy part requires process. It requires foresight. It requires guidance, and it requires a steady hand. And that's what Jack and I provide. Listen to our show and check us out at Wolfgang.
Oh, this is...
And do some demo.
With Africa.
While the key aim of the AFCFTA is to create an economic trade hub amongst African countries, it also appears that it will bolster foreign investment into the African continent from nations like China, who already have existing trade ties with many nations in the African continent. For the Beijing Hour, I'm Brandon Yates, reporting from Cape Town.
An independent autopsy shows that an African-American man killed by North Carolina deputies was shot 5 times, including in the back of the head. Lawyers for the family of Andrew Brown Jr. announced the autopsy results on Tuesday. Brown's son, Khalil Farabee, questioned why his father was shot so many times when he posed no threat.
Yesterday, I said he was executed. This autopsy report showed me that was correct. Those 3 gunshots to the arm, that wasn't enough? That wasn't enough? It's obvious he was trying to get away. It's obvious. And they're going to shoot him in the back of the head.
Brown was shot on Wednesday by deputies serving drug-related search and arrest warrants in Elizabeth City. Attorney Wayne Kendall says a pathologist hired by Brown's family examined the body and noted 4 wounds to the right arm and 1 to the head. A family lawyer who viewed the video footage of the shooting said Brown was shot in his car while he had both hands on the steering wheel. The body camera footage has not been made public, but the shooting has prompted protests and calls for justice. In France, some children are set to return to school for the first time in 3 weeks. Ross Cullen has more on that from Paris.
It's back to school at
TrueTone.ca or by phone at 905-270-30.
That's not easy, but I think it's definitely doable. And like you said, I think that both parties need to understand and to be, I guess, accepting and to respect that that's what's happening, and to not, that looking down on each other for, and I think it boils down to what you see that person's role is in life. Yeah. If you feel that it's a man's job to work, then it doesn't really matter what this person does outside of that. If he's not working, then he's not a man. And if on the other side, and for men, it's kind of the same thing. For women, whatever it is that they feel. So it's just tough. You got to have people that are on the same page with it. And if you're not, then it could be okay for one person. Maybe the father's okay to do that. But if the wife is, looking at him through the corner of her eye and just, talking, venting to her friends every day about what a bozo she has at home, then it's not going to work. There's going to be a lot of issues. So it's a really delicate And it's an interesting time that where we're at with this type of arrangement.
Yeah, but I think if more and more fathers are doing such experiments, if they are, you know, engaging in this kind of job, it's going to help them or the whole society understand better of the role women or stay-at-home moms play in, you know, in families and also in society. The contribution is
more text messages that I wanted to read. I think it's incredibly important that we respect this conversation. I mean, I don't know, there was no name attached to that one. I wish there was, so I could say thank you, but you know, this is our future, potentially. And that, even I was all in on holding people into account before, and I'm very much all in into holding people into account when it's my future and your future, right? Shane, my mother was a geriatric nurse for most of her career. I spent several years in occupational therapy with geriatrics. Hopefully I can have some free time on a Sunday night and tell you all about the client, staff, and the system. Some aspects are very heartwarming, others will bring you to your knees with sadness. Thanks, Dan. I'm not satisfied with old age retirement homes in Canada at all. That's why I have a better plan, move to Brazil. Well, I would be lying to you if I said I hadn't considered what does life look like. But Canada's a pretty great country, man. Like, it's a pretty nice place. My dad, John, texter says, is in a long-term care home. I've not been able to see him due to the pandemic, but it is heartwarming. Even with dementia, he does recognize me. His eyes light up. My favorite memory so far is him hiding bananas because he has a banana fixation now, and he uses his pea cup as a ginger ale cup holder. And in a nutshell, that's just my dad. I really miss him, and I can't wait to see him again.
What?
Hey, shift heads. I have good news. My dear mother, 98 years young, received her second vax shot 5 weeks ago. Pretty cool stuff.
So
was able to see my mom at a long-term care facility yesterday. What a great
is.
Tuesday. Thank you very much for that text, too. 877-399-9898. Gigi's in Calgary. Hi, Gigi.
Hi. You know, this is wonderful. Hindsight is 2020. This is a good thing that this happened hard. But you know what? I've been doing hospital ministry since I was 16.
Yeah.
People forget the elderly, and it's a good thing that this has happened so there's awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And isn't it mixed emotion that we say that with, right?
It is, of course. I love the elderly. I lost my mother 26 years ago, and my drummer, he referred to it in 83. I mean, there's a thing. In your show, The Shift, this is perfect. And I would suggest everyone watch the movie The Shift.
Oh, okay.
And it's wonderful.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that's all right. Thanks, Gigi. Appreciate the call.
God bless. Ciao.
Bye-bye. Gigi in Calgary. 877-399-9898. If we don't learn from lessons from all of this and change our lives, look, we went into the pandemic. We didn't really like our lives. We complained a lot.
You all wanted to work from home. You all wanted to work from home, flexible hours.
Now,
they would work less hours.
A lot of the bad things are kind of just gone.
No, they would take less money, work flexible hours, and work from home.
And
they all said.
We get to refine the things that are working but not great. We get to reinvent the things that were never working. And frankly, we as people get to walk away from all the crap that we didn't even like anyway.
What? Just walk away.
So there's going to be, for example, if you didn't like commuting, there's going to be a whole new long list of jobs where you don't have to commute anymore. Right? We have a chance to really reinvent the way we live our lives here. And we have a chance to hold our government into account for things like this. Because these are the things we need to do. And I hope we do. That's why it's so important that we don't forget that, you know, vaccines was bungled. It's great that the numbers are going up, but vaccines were bungled bad. We've got to hold our government into account. We've got to hold our government into account the fact there's been no budget for a couple of years. Right? Like, we've got to hold our government into account all of these things. And it's time for us as our as constituents to kind of put a squeeze on it a little bit. 877-399-9898. Your calls, your text messages here on The Shift. And now Brennan's working hard to pick up a couple of phone calls. I was lucky. My grandparents they lived at home, and my grandfather, my dad's dad, passed away at home. My mom's mom was in the hospital, but she lived until that at my parents' house when she was sick. And all of those stories were really great, to a point where I talked to my folks and they're like, yeah, no way, man, this is it. This is the place. We're not leaving the place to go to long-term care homes and so on. So, and I think that these are the stories that really kind of matter. I mean, when you're going to sign off, right? When it's your final sign off. I heard a story once from a friend who had to take his dad to the hospital. And it was in Ottawa, and he was driving his dad, and he could see the look in his dad's eyes was different this time. Dad was normally chatty, not feeling great, heart trouble and such. But on this trip to the hospital, you could see that he was taking everything in. That it was possible, I feel emotional about sharing this story. It's not even my story. That it was possible that it was the last time that he left the house. It was the last time he got in the car. It was the last time that he got to drive through those streets to see those things. So that's sad, but it's actually kind of beautiful because somebody got to do it. Somebody got to have the awareness that that was the trip, right? To know, to be aware, to go, wow, this could be it. And so when we take that away from somebody because of carelessness, that's mind-blowing to me. 877-399-9898 in Hamilton. We have Robert. Hi, Robert.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Tell me your story.
I was asking questions. I want to know, like, I'm blind and my sister basically, I really listening, but she's my caregiver. And she lives an hour away by public bus. She just walks with a walker. And she has to, come down and, a few times a week, once she'll take the grocery shopping, the other time, to the bank or the drugstore or, wherever I need to go. And she doesn't get any remuneration for it. Sometimes I pay for cabs and stuff when she wants a cab. But, I didn't realize she was actually my caregiver,
How does that change the view for you, Robert?
2-3 hours.
Yeah, how does that change the view of your sister for you? I mean, from our conversations in the past, you've always been pretty grateful, but does that change?
I actually love my sister John words. I called her the biggest sister in Canada a few months ago. But, it's getting harder and harder for her, I just thought, I wonder if she could be paid as some kind of caregiver or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I would. I don't know if you could get some help from someone who could help you search for grant help even with that stuff. I don't
calling. But what's funny is we're talking about people don't realize that they're all going to end up in long-term care probably. I had a worker who was about, late 50s, and I said, this is your future too, and she, just dawned on her that I was right. Because everybody, breaks down after 65 a little bit, and a little bit more. Some people completely break down in their 70s. I'm not broken down physically. I'm in great shape physically, it's just I'm blind, right?
Yeah. Well, Robert, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye. Robert in Hamilton right there, 877-399-9898. Let's go to Murray, who is in Edmonton.
The last guest just said he was blind.
Mm-hmm.
Old. Terrible. So Canada is an aging society, and governments don't know how to deal with this. My concern is
should have fucking done the Canada First Defense strategy.
Low-income people that can't afford $3,000 a month for basic services in a long care home. It's terrible, and governments are faced with this now, and they don't know what to do. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think that it's unfortunate when you say bottom feeders, and I'm assuming you mean that people would take advantage of those people. I think that's what you mean.
Well, low-income people that can't afford $3,000 a month for minimum in professional, for lack of better words, care homes. Thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I think that what comes to my mind, Murray, when you say that is this conversation around daycare right now, and I would love to see parents get assistance and be able to work and contribute in society and have healthy daycare for kids to grow and be safe. I think that would be amazing to have some real quality checks on what goes on with daycare, because I think to your point about people who would take advantage of less fortunate would be similar to daycare. And I look at
I wasn't discussing daycare.
I know
actually a good angle if we amalgamated daycare with old care.
Okay, so Murray, I'm going to ask you to let me finish my thought. Is that if the conversation is going to be what can we take care of in daycare as a great idea, because it's about the young people. My question to the government, what you asked me and my thoughts on that, are very simple. It's that we need to figure out how to take care of the old folks, because there's lessons to be learned here. And I don't know if it has to be the same program, but the reality is that the lessons are quite the same. The needs are quite similar in a lot of ways. And until we can figure out the vulnerabilities and the greed inside the long-term care home programs, I don't even know how the money works. I know some's private, some's not private. But I always draw this distinction between being a capitalist and being greedy. And people often say that capitalism is bad. Capitalism drives innovation. And if we could allow capitalism or to take care of this with standards, then that's great. But it's the greed, that bottom feeder that you speak of, Murray. And it's the greedy part that's the scary part to me.
Okay, so there's a whole bunch of bottom feeders. I'm one of them. And I hate to use that term, but that's what it is.
Well, I'm going to ask you to stop using that term. But no, I'm going to ask you to stop using the term.
The people that can't afford $3K a month for basic homes.
So, no, but they're not bottom. They're not bottom. They're not bottom feeders. Okay, they're not. I mean, they're people that just can't afford.
Work, whatever. But
you're not a bottom feeder.
I am actually. That's what I in my mind. That's how I feel. So
okay.
A red mat program at the Salvation Army is sufficient for me with very small food, and then I'll die on the floor. And there's not even enough of that program because we're not housing the homeless. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I feel I hear your pain, Murray. Look, I'm always going to take a stand. Yeah. And my biggest fear is that. You nailed my biggest fear in life, Murray.
And government of Canada, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan doesn't know how to deal with us. And here's the thing, that we're all willing to chip in on cooking on the food. We have talents. We can clean. But we need, us bottom feeders need a red mat.
I'm going to stop you there, Murray. Murray, I feel your pain. I will always take a stand on bottom feeders. I find that that is inaccurate. And I know that you say that you think you're okay with that for yourself, Murray, but I'm going to ask you to hear me right now. You're not a bottom feeder, dude. Just because you don't make a lot of money and you need some help does not make you a bottom feeder. And I can tell you man to man right now, and I would look you in the eye, Murray, and I would say this to you. You're not a bottom feeder. Nobody deserves to die on the floor alone. Nobody does. Doesn't matter how much money you make.
I want to die on the floor alone.
So that's where we take our stand. Is we take our stand in the standard that says that all of our future is to kick off. All of us.
On some type of bed or couch or something.
Harsh reality.
Damn it.
The question is how much integrity we're going to have when we go. And legacy is a big word. And I used to think legacy was like this thing for a library. But you know what legacy is? Legacy is just starting to ripple, man. It's just being there for that person who needs help.
What?
And I just go back to that point. I misunderstood in the beginning when you said bottom feeder. It's not a bottom feeder that needs help. It really isn't, Murray. And you're welcome to call this show anytime. I'm always going to tell you that I disagree, that you're a bottom feeder. You are not. And I will always take that stand.
Let him finish.
And so I invite you to communicate in the show and participate more often. Please do. And your story about the mat and dying alone, brother, That's exactly why we got to figure this out. Because you know who else is dying alone? The family that's paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month in a long-term care home. And that person has been dying alone in the last year too. So you've brought up a very good point. It's broken. It needs to be fixed. More calls and texts next. It's The Shift. I'm Shane Hewitt.
Angry callers.
8:40 p.m. Before we headed back for the office, Frank and I made a thorough check on Mrs. Bolger, her background and her alibi. We found nothing to link her in any way with the child stealings. 9:15 p.m. We got back to the city hall and went directly to Latent Fingerprints, where we met with Dean Bergman. He'd found several sets of prints on the Donaldsons' car and on the bassinet from which their baby had been stolen. Most of them were those of the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Donaldson. Bergman was unable to identify the 2 foreign prints found inside the car. We contacted the officers in charge of the special detail checking the neighborhood where the latest child stealing had occurred. They'd failed to uncover a lead. 7:48 a.m. the following morning.
Friday?
Morning, Captain.
Good piece of news. The Donaldson baby, they just found him.
Where?
Highland Park area. They found him in a cardboard box. Apparently he's all right. Little exposure. Doctors are checking him over now at Georgia Street.
How about the suspect? Any sign of him?
Not a trace.
It was little or no different than the first 2 cases. Some 21 hours after he'd been abducted from the car in the parking lot at the rear of the market near 8th and Dinehart, the Donaldson baby had been recovered apparently unharmed. The cardboard box in which the baby had been found was gone over for fingerprints. Routine investigation at the scene and in the neighborhood where the child had been found failed to turn up a lead on the abductor. Frank and I checked with Dr. George Hall, who'd examined the child. After that, we talked with Mr. and Mrs. Donaldson. The details of the case coincided almost point for point with the first 2 abductions. The baby had been taken, then recovered in a 24-hour period. Outside of slight exposure, the child was unharmed. Also, like the 2 cases preceding it, something which the child was wearing at the time of his abduction was missing. In the first case, it was a small pink sweater. In the second, a pair of shoes the baby was wearing. In the case of the Donaldson baby, it was a sterling silver ID bracelet with the initials JD engraved on it. During the next 5 days, Frank and I ran down every lead we could get our hands on and went nowhere. Our system of police women decoys was put in effect. It failed to get a rise. On the 6th day, Thursday, June 26th, 5:30 p.m., we got word of another child stealing, this time in the Echo Park area. We drove out to talk to the mother, a Mrs. Chester Osborne.
Yeah, that's right. Did the same thing I do every morning. Gave the baby a bath, dressed her, put her out in the backyard in her buggy. She usually plays a while, then she takes a nap.
About what time did you discover your baby was missing?
I don't know exactly. About 2 o'clock, I guess. Maybe a couple of minutes after. Went out to see how she was, looked in the buggy, and she was gone.
Well, it's almost 6 o'clock now, Ms. Osborne. How is it that you waited so long before you notified us?
Just kept hoping it was a mistake, that's all. I went from house to house all over the neighborhood. Went as far as 3 blocks away. I asked everybody. Nobody saw my baby. You don't know what it means to me.
Telephone, Ms. Osborne.
Would you answer it, please? Whoever it is, take the number. I'll call him back.
Yes, ma'am. Glad to. Hello. Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, Harry. We're here now. This is Friday. How's that? When? I see. Where? That's so. Uh-huh. Okay, Harry. Thanks. Yeah, tell him we'll be right in. Right away. Okay, bye. Well, that was our office, Ms. Osborne. You can stop worrying now.
What?
It was about your little girl. She's all right.
What do you mean?
I just found her 3 blocks from here. Again, with the lone exception of the time element, the...
Compete with all these...
To having a woman tell them what to do.
In the mid.
Now Guzman will move to Bayern in July to take over from Hansi Flick, who has been strongly...
Or
oranges and saw palmetto. I'm really aware with these herbs, and again, younger people are just honing in on this lifestyle. So this is big. These dyes use less water, carbon, and synthetic chemicals compared to a lot of the other stuff that's out there. As I mentioned before, the company is far from alone in trying to make this, its apparel more sustainable. In addition to its direct competitors, outdoor retailers have continued to innovate in this area. REI is another big company that sells a lot of outdoor, like hiking gear and stuff like that. Really cool store. It's like a museum, a hiking museum. When you go in there, they're normally really big, and they have these climbing walls where you can pay a little bit of money, and they strap this harness on you, and you climb up the side of the wall, and if you fall down, you don't, die.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really, really fun place. But yeah, sustainability is becoming really huge. So the Like New program is becoming, I guess, bags, men and women's apparel, and some bags are available in this program, and they must be in the Like New condition. Intimates, swimwear, collaborations, and I'm assuming collaborations is like if this company has collaborated with other companies for certain types of clothes or whatever, and accessories are not eligible. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. In addition, all products will be cleaned and sanitized before they're resold, and shoppers will receive $5 to $25 for each piece bought back on a Lululemon gift card that can be used to purchase new products. So
most particularly Centre Court, we've had a full day of rest during the fortnight.
Organizers say due to the expected lower ticket sales, they haven't decided on the prize money for the winners yet.
My contribution, and maybe there's a lot of good reasons why they don't do it this way. The reality is I would look at it like charities. I think that if you are, private does it best because private will compete. And the cost of healthcare in Canada is astronomical in the scope of our budget. There's debt, there's healthcare. That's really it. And I would look at it like charities, meaning if you were heavily regulated, and across the country regulated, meaning if you were going to open up a long-term care home as a private provider, much like if you want to be a diamond provider in Canada or a jeweler, you have to audit all that stuff every single year. Now, with diamonds, they do it to prevent money laundering, right? In charities, they do it to prevent money laundering and greed. So there's a reason why some industries have heavy audits. And I would suggest that that's where you start. National standards and audits every year on every building, and create a standard. And that's where the government steps in and holds them into account about how to protect the old people. Because there's got to be a formula that works. There's got to be a formula in business that says, wait a second, you've got 30 people, you made $1 million, you've got 30 people, you made $50,000, something's going on here. That would be my take to contribute to yours. Thank you, London, for the text message. Catherine is in Surrey. Hey, Catherine, we do have to be quick here. Can you tell me about your dad in about 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's an uplifting story. It's just, he would play peekaboo with me when he was in the care home. And he would never do that when I was little. I never had any time with him. But in the care home, it was awesome because he was just too cool. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, that's cool. What was your dad's name?
John.
John. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. It makes me think of that, playing peekaboo in the home because you're sort of free to do whatever you want to do, right? Generationally, they're so different, these parents of ours and grandparents. And sometimes it's okay to just be. And I think a lot of parents get that when they're getting cared for. When they're not getting cared for, I think we all kind of kick back into the care for our kids mode. I haven't gone through the long-term care home experience. I wish I have, just so I could contribute more to the conversation. 877-399-9898. And hey, Shift Show of Care Homes. Oh, that was the other one I already read, sorry. Ron and Burnaby says, what is needed to change the tax code? We're up to 100% of contributions to social services, not 20% is deductible. Amazing change could happen. Private does it best. Yeah, I don't know if that's the answer, but Ron, I appreciate I appreciate it. The minute that we do offer tax incentives, usually inspires dollars to roll in. And as tax incentives, in theory, does it inspire more dollars to roll in than it would to go through the tax system, than the budget system that get reallocated, maybe this much, maybe that much. There are times when government gets big, like it is now in Canada, and it becomes the middleman. And it just costs money to manage the middleman. And so there are got to be ideas out there that that make this better. Shane, my mom's name was Erica. She was one that passed in long-term care home from COVID. She lived a nightmare. From Winnipeg. Thank you for the message. All right, coming up on the shift, we will welcome Sir Christopher Gilbert to the show. Chris is in Tokyo. It's the International Dispatch. We have Ryan O'Donnell, in case you missed it, and so much more coming up. If you're sticking around, if this is the end of the line for you, I wish you good morning. We'll be right back. I'm Shane Hewitt.
People were gathering for the annual July 4th fireworks display. Roth pointed out his wife. We went over and he introduced us.
These officers would like to talk to us, honey. Let's step over here.
Well, I can't leave the children alone. Can't we talk later?
No, honey, it's pretty important. I think you better talk to them now.
Well, all right. If you say so, you'll have to stay and watch the children, though.
They'll be all right. We can keep an eye on them from over there.
No, I can't leave them alone. You'll have to stay.
Oh, all right. Ma'am, I wonder if you step over here, please.
Yes, all right.
This ought to be all right here.
Beautiful night tonight, isn't it? Children just love these things. I think they're just about ready to start the show. Yes. Just look at that, the colors. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to drive you and your husband downtown to Juvenile Division. We'd like to talk to you.
What do you mean? I can't leave now. I have these children with me. And what do you want to see me about? What's the trouble?
I think you know why we're here, Mrs. Roth.
I don't. Why do you want to talk to me?
Well, we can start here, ma'am. We were at your home this afternoon. Your husband showed us your bedroom, the closet. We found the things up on the top shelf.
What?
The baby clothes, the bracelet.
Beautiful, just beautiful.
How about it, Mrs. Roth? You want to come along downtown?
Just baby clothes. Had them in my closet. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm afraid you're wrong. It means a good deal, ma'am. You know that.
Yes. All right.
You want to tell us about it, Ms. Roth? Ms. Roth?
Where do I start? No beginning. Just started. I couldn't help myself. What can I say?
You just tell us what happened. Start any place.
My baby died. Then they said I couldn't have it anymore. Guess it started then. I told my husband, told the doctor too. They didn't understand. Nobody understands. It's all I wanted, my children, my own children.
How about the Martin baby, Mrs. Roth? The first one you took. How'd that happen?
Look, another one. Purple, white. Beautiful.
What about it, ma'am? The Martin baby? How'd that happen?
I saw him in the baby carriage. Outside the market there. Such a cute baby. Pulled the covers back, looked at him. I didn't think I was going to steal him. After I looked at him, I just wanted to hold him. Hold him close, so I picked him up. You understand, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He was such a sweet baby. Could have been mine. I kept on holding him. Then I started to put him down, back in his carriage. I couldn't.
What do you mean, ma'am?
I couldn't put the baby down. It was just like mine. It was mine. I can't explain it. I took the blanket from the buggy. I put it around him. I walked away. Nobody knew. It was my baby.
Yes, ma'am. Would you go on?
Oh, my head. Terrible headache. So hard to tell you. I couldn't even tell my husband. I lied. I'd take the baby and stop overnight at a motel and tell my husband lies. I couldn't let him know.
Well, you knew you were doing wrong, didn't you?
Yes, I knew it. Not when I was taking a baby, though. Not when I picked them up. Not when I held them in my arms, held them close. It didn't seem wrong. Most natural thing in the world. I just pretended. I'd pick the baby up and I'd hold it close. It was my baby. all of a sudden it was my baby. Later on, I had to stop pretending. The baby wasn't mine. I had to give it back. Isn't that wonderful? Screamers, the showers, stars, marvelous.
Why'd you abandon the children, ma'am, without notifying anyone?
I knew they'd be found. I made sure of that. I always put them someplace where they had to be found. Terrible headache. You don't know what it's been like. I couldn't tell anyone, no one.
Yes, ma'am. You about ready to go now?
All right. I can only explain it to you. I mean, having a baby, then losing it. You don't know what it's like. No one will ever know what it's like. No one.
You took 4 babies, ma'am.
Yes.
How about their mothers?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On October 10th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I believe all of us are willing.
Dope peddlers.
Soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
In Los Angeles. Become a member and support this vital community service. Go to kcrw.com/join to learn how.
Coming up after the news on the BBC World Service, it's hot.
From official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police.
The threat of a Russian military offensive from the east. The feared assault never came. Russia declared its military exercise was over and began to redeploy its forces. My guest is Ukraine's Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba. What did Ukraine and the outside world learn from this rattling of Russian sabers?
Even if that's what we've seen in recent weeks was just an exercise, we saw what they were exercising. They were exercising assault on Ukraine. This is the fact. This time we were successful. We did all the good steps together with our partners. But it doesn't mean that the threat vanished away.
That's Dmytro Kuleba on Hard Talk after the news.
Hello, I'm Eileen McHugh with the BBC News. The number of coronavirus victims in India has exceeded 200,000, with no sign that the current surge of infections has peaked. More than 3,000 deaths were recorded in the latest 24-hour period, and hospitals remain overwhelmed by the numbers seeking assistance. There's a severe shortage of oxygen supply, and doctors have been putting out urgent pleas for help. Yoga Mai is in Delhi.
It's hard to believe that the scenes we're seeing are taking place in India's capital, which has among the best healthcare facilities in this country. We have seen people who've brought their families in the back of cars, in the back of auto rickshaws, literally just going from place to place in the city, begging, pleading for any help that comes forward. What we've seen also in crematoriums is, ambulances sort of loaded with dead bodies coming in.
The government is attracting ever fiercer criticism for its lack of preparedness. It's now considering a health ministry recommendation that 150 of the worst-hit districts be placed into lockdown. One of the worst affected states is Punjab. Our reporter there, Arvind Chabra, says many people there have been reluctant to get tested.
Outside the district hospital in Mohali, people have told me that COVID does not exist. They say it has been created by the authorities to stop protests by farmers who have been gathering in big numbers since last year. Health experts say that people only reach hospitals after developing serious complications when it is not easy to save them.
Pakistan has registered its highest daily number of coronavirus deaths to date, 201. Its total recorded fatalities now amount to 17,500. The country is now suffering from a surge that's severely testing health services. Pakistan is looking nervously at India. On Tuesday, the government said it was planning 2-week lockdowns in 20 cities or districts from May the 2nd. Troops have been deployed in 16 cities to enforce mask wearing. The European Parliament has approved the post-Brexit trade and cooperation deal with Britain by an overwhelming majority. The agreement has been operating provisionally since January. Jean Mackenzie reports from Brussels.
The last-minute deal struck on Christmas Eve left the EU's parliamentarians with no time to scrutinise it before it began. Now, after months of analysing the detail, they've given it their overwhelming approval. Only 5 voted against the trade agreement, with 660 in favour, while 32 abstained. But this by no means signals their support for Brexit itself. The politicians have added a resolution calling Brexit a historic mistake, which the UK must accept the consequences.
A very large and important campaign.
Is the product established, or is it something brand new?
Something quite new. Now, what would you judge the most effective type of campaign?
Well, if the client has a lot of dough to throw around, a suspense campaign is best. First, you place ads in the paper saying, "Watch this space." Then about a week later, you run an ad saying XYZ or PDQ, and you get people guessing what it means. Then finally, when you've teased them enough, you bust loose and unveil the product.
Excellent. We will conduct a suspense campaign.
Of course, in this kind of campaign, secrecy is very important. Once the name of the product leaks out, it spreads like wildfire, and the whole campaign is kerfloppo.
Quite so, quite so.
Oh, really?
The utmost secrecy.
You realize, of course, these things cost like crazy.
Would, say, $1 million cover expense?
Come again?
I said, would $1 million cover it?
Why, yes, I am. You did say $1 million.
I understood that you have handled some very large accounts. Of course, if this is too big...
No, not at all, not at all. As a matter of fact, I seldom touch anything less. Right, Oliver? Huh?
Oh, of course, that's right, Mr. Ryan. Absolutely right, yes.
You will begin, then, by saturating the newspapers, the radio, the streetcars with a very simple statement.
What's that?
The Pullman
I
cable
will
cars.
write it on a card. Here you are.
The Martians are coming. Say, that's not a bad teaser. Got that, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
The next ad will read, June 1st is Martian Day.
June 1st is Martian Day.
What happens on June 1st?
The parade takes place.
What parade?
I wish you to arrange a parade up Fifth Avenue.
You mean like the Macy Parade?
Exactly. Except that the theme will be the world of tomorrow, the Martian world. My client would like it to be a gay affair. Balloons, clowns, pennants, pretty drum majorettes.
Say, that sounds terrific. I might be able to interest the department stores in a tie-in.
Fine. The parade will climax the campaign. On June 1st, the product will be unveiled.
Good enough. By the way, Mr. Luchard, just what is the product? What are we selling?
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Secrecy, remember?
Yeah, but after all...
Mr. Ryan, all will be revealed to you in good time. For the moment, let us say that we are selling a concept.
A concept?
The concept of invasion from Mars.
Sorrel Talent Agency.
Sammy Sorrel, please.
This is Sammy.
This is Sid Ryan over at Publicity Associates. Listen, Sammy, how you fixed for midgets?
I got midgets.
Fine, I need 40 midgets for a parade. 40. June 1st. And listen, Sammy, I want them dressed in little spacesuits.
In little...
You know, like men from Mars.
Mars.
Okay? And I want some movie extras, maybe 50 of them.
50.
Also rigged up like men from Mars. Make them look gruesome. Got that?
Gruesome.
Also, I need some horses with pretty girls on top of them. Maybe you can get that bunch from Maroney's Traveling Circus, the one we booked for the Fireman's Parade in Albany last year.
I'll try, Sid.
Never mind the expense. Just get me the talent.
It sounds like you landed a big client there. Who is it?
It's a secret. I gotta hang now. Call me back, Sammy.
Right.
How you doing, Oliver? Oh, fine, Mr. Ryan, just fine. I got 100 small boys pasting little stickers. The Martians are coming on the subway platform.
Good.
We got full-page ads in all the dailies.
Good.
And 10-second spot announcements on every local station.
Good.
It's costing a fortune.
Good. The more it costs, the bigger our percentage. Spend like you were going to the electric chair, Oliver.
Yes, sir. How are you making out in the parade?
If it comes off, it'll be the biggest thing since Barnum invented the midget. I've got Macy's, Gimbals, and Saks to contribute floats. Everything is built around the Martian theme, see? Even the horses will have long feelers attached to them and funny-looking extra legs. It'll be sensational.
Sounds fine, only what? Mr. Ryan, we don't even know what we're selling.
Oliver, my boy, you think old Sid Ryan has been sitting here spending all this moolah and not putting two and two together?
You mean you know who Luchar represents?
Just by accident, understand? I have learned that Century Pictures is making a big new epic. One of those expensive pictures they make in secret and then spring on the public because they don't want the other studios to get the jump on them.
What's the picture?
A space opera titled Invasion from Mars, get it?
Oh, I begin to see.
Also, by mere coincidence, it's supposed to have its premiere sometime around June 1st. You follow me?
Yes, but Mr. Ryan, Century has an exclusive contract with New Feature Syndicate for all their publicity.
Suppose Century Pictures doesn't like the way New Features is handling their stuff. They want to get out of the contract, but New Feature says no, so they have to get around the contract. A man named Luchar, client unknown, starts publicizing the Martian invasion. Need I go further?
I don't know, Mr. Ryan. Sounds pretty far-fetched to me, but I don't know.
That's what I like about you, Oliver. You're so innocent. Let me talk to Commissioner Patrick, please. Sid Ryan.
Hello.
Commish, Sid Ryan.
Oh. How are you, Ryan?
Fine.
What is it this time? You want to drop a man off the Empire State Building into a teacup full of water? The answer is no. Also, we're not arresting any fan dancers.
You know I don't handle fan dances. I want to permit for a parade. June 1st, 5th Avenue. It's a Sunday. There's no traffic.
Now, look, Ryan,
Macy's gets a permit. Gimbals gets a permit. The American Legion gets a permit. The Sons of Erin march every time Morton Downey sings the Wearing of the Green. Oh, don't give me a hard time, Patrick. This is too big. I have the 5th Avenue Merchants Association behind me.
Okay, Ryan. Fill out the forms. I'll pass them along to the license commissioner.
That's my boy.
By the way, what's the occasion for this parade?
Well, don't you read the papers, Patrick? June 1st is Martian Day.
How is the campaign going, Mr. Ryan?
Like wildfire, Mr. Luchar, like wildfire. Everybody and his brother is going along with the gag. Yesterday, we distributed 50,000 Martian hats to school kids. I got some of the merchants doing World of Tomorrow displays in their windows. Every big novelty manufacturer in town is climbing on the bandwagon. They want to get into the parade with floats, giveaways, anything. Everybody smells a buck to be made. I wouldn't be surprised if the mayor himself declared Martian Day. I've even arranged for Commissioner Patrick to accept a $50,000 check for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund from the man from Mars. Oh, it's terrific, terrific. My blood pressure's up to 200.
Excellent.
I understand Century Pictures spent over $1 million making that space opera.
I beg pardon?
Oh, calm, Mr. Luchar. Sid Ryan wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know who our client is, even if you don't admit it.
You do?
Always thinking that's me.
Well, as long as you know, let's keep it to ourselves, shall we, Mr. Ryan? As you once remarked, when these things leak out, it destroys the surprise and ruins the effectiveness of the campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Daly speaking to you from our portable transmitter atop the reviewing stand for the much-heralded Martian Parade on 5th Avenue. It's a beautiful sunlit day here in New York, a perfect day for a parade. And the streets are packed with thousands of spectators, all eager to find out what this is all about. There's an air of shrill expectancy. Some of the kids and their parents have been camped on the curbstone since early this morning to be sure of ringside seats when the so-called Martians pass by. I've just had word from Saul Brown up at Central Park Mall that the Martians have landed from big pink balloons. And now, while we're waiting for the arrival of the parade, we've brought some people up to our microphone to tell you their reactions to this most spectacular of all publicity stunts. What's your name, madam?
Miss Ada Shackley.
A little louder, please.
Miss Ada Shackley.
And where are you from, Mrs. Shackley?
Columbus, Ohio.
I see. And I see you have your family with you, too. Two little curly-headed blonde boys. Are you in New York on vacation?
We came for the Shriners Convention with their daddy.
What do you think of Martian Day, Mrs. Shackley?
Well, it all seems very strange to me, but the boys have been pestering me to watch it, so we've been standing here 2 hours. I can't make head or tail of it.
Well, neither can a lot of other people, Mrs. Shackley. But judging by the thousands here today, there's a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity killed the cat, folks say.
Well, let's hope not. Thank you, Mrs. Shackley. And this is Mr. Sid Ryan, ladies and gentlemen, the publicity man who's the brains behind the Martian Day stunt. Hello, Sid. Good morning, Kenneth. Easy, not so close to the light.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, Sid, you've certainly lifted the lid this time.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Sid, there's been a great deal of speculation as to exactly what all this is leading up to. I've heard some folks say it's a big war bond drive. Others think it's just to stimulate local business. And, look, I understand in the trade itself, the smart money says you're building for the premiere of Century's forthcoming extravaganza, Invasion from Mars. Now, come clean. Can you tell us what the real story is?
I can. I'd like to, but honestly, I can't.
Oh, man of mystery, eh? Are you going to watch the parade from the stand here?
No, Ken, I can't stand noise. I'm going up to my office and watch it government.
Well, thank you, Sid Ryan, and good luck. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The first units of the big Martian parade, swinging down Fifth Avenue with fanfare, colored streamers, music, confetti, floats, all the trappings of a Mardi Gras. And here at the vanguard is a whole troop of little midgets in weird-looking pink and blue spacesuits, carrying blue Goldberg weapons with signs painted on them. See, I can read one which says, Atomic Blaster. Another one has a placard reading, we're Martian through Georgia. And here come the clowns, laughing and falling all over each other. They're giving free sugar candy to the kids along the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a happy, laughing crowd along Fifth Avenue today. A true reflection of the great sense of humor and good nature that makes America the place it is. This is promised as the climax of the show. And now a great hush has fallen over the crowd. It's quite a sight to see these thousands of people standing here expectantly, hearing only the great regular sigh of their massed breathing. And now here they come, ladies and gentlemen, the Martians, marching in booted, helmeted ranks, row after row of them. Now, this is an impressive sight, ladies and gentlemen, and a rather serious contrast to the rest of the joyous slapstick parade we've witnessed. There are perhaps, 200 tall, broad-chested men dressed in metallic gray spacesuits with thick glass visors drawn across their faces. Each is holding an ominous-looking ray gun at the ready position. They're marching in absolute silence, keeping step perfectly, as though some mute, unspoken command were marking time for them. The crowd seems rather grim and serious now. Perhaps they're reminded of the actuality of war and possible invasion. They stand solemnly, silently, watching. Even the children are awed. And now the first ranks of the Martians are moving past us down Fifth Avenue toward the reviewing stands at the square. No one moves. A woman, ladies and gentlemen. She dashed out into the street. For what reason, I don't know. She attempted to lift the visor of one of the Martian spacesuits, but just as she reached the Martian, she fell forward in a dead faint. And I've never felt such mass tension in the crowd as we're experiencing here right now today. All sorts of rumors have begun filtering back through the audience. There are excited whispers of she's dead, she fainted, and now an undercurrent of what? They're really Martians. This is an example of how a single incident can precipitate mass hysteria, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, it's a mighty reassuring sight to see the blue uniforms of New York's finest spaced every 10 feet or so along the avenue. Somehow, I can't explain it, this incident has begun to work on what was a moment ago a happy, carefree crowd, and the complexion is changing.
Mr. Ryan, did you see that? A woman fainted.
Of course I saw it.
What do you suppose she saw?
Oliver, old man, did I ever tell you were too naive for this business?
But that young woman ran out into the streets to get a close look at the Martians, and then she screamed and fainted dead away.
I'm well aware of that, Oliver, since I paid her $50 to do it. What? A dramatic moment, Oliver. The stock and trade of the good publicity man. Relax.
Holy smokes, you sure think of everything.
Yeah, for my share of this deal, roughly $100,000, I can afford to think of everything. Shut the window.
Don't you want to see the finish?
We'll go down to the reviewing stand for the finish. Right now, I want to make a phone call. By the way, where's Lucha?
I haven't seen him.
No, he'll be around.
Boy, those Martians sure look like the real thing.
How would you know the real thing if you saw it, Oliver?
Gee, I don't know.
Close the window, Oliver.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan.
Charles Talent Agency. Sammy, this is Sid Ryan.
Say, listen, Sid, I was going to call you. I'm awful sorry about those Martians.
What do you mean sorry? They're terrific.
No, don't joke, Sid. I mean it.
Well, I mean it too. They're great, great.
Are you in the bag?
Never felt better.
You mean it, don't you?
Of course I mean it. What is this?
There are Martians in the parade?
About 150. Of course, I only ordered 50, but
Sid.
under the circumstances...
Sid.
Well, what is it?
Sid, don't you know? I couldn't get you a single movie extra. There's a studio strike in New York. I was going to call you, but I...
Now, wait a minute. Where'd these guys come from if you didn't hire them?
I don't know. Maybe Oliver...
Well, hold on. Oliver.
Yes, Mr. Ryan?
Did you hire those Martians?
No, sir,
Sammy, this is on the level, isn't it?
Honest, Sid,
Okay, Sammy, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
I don't know. I just don't know. I've got the locate Lucha. What's Century Pictures number?
Mr. Ryan, this is Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Well, get me their publicity director, Marty Sanford, at home.
Oh,
Here you are. Thanks.
Sanford.
Marty, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, hello, Sid. How's the
Fine. Listen, Marty, this is dead serious. On the level, get it?
What's wrong?
I've got the locate Lucha.
Lou who?
Lucha, come on now, Marty. This is life and death. The guy you sent over to hire me for the invasion picture.
Invasion picture?
Invasion from Mars, the space opera.
Oh, you batty.
Marty.
That picture was shelved last month.
What?
Sure, back in the can. Too expensive and too fantastic. The big shots decided you can't sell a Martian invasion to the American public. And I never heard of a guy named Lou.
what is it, Mr. Ryan? You look terrible.
Fantastic.
What's too fantastic, Mr. Ryan? Is something wrong?
Open that window. I want another look at those Martians.
Yes.
Look at it. Oliver, you were in the Army. Could 150 movie extras learn to march like that in, say, 24 hours?
Not in 24 days, Mr. Ryan.
Not a second's hesitation. Not one other step. Look at the way they carry those ray guns ready. The only other time I've seen troops march like that was in a film of the Nazi stormtroops marching through the streets of Paris. You see those chests on them? That's pride. Sheer, arrogant pride. Look at those chins. That's contempt. Nobody could act like that.
Mr. Ryan!
Oliver, get down there. Find that woman who fainted. Her name's Gloria Montex. Get her up here. Make it fast.
Here she is, Mr. Ryan. I can't get much sense out of her.
Stay away from me.
Gloria, please, it's Ryan.
No, don't kid me. You're a Martian.
Gloria, settle down.
No, you're wearing a mask.
Baby, it's me, Sid.
And underneath, it's awful. It's all big green eyes and those feelers like a cat.
Baby, snap out of it. Listen, what happened down there? You ran out and screamed like I told you with the painting. That wasn't yet.
Go away, please. Go away.
What'd you see?
No, please. It's too awful. Please, please.
Just one question, baby. Inside that helmet, what'd you see?
You won't get anything out of her, Mr. Ryan. She needs a doctor.
Okay, Oliver, I've heard enough anyway. You take care of Gloria here. Get her a drink.
Where are you going?
To see the commissioner. We gotta stop this parade before things begin to happen. Okay, Ryan, what's the beef? Listen, Patrick, I don't know what it is, see, but something's wrong. You gotta stop that parade. I suppose you'd like the riot squad. That would get you a front page spread on every paper in town. Honest, you publicity guys give me a pay. This may be a matter of life and death. Oh, sure. Look, Ryan, I've got no time for your cheap publicity gags. I'm a busy man. Listen, I'm trying to tell you I don't know where these Martians came from, who they are, anything about them. All I want you to do is stop the parade and make sure they're on the level. Ryan, I'm wise to your tricks. Now, if you let the sergeant show you out... You won't do it, huh? An honest citizen appeals for protection and you refuse. I most emphatically do. Now, beat it. All right, Patrick. I'll go right to the mayor's office. I'll have you busted flatter than a fried egg. Go ahead. I'm sure his honor will be glad to toss you out on that phony nickel-plated skull of yours.
You heard me, Ryan. You cannot see the mayor.
Adolf, please. This isn't a gag. I don't want publicity. All I want to do is maybe prevent something horrible from happening.
In case you don't know it, wise guy, something horrible is already happening. A couple hundred little kids are in the hospital with ptomaine poisoning from that phony Martian candy you passed out. Or didn't you know?
I didn't. We've got to stop that parade.
Sure, you'd like nothing better than to start a panic now. Maybe a few hundred people would get trampled to death. Think of the newspaper space that would get you and your product.
I won't stand for this, Adolf.
You won't have to, because you're going to get out of here right now. Go on, beat it. Get out. You and your publicity stunts make me sick to my stomach.
Oliver, where are you? Oliver!
It's useless.
What?
Scream at him, Mr. Ryan. Your friend is quite dead.
Lucha.
He wanted to run to the police with some story about a Martian invasion. I found it necessary to restrain him.
Restrain him, you stinking murderer.
Now, Mr. Ryan, collect yourself. After all our planning, it wouldn't do to have everything spoiled, now would it?
Lucha, stop talking and talk fast, because when you get through, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. What's this all about?
But surely you know, Mr. Ryan, after all, you've been publicizing it for months.
Listen, you...
Please do not interrupt. You see, before colonizing your planet, we Martians sent advanced scouts to study your habits, your weaknesses. We found that the people on Earth are predominantly conditioned by advertising and publicity, and so we conceived the idea of treating our entire invasion as a vast publicity stunt. Clever, huh? After all, Mr. Ryan, who would suspect an invader who advertised his invasion in the newspaper, invited the public to his surprise attack, and spent millions publicizing his plans?
Holy jumping catfish.
You've done very well.
Then there was no product.
Ah, but there is a product. The product is death.
What are you trying to do, Lucha?
We Martians are a humane people, Mr. Ryan. We do not like to destroy thousands where a few hundred would suffice. In exactly 2 minutes, our troops will treat the world to a spectacle of death, which will bring the rest of your planet to its knees in horror. Nations will clamor to surrender.
Perhaps, Mr. Lucha, but not if I can help it. You... Good.
Yes, please.
Operator, this is Mr. Ryan. Get me the field telephone on the reviewing stand of the Martian Day Parade. Hurry.
Anyone in particular?
Just hurry.
Reviewing stand, Sergeant Cassidy.
Get me Commissioner Patrick.
Hello. You'll have to talk loud.
I want Commissioner Patrick.
Oh.
Patrick!
Wait a minute. Things are quieting down.
Now, what was it you wanted?
This is Ryan. I have to talk to the commissioner. It's a matter of life and death.
I'm sorry, you can't talk to him now. The chief marshal is presenting the PBA check. The marshals are going to fire a salute.
Listen, you got to stop him.
What?
Stop him!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan.
You idiot! The worst is going!
This is the operator. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan, you've been cut off. I can't seem to get them back.
Doesn't matter, operator. Nothing matters now.
Tonight, X-1 has brought you The Parade, an original story written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Joseph Curtin as Ryan, Joe DeSantis as Luchar, Alexander Scorby as Daly, Agnes Young as the woman, Ellen Deming as Gloria, John Thomas as Oliver, Arthur Anderson as Sammy, Wendell Holmes as the Commissioner, and William Keane as Sanford. Your announcer, Don Pardo. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. Next week, the tables turn. Instead of Martians invading Earth, we bring you a tale of men invading Mars. Ray Bradbury's brilliant short story entitled Mars is Heaven. Suppose you were a member of the first rocket ship crew to land on Mars, but instead of seeing Martians, you find that you've landed in a town that looks just like home, that all your dead relatives and friends are there to greet you, so that as incredible as it may seem, you think you're really in heaven. That is, you think so, right up to the fateful moment, the moment of X-1.
Join the Abbotts on another baffling mystery tonight. You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast...
Coming up on Business Daily, what's in a name? As Shakespeare's Juliet pondered, that which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. But what's in the name of a city? And what happens when that gets changed? The politics and economics of changing the name of a city. That's on Business Daily, after the latest world news.
BBC News. The number of confirmed coronavirus deaths in India has exceeded 200,000 as the pandemic continues to surge across the country. The last 24 hours were the deadliest so far, with over 3,000 fatalities. Neighbouring Pakistan, which is looking on nervously at India's plight, has recorded 201 daily deaths, its most so far. The government is planning lockdowns from this weekend in 20 cities or districts. The European Parliament has ratified the post-Brexit trade and cooperation deal with Britain by an overwhelming majority. The agreement has been operating provisionally since January. France has arrested 7 former members of the ultra-left Italian Red Brigades, convicted back home of acts of terrorism committed in the 1970s and 80s. Police are searching for 3 others. Italy is seeking the arrest of 200 former brigade members, but France's policy is to deport only those convicted of murder. Iran's Foreign Minister Javad Zarif says he is sorry that the leaking of an audio tape of him sparked domestic infighting. Mr. Zarif was heard criticising the power of the Revolutionary Guards in framing foreign policy. He said he hadn't expected the recording to be made public. The Somali president has moved to ease tensions in the capital Mogadishu by calling for fresh presidential elections. The British government says self-driving vehicles could be allowed on UK roads by the end of this year. The Department for Transport said automated lane-keeping systems would be the first type of hands-free driving legalised. The police in Japan have arrested the young widow of an elderly business mogul, accusing her of murdering her husband, who had dubbed himself the Japanese Don Juan. Sachisudo was 22 when her 77-year-old husband, Kosuke Nozaki, was found dead with large amounts of a stimulant drug in his system, leaving his $28 million fortune in question. BBC News.
Hello, my name is Matthew Davis, and the name of this program is Business Daily. And the name of the city that this program is coming from is London. And while London has been called London for at least 1,000 years, you may be listening in a city that's changed its name far more recently. How do I say the new name for Port Elizabeth?
If you break it up by saying with your full tongue, click.
Be another feather in Baker's cap.
Exactly.
Where's Baker now?
I suppose he's with his client. He's probably talking to Martin and bragging about the fact that he's never lost a case and that he won't lose this one.
The law in many parts of the Yukon had tried to get a case against the killer known as Martin, but without success. Now, at last, it seemed as though Martin was about to pay for his crimes, unless his lawyer could do something wholly unexpected. The lawyer, Henry Baker, went to call on his client in the iron-doored cell that opened off the constable's office.
I'll have to lock you in the cell with the prisoner, Mr. Baker. Quite all right. Quite all right, my good fellow. I'll let you know when I'm through conferring with Miss Martin. And just yell when you're ready to leave. Thank you.
Howdy, Baker.
Sit down, Martin, and relax.
Relax. That's mighty easy for you to say. They don't have you behind glass.
Now, you've got nothing to worry about.
What about that witness, Dave Broderick? They'll have him in court testifying against me. Broderick can tell plenty.
He won't talk.
If he talks, I'll hang.
Martin, you know my reputation.
I'm paying you plenty on account of it.
I've never let one of my clients hang, and I don't intend that you shall be the first. Now, don't worry about Dave Broderick. Don't worry about a thing. After your trial next week, you'll walk out of court a free man.
After terminating his visit, the lawyer left the building that housed the constable's office and the jail and went directly to the cafe. As he passed through the large, well-filled room, he signaled a swarthy-looking individual who sat alone at a corner table. Blackie Sneed rose and followed the lawyer to a back room.
Sit down, Blackie.
I got the high sign, Mr. Baker. I figured maybe you wanted to see me.
I have a little job for you.
Good. Cash on the line and no questions asked, huh?
That's right. Cash on the line, no questions asked.
Let's make out like this here table is the line, huh?
Here's some cash in advance. There'll be more when the job is done.
Now I'm working for you, Mr. Baker. Name it, boss.
Do you know where Dave Broderick lives?
Yeah. He's got a small shack about 2 miles north of town. You, want him killed, is that it?
Where'd you get that idea?
He's going to be called in as a witness at the trial next week, isn't he?
That's the plan.
You can't win against his testimony, and you can't afford to lose. You'd spoil your reputation. You see, Baker, I know you better than most people. You wouldn't have called me in here and asked me if I knew Broderick unless you wanted him out of your way.
You're a smart man, Blackie. I like to do business with a smart man. I want Broderick out of the way. But there must be no suspicion of murder.
Maybe you've got ideas?
Yes, I have. I'd like to see his house burned down tonight. Broderick, of course, to perish in the fire.
I see.
Now it must be handled so that he doesn't awaken and escape from the fire or catch you in the act of starting it.
Keep talking.
The contents of this little bottle will solve our problem. Put this into his drinking water. Poison? No. No, but it'll guarantee a very deep sleep for several hours.
And how am I going to put it into his drinking water?
Look, you and I are going to call on David Broderick right now. You can take me to his place in your dog sled. Now, while I'm talking to him, empty this bottle into the drinking water. You can go back there tonight and set fire to the cabin without fear of discovery.
For this?
I'll triple it when the job is done.
Yeah, that's better. I'll hitch up my dogs and be ready to start for Broderick's place in a few minutes.
Blackie found it a simple matter to put the sleeping potion into the supply of drinking water while Baker talked to Dave Broderick. The conspirators returned to Dawson, and it was some time later when Sergeant Preston and his great dog King went over the same hard-packed trail.
Okay.
Hope we find Broderick at home, King.
Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Broderick.
Glad to see you. You too, King. Come on in, both of you.
Dave, I don't know whether you heard the news.
About Martin's trial being scheduled for next week?
Oh, you have heard it.
Yeah. I guess I'm not very brave, Sergeant Preston. I'll testify, but I'm going to be downright worried about what Martin's friends will do.
They won't do anything, Dave. How'd you hear the news? Were you in town?
No, I had a visitor this afternoon.
Who?
The lawyer, Henry Baker.
He came here? What do you want?
He suggested that it might be healthy if I'd clear out before the trial.
Plan to?
No. Martin's a rotten killer. He's got to be convicted. If it can't be done without my testimony, it'll be done with my testimony.
Broderick, take my word for it. Nothing's going to happen to you. I'm taking measures to protect you both before and after the trial.
I don't know, Sergeant. Lawyer Baker will do anything to get Martin an acquittal.
That's why I came here today. I want to make sure he doesn't get the chance to do anything.
Huh?
I want you to go into hiding, Dave.
Hiding?
I've made the arrangements. You know Maggie Sims, don't you?
Good old Maggie, sure thing. Her place is just about half a mile from here toward town.
Stop to see her on the way here. She'll be looking for you. You're to go there right away and stay until I call for you on the day of the trial. You, Maggie, and I are the only ones who'll know where you are.
But, Sergeant,
I'm going to stay here in your place.
What?
To see what happens.
You think something will happen?
I don't know, Dave, but I'm going to find out.
I guess I get no choice in the matter.
Well, I hope you'll cooperate.
All right, I'll cooperate. You want me to go to Maggie Sims and lie low?
Yes, and take your dog with him.
All right. Make yourself at home. You'll find the larder well stocked, and there's plenty of stove wood in the shed. Say the word, and I'll fix supper before I leave.
Bring it out, Manny's. Thanks. I'd rather have you get to Maggie's place as soon as possible.
This was the first time I've ever been put out of my own house, but I'll take it without a murmur. I'll clear out as soon as I get my parka. And say,
yes?
Instead of melting snow for drinking water, I haul it from a good clear spring.
Oh?
There's plenty of it right over there in the corner, enough to last you all week.
We'll make out, won't we, King?
We'll continue our story in just a moment. I am thinking of something. Can you tell me what it is?
Gee, are we going to play that swell game again?
Yeah, like we did the other day.
Right, kids. Remember, you ask me questions. I'll answer right or wrong, and you see how quick you can guess just what it is I'm thinking of. Ready?
Okay. Let's see. Is it something we all know about?
Right, Billy. What I have in mind is really famous.
Gee, would you be thinking again, like last time, of Quaker Pup wheat and Quaker Pup rice?
No, but you're warm.
Does it have anything to do with breakfast?
It sure has.
Gosh, I'm stumped.
Well, does it have anything to do with Quaker Pup wheat and Quaker Pup rice?
Right, Billy. You're really warm. In fact, you're getting hotter than a $2 pistol.
Oh. Does it make a loud noise?
That's a bang-up question, fella. You're right on the bullseye with both barrels.
I got it. It's the gun that shoots Quaker Puffed wheat
and Quaker Pup rice.
Right you are, kids. Yes, I was thinking of the gun that shoots Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice. The swell-tasting, ready-to-serve breakfast cereals shot from guns. And fellas and girls, for a breakfast that helps you start the day with a bang, do this tomorrow morning. Treat yourselves to a heaping bowl full of delicious Quaker Puffed wheat or Quaker Puffed rice topped with milk and fruit. You need a good breakfast to help you through those long hours at school and play. And there's added food value, too, in Quaker Puffed wheat or Quaker Puffed rice. Both delicious kinds have restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. What's more, these king-size kernels are shot through and through with bang-up nut-like flavor, too. They're crisp and tender. They're shot from guns, exploded up to 8 times normal size to make them bigger and better tasting. Just make no mistake.
Wheat or rice shot from guns is never sold in bags or bulk. Ask for the big red and blue package with the famous smiling Quaker man on the front. That way you'll be sure of getting the one and only Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Now to continue our story. Sergeant Preston and King were alone in Dave Broderick's small cabin a few miles from the town of Dawson.
I'll fill a pan with water for you, King. Then I'll see about some supper.
Sergeant Preston didn't know that the water had been drugged with a sleeping potion by Blackie Sneed, acting on instructions of the scheming lawyer Henry Baker.
There you are, fella. Start the coffee going, then we'll have a caribou steak. Well, what's the matter, King? Aren't you thirsty? Well, now, see here, boy, you can't complain about that water. It's supposed to be special.
King held his nose close to the basin of water for the second time, then looked up at his master and whimpered softly.
I don't understand you, King. You were looking at the snow just before we came inside. I'll taste it and see if I agree with you.
Sergeant Preston dipped a cupful of water from the barrel and raised it to his lips.
Strange. It does have an odd taste. I suppose it's all right, though. King, I guess we're just not used to good spring water. This will probably be all right in tea. I'll melt some snow for you.
Sergeant Preston drank 2 cups of tea made with the drugged water. Then, soon after washing and putting away the dishes and utensils, he stretched out on the bunk and slept. It was a deep sleep. He didn't stir when King uttered a low growl in the middle of the night. The great dog knew that someone was prowling outside close to the house. He tried to rouse his master again. This was something King couldn't understand. Sergeant Preston had always wakened instantly at the slightest note of warning. King placed his big forefeet on the bed, gripped the mountie by the shoulder, and shook him gently. The only response was a low snore. Then King's delicate nostrils caught the smell of smoke. It was seeping into the room between the side logs. The smoke increased and the room became quite warm. Presently, small tongues of flame appeared. King knew what that meant. Fire. He redoubled his efforts to rouse the sleeping man. He pulled away the blanket, then pounced upon the bed. He tugged and pushed and rolled the mountie to the floor.
What's the matter? King boy, Smoke, what's the matter with me? Oh, wait, King, wait just a minute, boy, don't drag me. I'm trying to get to my feet.
Sergeant Preston's brain was whirling. He had a splitting headache. His arms and legs felt as if they were weighted with lead. He had to summon all his willpower to pick up his parka and drag himself to the door.
All right, King, we'll get out, boy. Looks as if that lawyer's made his move against Dave Broderick.
The cabin was doomed. There was nothing the mountie could do to save it. He stood watching the fire for 10 or 15 minutes, while the cold, crisp air dissipated the last effects of the drug. Then he and King went to the home of Maggie Sims.
You mean to say my cabin's burning right now?
Yes, Dave.
I'm going to...
Still, there's nothing you can do.
It's the work of that sneaking polecat lawyer, that's what it is.
You're probably right, Maggie.
I've lost everything I own.
We'll do something about that, Dave.
Maybe if I'd been there myself, it wouldn't have happened.
If you had been there, you would have died in the fire. Your drinking water was drugged.
Drugged?
I'd have died myself if King hadn't been on hand.
Mercy for goodness.
I took your place, Dave, because I expected there'd be a move against her. There was a move, but unfortunately, I wasn't awake to catch the man who started the fire.
It was either Baker or someone he sent. Probably Blackie Sneed.
It's a good guess, but it's not proof that'll stand in court.
Sergeant, what are you going to do?
I want Dave to stay here just as we planned, Maggie. Let Baker think he perished in the fire.
What good will that do?
I don't know yet, but I'm going to think of some way to make Baker show his hand.
Baker, the lawyer, was in his office at noon the following day when Blackie Sneed opened the door.
Oh, come in, Blackie.
Yeah, I suppose you heard about the fire last night.
I heard about it. I didn't like what I heard. Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Baker? Was Broderick inside when you started the fire?
Inside? Well, sure. I guess so. His dog was inside. I heard him barking.
Did you stay around and watch to see that he didn't leave the cabin?
Why, no, of course not. I figured that stuff I put in the water would fix him so he couldn't leave.
You should have stayed to make sure.
And get caught standing and watching the fire?
Caught by whom?
I don't know. Someone might have seen it and come to investigate.
No one could see it. The cabin's too isolated.
Oh, gosh, boss, what's the matter? Why are you asking all these questions?
There's been no body found in the ruins.
Hasn't?
Traveler came into Dawson this morning, reported seeing the cabin. The remains were still smoking when Constable Drake went to investigate. Can't make a thorough search until tomorrow.
Broderick must have been caught in the fire. If he got away, someone would have seen him.
I hope you're right. Constable made inquiries at all the cabins between here and Broderick's place.
No trace of him?
No. He hasn't appeared in Dawson.
He's dead, boss, I'm sure of it.
A thorough search of the cold ashes gave no proof that Broderick had perished. There were several opinions concerning the fate of the missing man.
Well, if he thought the fire was an attempt on his life, he might have run away.
Yeah, on the other hand, he might have got out of the cabin and then collapsed where the wolves could find him.
I say you're both wrong. I figure it this way. Dave didn't want to give testimony in court. He was afraid of what might happen to him. So he started his own cabin afire and lit out for other parts.
Well, maybe so. That's food for thought. I say it's a fool idea. It ain't like Dave to run away.
Baker gained confidence as time went on. With the trial just 2 days off, he went to the jail to confer with his client. The constable had locked him in Martin's cell.
I just wanted to tell you, Martin, I don't think you have a thing to worry about.
You better make sure of that, Baker. If that jury finds me guilty, I'll tell plenty about you.
Don't threaten me.
I'm not making threats, I'm just stating facts. I'll tell about a few of your crooked deals. I'll tell about some of the things you've done to get acquittals for your clients.
Constable here. He's at his desk in the other room.
Just remember what I said. I paid your price and I expect you to get me out.
All right. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Constable. Constable Drake. I'm ready to leave.
All right, Mr. Baker. Sorry I had to lock you in, but that's the law. That's all right. By the way, if you're not in a hurry to leave here, would you mind sitting at my desk for 15 minutes or so?
Not at all. Why?
I've got to go over to the newspaper office and see about some handbills. I don't want to leave the office alone.
Go ahead, Drake. I'll wait until you come back.
I guess I can trust you not to let the prisoner escape.
He'll be here when you get back.
Thanks.
Hey, Baker, you're not dead sure to get me acquitted. This would be a good time to unlock this door and let me out.
Don't be a fool, Martin. That may be the very thing they want me to do.
What do you mean?
Sergeant Preston is still in Dawson. He's going to stay here until after the trial. He knows the law can't get a conviction with a star witness gone. Now, he'd like nothing better than to catch me aiding and abetting the jailbreak of a man who's on trial for murder. In fact, I think that's exactly what he's planning on.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sounded pretty thin when the constable said he was going to see about some handbills. Why didn't he wait until his jailer got back?
Yes, constable office?
Yes, it's the constable's office. What do you want, Indian?
He run a long way. Bring message.
Message for whom?
Message for law. Me on trail, an old woman called. Give message. Ask White Crow, bring here.
All right, I'll take it.
He say law give $1. Maybe $2.
Well, I'm not the one who paid. Just a minute. You going to stay here in Dawson?
No good. Me on way south. Good hunting. Meet friend.
All right. Here's your $1. In fact, here's $2. You go on your way.
Good medicine.
On your way.
Oh.
What do you got there, Baker? You left that message and said you'd find something.
Yes, I have. I found the missing witness.
Dave Broderick?
Yes, he wrote this note. Says he can't give all the facts. He just wants the constable to know that he's safe, that he'll be on hand to testify at the trial. But that he can't leave Maggie Sims' cabin for another day or so.
Oh, he's hurt, eh?
Yeah, probably. Chances are he escaped from the fire and got lost in the snow of the woods.
How'd he get to Maggie Sims' place?
Doesn't say.
Listen, Baker, you'd better do something. If he appears at the trial, I'm through, and so are you.
If you say a word about this, Martin, do you understand? Don't say a word when the constable comes back. You just leave this to me. I'll take care of Broderick.
Soon after leaving the office of the constable, the attorney found Blackie Sneed in a cafe. And once more, he held a conference in the privacy of a back room.
That's what you got to do, Blackie. You better take care of it tonight.
Did the Indian who brought that message leave town?
Yes, I watched him go.
Who else knows Broderick's alive?
Maggie Sims and, of course, Martin. That's all.
Okay. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of things.
Tonight?
Tonight. But there's just one thing, Mr. Baker.
What's that?
You went to a lot of trouble to get rid of Broderick in the fire so as no one would suspect of murder.
I'd hoped to avoid suspicion. But now I guess that's impossible. Here, I'll give you some money. You take care of Broderick. And if necessary, Maggie Sims. And then keep going. Don't come back to Dawson.
That night, the wind howled around the small, dark cabin where old Maggie Sims had made her home for many years. Blackie halted his dog team and heavily loaded sled in the shelter of some trees not far from the house. Holding a gun in readiness, he went to the cabin on foot.
This door isn't locked. It should be. Yeah, there. And now to find which room he's in. Try this door first. If that old woman yells, I'll have to let her have it.
The door opened into a small, dark room. The meager nightlight coming through the window revealed a bed near one wall. The figure on the bed was snoring softly.
It must be Broderick. It doesn't matter whether he's in there. Both he and the old woman have got to go.
The prowler shifted his gun to the left hand, then drew a long knife from inside his boot. He held it over the mound beneath the bedclothes, then plunged it down hard.
There! Leave the knife right there.
Hey, what? That move! For an instant, Blackie stood spellbound. The voice came from beyond the bed, and a dark form rose in the narrow space between the bed and the wall.
I'll get you! King!
King had leaped from the doorway, and the full weight of his charge had struck Blackie in the middle of the back, driving him forward off balance. As his gun exploded, a bullet drilled into the wall. Then Sergeant Preston leaped across the bed and grabbed the gun hand.
All right, King, get back, boy. I have him, fella. Bring a light, Dave.
Are you all right? You're all right, Sergeant Preston.
Let me go. Who are you? What is this? Come on, I'll take that gun. Then you can stand up.
Here's a light. Did it work, Sergeant Preston?
That knife stuck through the bedclothes into the dummy we rigged up is your answer, Maggie.
It's a frame-up. You set that note and let Baker get a hold of it just to trick him.
I had to make him show his hand.
Broderick, you're all right. You're not hurt. Who said I was?
After Martin's convicted and sent to the hangman, there'll be another trial, Blackie. Your trial for attempted murder. But yours will be different from Martin's. You'll have a chance to escape the hangman.
I don't want to hang. I don't want to hang, I tell you. Listen, Preston, give me a chance.
You have just one chance, Blackie, and that's to turn Queen's evidence. The jury might be lenient with you in view of the fact that no one died as a result of your two attempts at murder.
You're the one who set fire to my cabin. You tried to kill me then.
Who hired you?
You know who hired me, Preston. You know it as well as I do.
Baker?
Yes.
All right, Blackie, you turned squealing. I'll go all the way.
It was Baker who hired me. You mean to say he'd go as far as murder to protect a rat like Killer Martin? He had to. He's afraid of what Martin will say if he gets convicted. Martin knows too much about Baker. He knows enough to put Baker in jail a dozen times over. He knows the things Baker did to get other crooks freed.
We'll prepare a full and complete statement for you to sign, Blackie. Dave, you'd better come to Dawson with me when we have that statement.
Whatever you say, Sergeant.
We'll see that Baker makes arrangements to pay for the loss of your cabin, Dave. Then we'll put him in jail with Blackie and Martin.
Sakes alive, that jail would be downright crowded with all of them three crooks together.
Oh, you can blame King for that, Maggie. Two of the crooks are there because he prevented the death of Sergeant Preston when my cabin burned. King sure did a good job.
Yes, boy. Dave's talking about you.
Yeah, that
Many crooks have said that, Blackie, and in just the same tone of voice. And each time King hears it, he says to himself, this case is closed. In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Monday's adventure. Say, if you can't make up your mind which you like best, Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice, here's what you do. Don't miss out on either of these delicious, ready-to-serve breakfast cereals. Keep a supply of both kinds on hand. Eat Quaker puffed wheat one time, Quaker puffed rice the next. Wheat or rice shot from guns is never sold in bags or bulk. Look for the big red and blue package with the smiling Quaker man on the front. Get the original, crisp, fresh Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle and directed by Fred Flowerday. This story was written by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice.
the breakfast cereal shot from gun. Listen Monday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the challenge of the Yukon in the case of the bear trap.
The bear trap was set and hidden beneath the freshly fallen snow. The little girl was running straight toward it, and King knew he must stop her. He did. And his reward was a bullet in the chest. It was a close thing. I was afraid that King would never hit the trail again.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Monday. Boys and girls, who owns the best-looking dog in your neighborhood? Whose dog is always at his master's side? Well, I'll bet he eats kennel ration, because feeding a dog kennel ration is mighty swell. Kennel ration is made with choice cuts of U.S. government-inspected horse meat and packed with vitamins and minerals. So start feeding your dog kennel ration today and watch for a thick, glossy coat, clear, bright eyes, and a playful, happy disposition. Have Mom get kennel ration at her favorite dealer today. Kennel ration, first in canned dog food. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and...
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540. You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. How are you this morning, Mr. Bubby? Oh, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is, Kitty around?
Oh, don't know if she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Feels good. Nice time of year.
I don't know. I kind of like spring.
Sam, you better wash that glass over.
Oh, yeah. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe? Got any coffee? Sure. Just made a pot. Oh, I'll be fine. Her face is so...
That's pretty, man. You got a pretty boy.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just got up?
Well, a while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close too early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit by your head.
Yeah, I guess.
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I gotta work here, you know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. Not rightly polite society.
Ah, what do you care about?
Oh, thanks anyway, Matt. Ah, that smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks. Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought...
You're sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please? Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure. Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Okay.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7.
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working
You
clothes.
look just fine, like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her legs, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's the picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seems like a big blue bottle fly. It's lasted its time this fall, I guess. Big cool blue bottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool blue bottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got it.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big maggoty blue bottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. Does the mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking business fish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man here standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir,
Yeah.
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a rag of bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town. About you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down. All over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. When they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's Galentine's got herself a new boat.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul them in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge them with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon, just plain.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. He didn't see me until it was too late.
It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal...
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. Maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she... Hi.
Hello, Matt?
Are you all set?
Oh, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. Hey, you look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
I do. You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my coat? Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name. Captain Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. All the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fitting. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. And promenade on around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. Had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why does she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans. Hey, Marshall! Oh, you skinny!
Doc.
Glenn, hiya!
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, hey, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man, it's kind of dry, fiddling.
Oh, so long.
So long, Doc. Punch, Marshal Dillon? Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell? No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle. I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunk or no hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
I promise. I'm on the committee. Even, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal. You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you seem fit to bring.
Come on, man. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll think it'll leave this lady's presence.
What?
Now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please, I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about the music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed, you know. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced, but it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I can see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. There were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. That's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. They were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
The folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
that city, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal. Everything all right?
Everything's fine, Chester.
This ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now come on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
Oh, it's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now, there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. No, I'm telling you, you and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will. Marshal.
Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There's only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table. Someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, sir.
Yeah. I got some things to do in the back. You give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Bad.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure.
That's so mad. I could.
Yeah, I know.
You should have known better.
No, it was me. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief.
Yeah. Here.
It's been a long time since I cried.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much for me, for you, or what. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, man. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayers spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I want...
Maybe we're different, man. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, they didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
3 fellas gonna get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, man. Just let it go. Let it go, man. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, man.
You're a funny one.
Am
I? But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Oh, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or 2? Yeah, maybe.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Robert Trout and his timely roundup of world news tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new time period on Sunday nights. Be sure to hear Larry Douglas and Kay Arman on the new Pet Milk Show tomorrow night on NBC.
And now, here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to a homicide detail. A man's wife has suddenly dropped from sight. On the surface, it appears only as a routine missing persons case. You start to investigate. Suspicion grows. There is evidence of possible foul play. Your job, find the woman or find her murderer.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. Investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 15th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from lunch and got something for us.
Here's a report right here. Gardener by the name of Eric Kelby called in day before yesterday. Said his wife disappeared from their home out in the valley Sunday night. Says he thinks she left him.
Well, it happens every day, Bargetti.
Not this way, it doesn't. Walsh and I went out yesterday to interview the guy. The story doesn't add.
Why not?
Our clothes are missing. None of her luggage. She even left her pocketbook behind, full of money. Found out from the neighbors a missing woman is a 17-year-old boy by a former marriage.
So what?
An only child. Mother dotes on the kid. Shouldn't even say goodbye to him.
How did this operation?
Wants to find his wife, doesn't he?
I don't know if he does or not. It's no help, I'll tell you that.
I see that report a minute now.
Here you are.
Agnes Trumbull Kelby, age 39.
Kelby's her second husband. First one died a little after the boy was born.
Disappeared Sunday night from her home, 546 Velasco Road, between 7 and 8 o'clock. When did Kelby call in?
Monday afternoon. Said he thought his wife might be spending the night with her sister. When he found out she wasn't, he called us.
Did you meet the boy while you were out there, Borghetti?
Yeah, that's another thing. Kid came riding in on a bike while we were talking to one of the neighbors. Tried to talk to him, but the old man came out, hustled him inside the house. Then he starts eating us out.
What'd he say?
Told us it was our job to find his wife, not to go prying into his stepson's affairs.
Well, that's a new slant.
How about her friends and relatives around here, Al? Any besides her sister?
Walsh located a couple of her aunts. I don't think he's checked them yet, though. I'll tell you, boys, this is one I'll bet on.
Maybe. You got the names of Mrs. Kelby's relatives?
Oh, yeah. They're right over here. Sure wish we had a chance to talk to that boy.
Yeah. How's it feel to you, Ben?
I don't know. Notice anything else funny about the guy, Al?
I don't know. Now, here's those names, Joe.
Thanks.
Kelby was upset, all right. For some reason, he didn't strike me as reacting the way a normal guy reacts when his wife disappears.
All right, Al. How would you react?
Borghetti's worrying again.
Oh, now listen, boys. It's no fooling matter. This is one I'll bet on. It's a homicide.
All right. How about a copy of this?
Oh, yes. Yes. About what? Oh, sure. All right, sir. 4 o'clock. Yeah. Goodbye. That was Kelby's stepson.
What do you want?
Think something's happened to his mother.
In police work, missing persons detail is not a department separate in itself. It is organized as a part of the Homicide Bureau. According to Borghetti, who took the call, the boy said he suspected his stepfather, and he didn't want him to know of any meeting between him and police officers. He would meet the officers that afternoon at 4 p.m. in a restaurant on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairfax Avenue. At 3:15, Ben and I left the office and drove out to the meeting place, the Dairyland Fountain and Coffee Shop. We arrived there at 3:40.
It's not very prompt.
Let's wait a little while longer.
Yeah. Smoke?
Yeah, thanks.
Want some more coffee?
No, thanks. I guess the boy isn't going to show.
Think something's happened?
15 minutes after we left the coffee shop, we drove up in front of the gate of the Kelby Nursery on Velasco Road. The house itself was set well back on the property, which covered about 4 acres. The entire nursery was surrounded by a 6-foot steel wire fence. It looked like almost every available foot of ground inside was planted with some kind of a flower or shrub. Kelby met us at the gate.
Yes? What do you men want? Police officers. Are you Mr. Kelby? Yes. What do you want?
Well, if you'll shut those dogs up for a minute, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
I'm busy now. Can't you come back tomorrow?
Pretty important, Mr. Kelby. I think we better talk right now.
Oh, all right, if you have to. Red, Giant, down. You too, Honey. Quiet. All right. Now, what do you want? Mind if we come inside? These watchdogs of mine are pretty vicious. We can talk here at the gate.
All right, Mr. Kelby. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. We've been assigned to look into your wife's disappearance.
Oh. What do you mean? What happened? Well, when did you last see her? When did you first notice she was gone? We finished up Sunday night dinner about 7 o'clock, and I laid down for a nap. Agnes went out on the front porch for some air. I woke up a little before 8 and went outside to look for her. She was gone.
Nobody saw her leave, Mr. Kelby?
Not that I know of. Maybe some of our nosy neighbors, I don't know.
How about your stepson? Wasn't he around Sunday night?
Bruce? No, went out to a show with some other kids. When did he get back from the show? About 10, I think. Why?
Where's your stepson now?
Who are you looking for, my wife or my stepson? Both, Mr. Kelby. Where's your stepson? Gone. I took him over to my sister's in Alhambra. Been feeling bad since his mother disappeared. Figured the change would do him good.
When did you take him over to your sister's, Kelby?
This afternoon. What's that got to do with it?
We'd like to talk to Bruce.
No, I can't allow it. The boy's too upset. I can't allow it. I'm afraid you're going to have to allow it. Listen, mister, you can get off this property right now. No cops giving me sass.
Nobody's giving you sass, Kelby. We want to talk to your stepson, that's all.
What's more, you cops couldn't find thorns in a rose patch. I'll get somebody else to look for Agnes. It's my business anyway, nobody else's. It's our business, too, if anything's happened to her. What are you talking about?
You better get your coat, Mr. Kelby. We're taking you in for questioning.
You come through that gate and I'm going to let these dogs go accidentally.
I'd hate to shoot the dogs. Now go on in the house and get your coat. Eric Kelby turned and made his way up. 5 minutes later, he came out. Without a word to either of us, he came down the path, closed the gate behind him, and got into our car. On the way back to headquarters, he chatted pleasantly about the weather, the nursery business, and his dogs. When we pulled up in front of the city hall, we met the reason for his sudden change in temperament. His lawyer was waiting for us at the door. We took Kelby to one of the interrogation rooms. His lawyer tagged along. We tried to question him, but the lawyer objected to 2 out of every 3 questions we asked. It was hopeless, and we knew it. So did the lawyer. We released Kelby, but we did get the name and address of his sister where the stepson Bruce was staying. After they left, Ben and I got back in the car and drove out to Alhambra to check on the boy.
Forget he had this one pegged right, Joe. It's a real sleeper.
Yeah. I'd like to know how the stepson missed that date with us this afternoon.
Well, if the kid called us from the house, his stepfather could have overheard him.
It's possible. Sister's house ought to be along this block, shouldn't it?
Yeah, let's see. 1408, 1406. That is, Joe, a great cottage, 1402.
Right. It's a nice looking little place, isn't it? Well kept.
Yeah, it's a nice neighborhood. Wonder how the lot prices run out here. Somebody's coming.
Yes, what is it?
Police officers, ma'am. Are you Miss Kelby?
Bertha Kelby, yes, that's my name. Why?
We talked to your brother earlier today, Miss Kelby. He said that you brought his stepson Bruce here to stay for a while. We'd like to see him.
Bruce? Yes, he was here till about, 1 hour and a half ago. I went to the store, and when I came back, he was gone.
Have you any idea where he might be, Miss Kelby?
Well, I telephoned my brother Eric's place just before you came to the door. He's not there. I don't know where he might be. I'm worried about him. He seems so upset. This business about his mother's disappearance, you know.
Would you mind if we came in and looked around, Miss Kelby?
Well, no, not at all.
We went in and looked the house over from one end to the other. There wasn't a trace of the boy. We drove back to Kelby's nursery and satisfied ourselves the boy wasn't. No one came or went. At 5 minutes past midnight, the lights went off in the living room, and a few minutes later, in the back of the house. The next morning, when Ben and I checked in for work as usual at 8 o'clock, we met with Captain of Homicide, Frank Kearney.
What makes you two so positive there has been any foul play in this Kelby thing?
Not just it, Cap, but not positive. It's a whole setup. It smells bad.
For instance?
That lawyer. If a man's innocent, he doesn't need a lawyer to sit with him in the interrogation room and tell him not to answer questions. Number 2, that kid's telephone call.
Maybe he doesn't get along with his stepfather. It happens, you know. Maybe he's trying to get back at him for something or other.
Maybe. Then why is Kelby hiding him out?
You sure he's hiding him out?
No other way to take it, Cap.
The Kelby woman walked away from her home Sunday night. Nobody saw her. She took nothing with her. No clothes, no luggage, no money. You checked with the family doctor?
Yesterday. He told us Mrs. Kelby was in perfect health. We double-checked the Wanderer's file and the Repeater's file and missing persons. Couldn't find a name in either one.
How about her relatives in town?
Haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, Cap. We'll check them this morning.
Well, one thing's certain. The woman couldn't have gone very far.
We checked the sheriff's office, the jails, the hospitals.
Sent out a teletype and an APB. Every cop in the city has her description. She's been gone almost 4 days, but nobody's seen her. How does that add up to you?
It doesn't. You better move on it. Check every one of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives.
Right, Frank.
Then try the neighbors. As long as I've been a cop, neighbors have been able to tell everything about anyone.
All that day, Ben and I made the rounds. First stop was the Western National Bank, where Mrs. Kelby maintained her account. Her savings statement showed a total balance of $31,564.17. Her separate checking account had a balance of $842.71. At the Farmers Mutual, we found the record of an insurance policy issued to Agnes Trumbull Kelby. It was a 20-pay life policy covering the insured in the amount of $30,000 upon the receipt of such due proof. If not, the insured's husband, Eric J. Kelby. By the time we finished checking her financial status, the odds were piling up fast. From only casual reports, we knew that Eric Kelby was a frugal man. If he was greedy as well, if he wanted or needed money badly enough to kill, then he had all the motives necessary to murder his wife. Maybe his stepson, too. Ben and I started to make the rounds of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives. Our first stop was at the apartment of Agnes Kelby's sister, a talkative maiden lady in her early 60s.
Agnes?
And Bruce, the poor lad, he must be heartsick. And Eric, what does Eric say about all this?
He says he thinks his wife left him.
Left him? Why, that's ridiculous. How strange.
Can you think of any good reason why your sister would leave Mr. Kelvin?
Why, no. They had tiffs, of course, small ones. But, of course, there was that argument about Bruce. The two of them always seem to be arguing about Bruce.
How do you mean, man?
Oh, well, raising the boy and all, you know. The last time I talked to them, they were tipping about whether or not Bruce should be paid for working in the nursery for Eric. And the strangest thing, Eric seemed to be so upset about it all. Imagine. All on account of paying the boy a few dollars for good, honest work in that silly nursery. Well, you know, I'm the outspoken kind, and I just told Eric. Eric, I said, don't be an old meanie. Pay the boy.
That was the extent of the information which Mrs. Kelby's sister had to offer. Next, we called on an aunt, Mrs. James D. Trumbull, 83 years old. She could hardly understand our questions, let alone answer them. She hadn't seen her niece Agnes in a year. After that, we paid a visit to one of Mrs. Kelby's friends, a Mrs. Lillian Humboldt.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but I can't think of any good reason why she would leave him. Unless that silly business about Bruce got out of hand. You know, maybe Eric is just a little jealous of the boy.
Next, we called on Daisy McLeod, who worked as a daymaid for Mrs. Kelby.
Officer, what Mr. and Mrs. Kelby thought, what they said, what they did, it's none of my business. I come in the morning, I do my work, I do it well. I'm not the nosy type, and I don't expect tips, and I take the bus home. I'm not the peeking through the keyhole kind, sneaking around corners listening. But what I couldn't tell you about that man.
Exactly what do you mean, Miss McLeod?
Oh, he's a hard man, you know. They're always arguing about the boy. Bruce this, Bruce that. He's a nice boy, I think. He's never done anything to me. Oh, but the arguments. Him and her all the time. Should the boy be paid for working? Shouldn't he? Why not?
I finished with a list of Mrs. Kelby's friends, relatives, and employees. We started out on the neighbors. None of them saw Mrs. Kelby after 6 p.m. the night she disappeared. 2 of the neighbors said they saw the porch light burning after 7 p.m., but both said the porch was empty. Mrs. Kelby was not sitting in her chair at the usual time after dinner. According to them, that was one of her habits. It was 10 minutes to 6 by the time Ben and I got back to the office. The light was still burning in Captain Kearney's office.
Full day, Joe. Not a money.
Yeah. I wonder what the captain's hanging around for.
Let's find out.
Get anything?
Pretty good luck, Ken.
Good. I've got some more for you. Just walked in 5 minutes ago.
What do you mean, Frank? Who walked in?
Bruce
We went in the next room and met Bruce Kelby. He was small for a 17-year-old, dark-haired, and a little on the sickly side. He told us that he couldn't keep the date he made with us on the phone because his stepfather apparently did overhear the conversation and drove him directly to his sister's home in Alhambra. We asked him why he was so sure that his stepfather was responsible for his mother's sudden disappearance.
For one thing, all 3 of us usually go to the early show on Sunday night. Eric, Mom, and me. But last Sunday, Eric said he wasn't feeling good and he wanted Mom to stay home and take care of him. Then he told me to go on ahead to the show, so I did.
What time did you get home, son?
About 9:30, 9:45.
What was your stepfather doing when you got home?
Sitting in the living room and reading the paper.
You notice anything unusual about the way he acted?
Well, he was nervous and jumpy, more than usual, I think.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. When I came in through the front yard, I noticed the dogs had mud all over their paws. They'd been out somewhere in the nursery plots. And they won't go out in the plots unless Eric's with them. He doesn't want them to trample the seedlings.
What would your stepfather be doing out in the nursery at night? Does he usually do some work at night?
No, sir. None of the plots are even lighted. Only the greenhouses.
And the paths in the greenhouses are usually graveled, aren't they? No mud around.
It's my job to see that the greenhouse paths are kept graveled. I know they're not muddy. I fixed them the day before, Saturday.
What do you think it means, son?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I just know he's done something. He's done something to her.
Did your stepfather give you any reason for keeping you away from the police officers the other day?
No, sir. He said people were getting nosy, and he said it might be better for me over at Aunt Bertha's. She's his sister.
Do you think your Aunt Bertha might know where your mother is?
No, we hardly ever see her. We don't know her well at all.
We've heard your mother and your stepfather argued about whether you should be paid for your work in the nursery.
When I started to work for him, he promised he'd pay me. I was saving up to buy a 31 Model A. And then after a couple of months, when he didn't pay me, I asked him. He told me I ought to be glad to work for him for nothing.
And your mother argued with him over that?
Sure, it was her money that bought the nursery anyway.
How'd you get away from your aunt's place last night?
Well, even the screen over the window in my room was nailed down, but I kicked it out and got away. I stayed at a friend's house last night.
Thought about where you're going to stay tonight?
I don't know. But I'm not going home. And I'm not going back to Bertha's place either. I'll get a room.
How'd you like to stay at my house a few days?
Sure nice of you, sir. Maybe I'd better not. Mom might not like it.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Now let's hop out and get some dinner.
Sure darn nice of you, sir.
All right, son. Come with me.
What do you think, Joe?
Think you'd be lying? Yeah.
Now what, Cap? Should we bring Kelby in again?
No, not yet. He's found out by now from his sister that the boy's gone. He probably figures the police station is the first place he'd come.
Wouldn't do much good pulling him in now, Ben. We couldn't even question him. 10 to 1 his lawyer would be waiting for us when we got back.
That's the problem. How do we get to this Kelby without his lawyer finding out?
Well, what about the early morning, Cap? Say tomorrow, about 5 or 6 a.m. Think you'd be looking for us then?
Yeah, that might do it.
We can just get by that pack of hounds he owns without waking the whole neighborhood. Might work.
If we could just question him alone, I got an idea it wouldn't take much to make him cop out.
All right, give it a try. Get out there in the early morning and bring him in for questioning as quietly as possible. I'll be in at 6 a.m. If you want me before then, call me at home.
All right, Frank.
Kelby's got a smart lawyer. It's going to be plenty hard to convict him without a body and corroborating evidence.
He's got 4 acres out there, Cap. You can hide a lot of bodies in 4 acres.
Well, that's what I mean. This case isn't ending. It's just beginning.
The next morning, Ben and I met at the office about a few minutes past 4 a.m. We had a cup of coffee and a donut at an all-night restaurant, and then we started for the Kelby place out on Belasco Road. We took 4 pounds of fresh horse meat with us to keep the dogs quiet if they raised a fuss. It was 28 minutes past 4 when Ben pulled the car to a stop a few hundred feet from the gate to the Kelby nursery. We got out of the car and made our way down the road to the gate. I reached in and tried the latch. It was padlocked. The dog started in. Okay, Ben, looks like we'll have to jump the fence. Toss some of that horse meat over to him. Yeah, here. That's it. Come on, let's climb.
Keep an eye on those hounds. Looks like they could chew your leg off.
Yeah. Here comes a third one, Ben. Toss some more meat. Here.
There you are, boy. Go get it, boy. There.
Look, Ben, lights going on in the house.
Come on, let's make it fast.
Who is it? Who's there? I'll set the dogs on you.
Police officers, Mr. Kelby.
What? What are you doing out here this time of night?
You're under arrest, Kelby. Get your coat.
You cops are asking for a peck of trouble.
Get your coat.
Where's my stepson? What have you done with him?
What have you done with your wife?
You're going to pay for this. I'll have your jobs.
That's not the first time we heard that, Kelby. Let's go. Lights burning in the captain's office.
Yeah. All right, Kelby, in here.
Pay for this, mark my word.
Ben, take him in the office here and stay with him. I'll see if Frank's in yet.
All right, Joe. Come on, Kelby, inside.
Friday? Did you bring in Kelby?
He's down in the interrogation room. Ben's with him.
Somebody saw you.
Don't think so.
They must have. Kelby's lawyer's sitting in the next room.
He sent out 2 men to keep an eye on the nursery and report on all of Kelby's movements. Shortly after 7 o'clock that night, just after nightfall, we tried once again after we booked him. His lawyer obtained a writ of habeas corpus. We had to release him again. The 2 men assigned to stake out the Kelby place reported definitely that somebody was tipping the lawyer whenever unknown visitors showed up at the nursery and drove off with Kelby. There was nothing we could do about it. The next morning, Kearney came up with a lead.
I had a long talk with the boy last night. Accidentally, I think he's given us a pretty good lead.
Yeah?
There's only one way we'll ever get a conviction. That's by finding the body and evidence to tie Kelby in.
Yeah, that'll do it. Where do we start looking?
In a new rose bed next to one of the greenhouses in Kelby's nursery. The kid came up with it last night.
How come?
First, Kelby's crazy about saving $1 and making one.
Yeah.
In the nursery tray, the soil you got is planted with something. Kelby's not the type to waste anything.
Especially he's not the kind that would let ground lie fallow when he could plant something that might bring in a few dollars next season. Bruce tells me his stepfather has every inch of those 4 acres planted. Every inch. Except a 6 by 9 foot plot of ground in that rose garden.
It sounds like a long shot to me, Frank.
The boy said he prepared that piece of ground for planting late Saturday afternoon. His stepfather wanted it ready for Sunday morning. The plot of ground's still vacant. I'd have planted it yesterday, Cap. When's the last time you checked? Before I came to work this morning. I called the men on stake out next to the nursery. They told me the plot's still empty.
It's worth a chance, Frank. When do we look it over?
Tonight. I don't want Kelby or his lawyer to know a thing until we find that body. Well, how are we going to work it? We'll order up a crew from the crime lab. They can take probings through that plot and all around it. They can tell us without any guesswork how deep that ground's been worked over lately.
When do you want to start?
Be here in the office at 8:30 tonight. If my hunches are any good, we'll find the body.
It was 10 minutes past 9 that night when we got to the Kelby place. Lieutenant Lee Jones and his assistants, Kearney, Ben, and 2 other men from homicide. The men on stakeout told us that Kelby had left about 20 minutes before in a dark blue coupe. Ben brought along the usual supply of horse meat for the dogs so we didn't have any trouble there. We found the empty plot of ground in the rose bed next to the greenhouse, exactly as Bruce described it to Kearney.
Ground's been worked over all right, boys. At least 4 to 5 feet down.
All right, Lee, let's start digging. Romero, take care of the dogs. Watson, grab one of these shovels.
Right, Cap. Hey, you always said these dogs were vicious, didn't you?
Yeah, why?
Look at these hounds. They're no more vicious than a lively soul. Look.
Higgins, get that light over here, will you? Thanks.
What is it, Lee?
Let me see. Teeth. Set of false teeth.
Been in the ground long?
Don't think so. Judging from the shape they're in.
How far down would you say you are, Lee?
Couple of feet. The ground's real soft. Lee, come here a minute. What is it? Body. Here's the shoulder.
All right, you men over here with Watson. Get the dirt off the face. Romero, you got a picture of the Kelby woman?
Yeah, Captain. Let's see. I'll get it.
Thanks. Get the light down here.
Hunch paid off, Frank. That's her. Ben and I went back to the car and notified communications to broadcast a want for murder on Eric Kelby. His description, together with a description of the car and license number of the car he was driving, was rebroadcast every 15 minutes. Then we went back to check the house. We found the front door unlocked. We went inside and looked around. In one bedroom, we found clothes scattered over the bed and the floor. There was only one old suit remaining in the closet. On the table next to the bed, we found an airline's timetable. We got to the phone and notified communications to alert all police details at railroad stations, bus terminals, and airlines, and then to send out an APB on the teletype. After that, we checked with the airlines. One of them told us that a man answering Kelby's description night from Burbank Airport. Ben's watch said 4 minutes past 10. We called the detail at the airport and alerted them. Then we drove over to check in person. It was 10:35 p.m. when Ben and I took up our positions just inside Gate 3, where passengers were boarding Flight 72 for Mexico City.
He's cutting it close, Joe. Got about 4 minutes more to make that plane.
We waited. The crowd got thicker as departure time came closer. At 10:39, Eric Kelby came through the main entrance, across the terminal, through Gate 3 into a pair of hansoms.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
We found your wife's body, Kelby.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
In the rose patch next to the greenhouse. Your lawyer can't help this time.
Mexico City. Would have been a nice trip. Expensive.
I'll plead insanity. I didn't know what I was doing.
Be a nice vacation next year, Joe, Mexico City. I'm going to talk to my wife about it.
I didn't mean it. She slapped me. We were arguing about the boy. I didn't mean it.
I don't know if you did or not, Kelby, but you killed her. Come on. You missed your plane.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Eric Kelby was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He is now awaiting execution in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 14th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to William J. Weston, Jr. of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, who on the evening of March 4th, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure. Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell.
The Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new... This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Palmolive Soap, Colgate Dental Cream, and Palmolive Shave Cream bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. But first...
Now, just one brushing with Colgate Dental Cream removes up to 85% of decay and odor-causing bacteria. Yes, just one brushing with Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath in 7 out of 10 cases that originate in the mouth. And if you really want to stop decay, be sure to follow the Colgate way. Over a 2-year period, the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentists' history. X-rays showed no new cavities whatever for almost 2 out of 3 people. And only the Colgate way does all 3. Cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth and stops most tooth decay. So for a cleaner, fresher mouth all day, always use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, just one brushing with Colgate Dental Cream removes up to 85% of the bacteria that cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream, it cleans your breath.
Toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Last Thursday, Principal Osgood Conklin received formal notice that Cosmopolitan magazine was planning a feature story dealing with life at Madison High. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can attest to the fact that this news was greeted with tremendous elation by teachers and students alike.
Yes, indeed. I haven't seen so many smiling faces since Mr. Conklin fell down the school steps. Need of considerable stature, Mrs. Davis. It's a great honor to have a story about our school appear in it, don't you think?
I should say so. Nothing like that ever happened to the high school I attended, Connie. The only story ever written about us appeared in the Police Gazette.
The Police Gazette?
Yes. Our principal killed an English teacher.
Well, let's hope the story in Cosmopolitan isn't a sequel.
It was a rather unusual case. He struck her with a blunt object.
A blunt object?
It was a cash register. It seems she saw him trying to hustle off with the cafeteria receipts and yelled for the police. That's when he let her have it. Wingo!
Davis, I'll have my eggs now. I want to finish breakfast before Walter Denton gets here.
Well, here you are, dear. Walter told me a Cosmopolitan photographer dropped in at school yesterday.
That's right, a fellow named Haney. He was laying out some shots he plans to take this morning.
I bet you're hoping he'll snap your picture, Connie.
Oh, don't be absurd. I'm no publicity hound, Mrs. Davis. It's just a coincidence that I happen to be wearing my best dress this morning.
Coincidence?
Honestly, if you think I'm trying to look attractive so that photographer will snap my picture, you're sadly mistaken. When I woke up, I was thinking it was Sunday, so I put on my Sunday dress. That's all there is to it.
Of course. And I get...
Honor. Come in. Oh, if it's all the same to you, Mrs. Davis, I'd prefer that we don't mention this magazine story at all.
Very well, dear. If that's the way you want it, I'll shut up like a clam. The top of the morning, ladies.
Hello, Walter. Sit down.
I bet you're hoping Mr. Haney will snap your picture for the Cosmopolitan this morning, Walter.
Nice clamming, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, why should I want my picture in a big, important magazine?
Well,
It's only a coincidence that I happen to be wearing my Sunday suit.
oh, is that your Sunday suit?
Yes, and he was up until 4 in the morning fixing his hair.
Oh, well, I guess I did spend a minute or two combing my wave at a devil-may-care angle. Yeah, but the one who'll really be primping this morning is Miss Enright.
Miss Enright?
Yeah. Miss Brooks' fellow English teacher and her hottest rival in the rat race for Mr. Boynton.
Walter.
Oh, well, she's fond of him, too. And she probably feels that he'd sit up and take notice if her picture was to appear in Cosmo. Gosh, you should have seen her fawning over Mr. Haney in the cafeteria yesterday. Yeah, I was rather surprised, though, at the compliment she paid you, Miss Brooks.
Compliment?
Yes, ma'am. She was pointing out how lucky you are that you don't have to diet like she does. She said she thought it was wonderful.
Oh, she did she?
Yeah. And Mr. Haney said he thought you were very attractive. And he asked her how old you are.
Well, what did Miss Enright say to that?
Well, she told him she doesn't know your age because she's never been able to count your teeth.
Walter, when we get to school, you better count Miss Enright's teeth twice.
Twice?
Before and after I clip her.
Hello there, Miss Brooks.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Haney. I was just about to see if Mr. Boynton is in.
A minute ago to avoid Miss Enright. She's been hounding me like a...
Oh?
Now I'd like one of you, Miss Brooks. Hold still, please. That's it?
You snapped my picture, Mr. Haney?
I did.
Good morning, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Say, you're really dolled up. Boy, you look like the cat's pajamas.
Let's watch that racy dialogue in school, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, no kidding. That dress is a knockout.
Oh, it's just a little thing I wear around the house during the coronation. Mr. Haney just snapped my picture, and he told me he'd shot one of you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, yes, I was quite surprised. I certainly wasn't prepared to be photographed this morning.
You weren't?
It's only a coincidence that I happen to be wearing my Sunday suit.
Oh, I know. You haven't had that thing out of the mothball since the Easter parade.
Well, that's perfectly true, Miss Brooks, but last night the thought occurred to me that it would blend nicely with my new hat.
When did you buy a new hat?
This morning on the way to school.
I see. And how late were you up fixing your hair?
Until 4 o'clock. Shucks, I might as well admit it. The prospect of having my likeness appear in a magazine is the most exciting thing that ever happened to me. Isn't it the most exciting thing that ever happened to you?
You should know. I may drop over to Mr. Conklin's office and tell him to look for our pictures in Cosmopolitan. It might command some respect from the old boy. Will I see you at lunch, Mr. Boynton?
You bet. I think I'll get there a little early. What shall I order for you?
For me?
Oh, it's my treat, Miss Brooks. You can have anything your heart desires. Anything.
Well, in that case, I'll get there a little early, too. Mr. Boynton, how about seeing Jane Wyman's new picture at the State tonight?
What's the name of it?
Well, it's a very nostalgic title. Remember the time last Christmas when you kissed me under the mistletoe?
Yes.
The picture's called Let's Do It Again.
Pictures of our teachers and students while we're trying to conduct school, Harriet. After giving the matter due consideration, I have decided to kill the Cosmopolitan story.
What? Oh, but that's unfair, Daddy. You're just jealous because Mr. Haney refused to take a picture of you.
That is not true. I have always spurned the spangled lure of publicity. Getting my picture snapped is the farthest thing from my mind.
Coincidence. Mother told me you were up until 4 this morning combing your hair over the bald spot.
Any man my age. The fact remains that this institution has a rather toothy rule to the effect that no teacher may be either interviewed or photographed by a representative of a public periodical without the express permission of Principal Osgood Conklin. I am Principal Conklin.
How do you do?
Oh, please, Daddy, you only dust off that ancient rule for your own convenience. Look,
Your impertinent question shall be stricken from the record. Suffice it to say that as yet no member of my faculty has sought my permission. If I should learn, therefore, that any teacher has already been photographed by the snap-happy gent from Cosmopolitan, that teacher is in for a mess of trouble. Come in.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Good morning, Harriet. Mr. Conklin, I have some happy news for you.
I'll bet. Stack this notice on the bulletin board for me, Harriet. Now run along, please.
Yes, sir. See you later, Miss Brooks.
Bye, dear.
That notice is for the benefit of my teachers, Miss Brooks. A rather timely reminder of Rule 608. You've run afoul of it once or twice in the past, I believe.
Rule 608. Oh, is that the rule you applied a couple of years ago, sir, when the Evening Post took pictures of some teachers and neglected to take one of you?
That's the little beauty. I plan to take drastic action against any teachers who have permitted themselves to be photographed without my permission. Now, what's the happy news you have for me?
I forget.
Somehow I'm glad. Anything else you care to discuss with me? Permission denied.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, won't you reconsider?
I have spoken.
Oh, please, sir, this is very...
Could it be, Miss Brooks, that you and Boynton have already been photographed?
Without your permission? How can you even think of such a thing?
It's easy. Don't you realize that fallacious denials will prove futile? When the issue comes out, the pictures of those teachers who flaunted my authority will be all the evidence I need. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Exactly what measures do you plan to take against those teachers?
The faculty rolls of the good ship Madison High have not yet been logged for the fall semester, Miss Brooks. Those mutineers whose pictures appear in Cosmopolitan will have to walk the plank. Anything else?
Just one thing. Where's the plank?
Men, listen. For a few days only, you can get a large tube of Palmolive shaving cream free of extra cost. Right, a large tube of either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather free of extra cost when you buy a giant tube at regular price. Save up to 35 cents. And treat yourself to a smoother, more comfortable all-day shave the Palmolive shaving cream way. 1,200 men tested the Palmolive shaving cream way. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 out of 4 reported smoother, more comfortable, longer-lasting shave. Why, even in cold or hard water, you get a close, clean shave every time. And it's an all-day shave, too. A shave that most men find really lasts from morning till night. Treat yourself to the tested and proved Palmolive shaving cream way. Remember, Palmolive shaving cream is America's favorite brand. So cash in on this offer and save while you shave with Palmolive brushless or lather. Remember, sail positively to Palmolive lather shave cream and get a large tube free of extra cost.
Well, when Mr. Boynton read Mr. Conklin's bulletin board notice about unauthorized press photographs, his reaction clearly told me that I'd have to buy my own lunch. Since food is such a good buffer against panic, I loaded my tray and headed for Mr. Boynton's table. Before I got there, however, I was intercepted by Miss Enright.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. You do have enough there for a horse, don't you?
Yes.
Of course, I never wear a girdle myself.
I know. I hear you donated yours to the Air Force for catapulting jet jobs.
Oh, you are comical, darling. Have you seen the Cosmopolitan photographer around anywhere?
Mr. Haney, he was at the steam table a minute ago, but I'd suggest you read the bulletin board before you strike a series of poses.
Oh, I've absolutely no desire to be photographed for his magazine, Miss Brooks. It's just a coincidence that I happen to be wearing a stunning new dress.
Of course. I'm sure it was also a coincidence that you were up until 4 in the morning grooming your... Remind me to send you an autographed X-ray. Now, if you'll excuse this old gray mare, I'll go put on the feed bag.
Won't you just? I'll see you later, darling.
But I certainly don't want to risk my job for it.
Well, I don't relish the idea of unemployment either, Mr. Boynton. I asked Mr. Haney for our negatives, but he flatly refused to turn them over. He said his first obligation is to his magazine. Unless we can think of something else, I'm afraid we'll Didn't you order lunch?
No, I was so upset I just grabbed some coffee.
Oh, then you can have some of mine. I have plenty.
I should say you have. Gosh, you got enough there for a horse.
Well, if you'll share it with me, I'll be able to get my saddle on easier. Here you are, a lamb chop, some potatoes, peas.
I've got a scheme that might save us our jobs, Miss Brooks. I found out that Mr. Haney's keeping his photographic equipment in the faculty room. The negatives are in his gadget bag.
So?
Somehow, without his knowledge, we've got to slip our negatives out of that bag and destroy them.
But that's a pretty dangerous assignment, Mr. Boynton. I'm afraid you'll have to count me out.
Oh, but the end justifies the means. It's our only chance. The fall term rolls around. Do you want to be out of a job? You want to be pounding the streets looking for work, discouraged, tired, hungry?
Give me a pencil and we'll sketch the layout, Louis.
Hi, Daddy. Did you call Mr. Stone at the Board of Education?
I did. He not only informed me that Mr. Haney's assignment had been officially cleared through the board, but that he was delighted to learn that the Cosmopolitan plans to run a pictorial story on Madison High.
Oh, well, don't you let it get you down, Daddy.
How can I help it? Can't you visualize my embarrassment if that magazine should run pictures of Madison's teachers and not one shot of its principal? Well, I figured a way out. I ran home and took some negatives from my own camera.
What are you going to do with them?
I learned that the negatives Mr. Haney plans to ship off to Cosmopolitan are now reposing in his gadget bag in the faculty room, Harriet. Somehow, without his knowledge, I've got to slip my negatives into that bag.
Oh, that sounds pretty risky, Daddy.
The end justifies the means. Now run along, child.
Well, all right, Daddy, but you better be careful. Oh, excuse me, Miss Enright. I was just leaving. Bye, Daddy.
Goodbye. What's on your mind, Miss Enright?
Well, a minute ago, I paused outside your door at the water fountain, Mr. Conklin. I couldn't help overhearing the scheme you outlined to Harriet, and I should like to suggest...
Are you trying to blackmail the principal of a public high school? How dare you?
One moment, sir. Let me remind you that my family is quite well-to-do and that I don't give a hoot whether or not I teach here next semester. Secondly, if I should have a little chat with Mr. Haney and the head of the Board of Education, informing them of what I happen to...
How soon can you get back with your negatives, Father?
There's the gadget bag, Miss Brooks.
Well, now's our chance.
Now's your chance. To what, Miss Brooks?
To faint. Catch anyone?
Well, we merely wanted to look at the negatives of those pictures you snapped of us this morning, Mr. Haney. We just can't wait until they appear in the magazine. No, indeed. Hot diggity.
And zippity-doo-dah.
Well, I'll be glad to show them to you later on, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, indeed. Come on, Mr. Boynton. Bye, Mr. Haney.
Yeah, bye, Mr. Haney.
So long.
Well, you sure made a nice dark room out of the wardrobe closet in here, Mr. Haney. Are those negatives in there the ones you took this morning?
That's right, Walter. They're complete except for one shot of Mr. Boynton, which I left over there in the gadget bag.
Oh.
The light wasn't so good in the lab, so I decided not to use it.
Oh, photography sure is fascinating work. What's in this package, Mr. Haney?
Oh, that's another assignment I'm working on. They're pictures of some gangsters for a story called Wanted by the FBI. Say, I wonder if you would get me some sealing wax and take them over to the post office.
Oh, I'd be glad to. I'll be right back, Mr. Haney.
Good. I'll wait for you. I can develop some of those negatives in the dark room meanwhile.
Yeah, well, I'll just be a few minutes.
Careful, Miss Brooks. Are you sure Mr. Haney left?
Well, I couldn't see him from where we were hiding, but I heard the door slam. Now, let's frisk this gadget bag. Oh, that's funny. There's only one negative in here.
Let's see. Say, that's the negative of the one he snapped of me.
How can you tell?
See, I'm holding my frog.
Well, I'll just stick this in my purse, and we'll look for the other negatives.
It might be in this package. I'll take a look. Oh, gosh, this is a frightening picture. I've never seen it. And there's a note on it. Wanted by the FBI. Well, I better put it back in the package.
Someone's coming.
Let's duck behind this couch, quick.
Yes, here it is. Mr. Conklin, it's empty.
Oh, evidently mistakes mine.
Oh, excuse me, folks.
Oh, what do you want, Brendan?
Oh, Mr. Haney asked Metropolitan Magazine.
Yes, we know. There's not a minute to lose, boy. Take it over to the post office immediately, and with my blessings.
Yes, sir.
In Cosmopolitan, we'll be the talk of the... What's wrong, partner?
We're not alone, Mr. Conklin. Look at those shoes sticking out from behind the couch. Who's that behind the couch?
There's nobody here but us horses.
Miss Brooks, Boynton.
Good afternoon, sir.
We'll dispense with the amenities. Did you two sneaks see Miss Enright and me sneaking our negatives into that package?
We did. And I have news for you, sir. That package had nothing to do with Madison High. The pictures in it were marked wanted by the FBI.
What?
We're snared in our own trap.
Why didn't you stop us, Miss Brooks? You saw what we were doing.
I saw what everyone was doing, Miss Enright.
Mr. Haney.
Yes, I've been in the dark room patiently observing your every action.
You have? You have? Yeah, but then you've got to do something. Call your office. Stop the presses. If our picture should appear along with those criminals, we'll be social outcasts.
We'll be ostracized, locked out of town.
Shunned by mankind.
On the neck. You especially, Mr. Conklin, have gone out of your way to make things tough for me. If it wasn't for Miss Brooks, I'd have chucked the whole assignment.
Well, now, isn't that sweet, Mr. Haney? Yes, I do.
Well, forget it. You're tough. Aces, a man's best friend. Won't you put in a word for us?
What word would you like?
Oh, please, Miss Brooks, you've got to help us.
You really want me to, Seabiscuit?
I beg of you.
All righty. But there are times when she is not responsible for her actions.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Boynton.
And as for Mr. Conklin, well, everybody does stupid things once in a while. He's just more consistent.
Here. Small wonder my wife calls me knucklehead. Now, tell him, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Haney, as a favor to me, please don't print Mr. Conklin's picture alongside those other hoodlums. That is, won't you give him a break?
Mercy. I have an only child.
The press.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Haney.
And thank you, Miss Brooks, for springing to my defense. Dear, sweet, lovable Miss Brooks.
Lovable or not, I'm afraid I can't be as lenient with you, Miss Brooks.
With me, Mr. Haney?
While I was watching from the dark room, I happened to snap a picture of you stealing the
harboring a light-fingered Lil on my package.
No, please. A caption reading, English teacher caught filching film from photographer.
Mr. Haney, would that be all in caps?
Here's the picture, Miss Brooks.
Oh, let me see it. Oh, my goodness, I hate to admit it, but that's the best photograph I've ever seen of you.
Yes, it is rather good. It's very...
You say?
What can I say? I'll take a dozen.
Helps guard that schoolgirl complexion look. Catherine Bowles.
Look, I use Palmolive soap. It's 100% mild for gentle beauty care.
Coverage care with any leading toilet soap. Here's all you do. Gently massage Palmolive's 100% mild, pure lather onto your skin for 60 seconds, 3 times a day. Rinse and pat dry. Within 14 days, most women can
actually brings out beauty while it cleans your skin.
And remember, while no therapeutic claim is made, nature's chlorophyll is what makes Palmolive green. Get 100% mild Palmolive soap today to help guard that schoolgirl complexion look.
And now here is Eve Arden.
Blood and blood plasma are saving the lives of both our wounded in military hospitals and of civilians here at home. There is no substitute for whole blood or plasma in treating the ill and the injured. So make your appointment today to give of other Americans and everyone.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, was produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton was played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were... The Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company invites you to listen to their exciting new quiz, The Phrase That Pays, on radio every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, and Luella Parsons on Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper for details. This is Bob Lamond reminding you to be with us again next Sunday at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Stay tuned now for the Jack Benny Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty. Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School. And although, like most of our teachers, she possesses a higher-than-average intelligence when it comes to weighing machines, there's nobody more concerned about the result than a female who has just deposited her penny in the slot.
Unless it's the male tub of lard who was on the scale when I got there. This happened last Wednesday after school. I was passing the drugstore and just happened to have a penny on me. Tuesday was payday. So I approached the weighing machine, and like I said, this brewery horse was stomping on the springs. And when he saw his weight on the little card, he looked around the drugstore, then made tracks for a sign saying Gurgle Department. I calmly stepped aboard, and when my card came out, I glanced casually and was just about to throw the card away when I noticed my fortune printed on the back. It said, "A tall, dark man is coming into your life." By the next morning, I'd forgotten about my landlady who waked me at 7:30. Oh, fine. Well, come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Did you have a good night, Connie? Come on, Connie, take a sip.
Oh, what kind of juice is this?
It's a combination. Pineapple for pop.
What do you stir it with, the ukulele?
After you drink it, we'll have a night. Why, Connie, what's that little white card?
What little white card?
It's right here on the night table. Let's see. It says, a tall, dark man is coming into your life. Now, who do you suppose that could be?
Well, it's not Sonny Tuft. He's a blonde.
Maybe they mean Mr. Philip Boynton.
The bashful biologist? No, Mrs. Davis. So far, he's managed to remain in the suburbs of my life.
Well, of course, I don't believe in fortunes on cards and crystal gaze and palm reading and all that nonsense. There is, however, a logical and scientific way to arrive at certain conclusions about one's personal destiny.
What's that, Mrs. Davis?
Tea leaves. Now, you hurry and get dressed, and I'll brew the tea. After breakfast, I'll give you a reading.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Oh, just a minute.
What is it, Tom?
Before I get out of bed, you better take that tall, dark man off my night table.
Finished with your tea, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Let's see now, where's the leaves?
Well, most of them are in my teeth.
Here we are. There's plenty left for a reading. First, we revolve the cup 3 times slowly between our hands, then quickly turn it over onto the saucer. There. Well, what do you know? The weight card was right. What? There he is, right there in the cup. The tall, dark man who's coming into your life. Don't tell me you can't see him.
Oh, of course. For a minute, I didn't recognize...
To get another reading, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Davis. It's always nice to be sure.
Well, what do you know about that?
I know, he's gone. Left town without even saying goodbye.
Can't be serious, because you're not even married yet.
Oh, but I'm a big girl now. I'll have to find out sooner or later.
I never would have believed it. 3 of them.
3 tall, dark men?
No, Constance. 3 little ones.
3 little dark men?
Children. You're going to have 3 children.
Well, don't look so shocked, Mrs. Davis. Maybe they're his by a former marriage.
No, Connie, they're yours. But how can you keep your job as soon as you've got to take care of? Oh, I know. I'll get Mrs. Fletcher. When my niece first, I had the twins. Mrs. Fletcher took over completely.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mrs. Davis.
Now, quiet, honey. You can't prepare too soon for this sort of thing. Now, honey, did I put Mrs. Fletcher's phone number? I don't
want Mrs. Fletcher. I'll take care of my kids myself.
After all, I'm only trying to be helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. This TV business is pretty fascinating. But I better get ready. Walter Denton's giving me a lift to school again.
Oh, is your car in repair shop, Connie?
Yes, it is.
What's wrong with it this time?
Well, I can't be sure, but I think that Joe, the mechanic, and my car are that way about each other. Every time I try to separate them, the car blows against it. Oh, there's Walter now. I'll be right with you, Walter.
Oh, before you go, Connie, please do me one favor.
Certainly, what is it?
Promise me you'll be very careful today.
Careful? Oh, you mean about my fortune. Mrs. Davis, I give you my word of honor. I'll let you know.
I don't like to take advantage of the fact that because your car is incapacitated and I can jump into the breach now and then, transportation-wise, that is, you can't very well refuse gracefully, but I'm telling you, you can before I even ask you. That's square enough, isn't it?
Square as things in Clyde McCoy. But being an English teacher, I practically understand you, Walter. Just what kind of advice do you need this morning?
Oh, it's a girl.
What's the girl?
Harriet Conklin.
That's all right. I have a pretty long ear.
Well, as you know, Miss Brooks, Harriet Conklin is the daughter of Mr. Conklin.
Granted.
Who in turn is
you. Tell it. Go ahead.
Well, the night before last, I had a date with Harriet to go to the movies. When I got to her house to pick her up, she acted like I had bubonic plague or something.
Did you? I mean, what did she do?
Well, she said that she couldn't be bothered.
Must be an epidemic. Where did she find out about this tall, dark man?
Well, that's where Mother comes in.
Maybe there's a shorter way to listen to this story.
Her mother and Harriet had taken out the Ouija board that afternoon. That's when they found out about this tall guy.
Well, after all, Walter, you can't compete with a non-existent rival.
That's just the trouble. He's not non-existent.
He's not?
No, he materialized yesterday.
Oh, now, Walter, please.
No, it's true, Miss Brooks. Harriet told me all about him when I called yesterday evening, although I wasn't going to after the way she treated me the evening before. But when I did, she told me that this tall, dark French teacher had checked in at their house to give her father his papers before he began teaching French at school today.
I know you're telling me something because I can see your lips moving. What is it, Walter?
Well, don't you understand, Miss Brooks? It's called an exchange deal. This teacher came over from Paris, France.
What did we send then? 2 outfielders and a shortstop? I know. Marie Chevrolet and Charles Buick. That's what I was afraid you were going to say. This teacher must be quite an interesting personality. What's his name?
Let's see now. Well, there's an article about him in the school paper. Oh, I know. It's Manette. Jacques Manette.
Jacques Manette? Oh, you mean Jacques Monet. Say, that is a romantic-sounding name, all right. Oh, that is a very nice person.
Oh, it's not him I'm worried about. It's Harriet. Since he showed up, she thinks the Ouija board is infallible.
The Ouija board? Oh, that's ridiculous. Harriet's much too sensible to... Why, I'm surprised at her. Next thing you know, she'll be having her tea leaves read. 3 children?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Doctors, leading skin specialists, prove Palmolive
Oily skin for Helen Dixon, Minneapolis.
Fresher, brighter color for Clara Franklin, San Francisco.
Smoother, younger-looking skin for Rochelle Bouchelle, New York City.
Yes, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise using Palmolive for some oily, some dull and coarse-looking. And using Palmolive alone, nothing.
Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. Skin type or previous beauty care. So try Palmolive soap this way, using nothing but Palmolive, as these doctors advise, for a lovelier complexion.
I'm sure the French teacher is just a passing phase in her life.
Say, there's Harriet on the steps. I'll go find a place to park.
See you later. All right, Walter. Hello there, Harriet.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. You'll have to forgive me if I seem to be in a reverie.
I've heard about your Ouija board.
I don't know. Please, come on.
It's the first time I've ever seen capital letters in conversation. He must be
Silver heavenly. Stratospherically heavenly.
Oh, please, Harriet. I'll come up a little if you'll come down a little.
Oh, wait till you see him. He's
Adjust safety belt. Look, Harriet, I think it's all very natural for a schoolgirl to have crushes. I had them myself.
you, Miss Brooks?
Yes, me, Miss Brooks. I wasn't born an English teacher, you know. I also think it's perfectly normal for a girl your age to think like a schoolgirl in other ways. But I do say this, and I mean it sincerely, Harriet. You don't have to act like a schoolgirl.
Pardonnez-moi, but you're the principal's daughter, Harriet, no?
May we, Monsieur Monet, may we? Oh, this is Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks, je suis enchanté. That is, I've heard so much about you. But it is, how do you say, understatement. You're so youthful, so lovely. Why, you're like a pupil, not a teacher. Something is wrong.
Wrong? Oh, I should say not, Monsieur Monet. It's just that, well, we don't meet such distinguished visitors every day, and, well, they must have given at least 3 outfielders a 2 shortstops for him.
Pardon?
Oh, it's just a thing. Shall we go into the school, Monsieur Monet?
Oui, yes. I have to stop at Monsieur Coquelin's office. You show me where it is, huh? No?
I show you where is it, yes. I hope Mr. Boynton sees us together.
Shower.
Then give yourself a rub down, you'll catch cold. This way, monsieur.
Well, it's our new French teacher.
Somebody to show Mr. Monet around the school.
I told Mr. Arthur. Leaving England. I'm pretty well advanced in that.
Me too. Maybe we both could cut it.
To, how do you say, put out yourselves.
Oh, it would be silly to put out ourselves now. After all, we've just started to blaze.
I'm sure.
I have a study period coming up.
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm sure Mr. Monet wouldn't want us to feel that because of him our entire system was disrupted. Oh, certainly not. I can find my... Oh, one moment, Miss Brooks. Would you do me the great honor of that? Having lunch with me?
With pleasure. Oh, but I did have a date with Mr. Boynton. I think I'll keep that date, too. Maybe it'll open his eyes a little. I'll see you in the cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
But I thought Mr. Monet was going to have lunch.
Oh, so? Thank you just the same, monsieur, but I would rather not leave the school proper during my first day. Ah, an admirable spirit, Monet. If more of our homegrown teachers had it, Madison High School would be a better place in which to learn something. Something like English, for example.
Yes. Well, as the little boy in the 5th ad says,
it's time to retire.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. How are you today?
Fine, thanks. But how can I resist an invitation like that? By the way, Mr. Boynton, do you speak any foreign language?
Just American.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you're getting quite a sense of humor. Must catch it from your frog. Really, though, do you speak French, for instance?
No, I don't.
Then you wouldn't know what a French person would be saying to me if he said it in French, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Good. This may be a very interesting lunch for all of us.
All of us?
Yes, you see, there's a new teacher in the school.
Oh, you mean Jacques Monet?
Oh, it will.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, you'll have to apologize to him for me. I'm afraid I'll be a little late.
Oh, you will? That's too bad, Mr. Boynton. Why will you be late?
Well, it's McDougal here. You know, my bullfrog. He's got me worried, Miss Brooks. It's his throat. He can't seem to croak above a whisper.
Oh, that's too bad. Poor McDougal. Hi, Max. He must have gargled.
It sounds pretty bad.
You've been wrong before, Brother Boynton, but never like this. Here's a nice table, Mr. Monet. Let's sit down.
Oui. Yes, Miss Brooks. This is certainly a big restaurant.
It's a cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
Yes. Now then, shall we look at the carte du jour, bill of fare?
Bill of fare? Oh, you mean menu. They don't have any menus here, Mr. Monet.
No? Then how do you select an order?
Well, here you don't exactly select an order. You just sort of point and holler. I'll show you in a minute. I mean, he is a very nice man, but he's sort of shy.
Shy?
Mm-hmm.
Why should he be shy? He is tall, muscular, with a fine head of hair.
Because he was very simple. You see, Mr. Boynton is too bashful to ask you himself, but I'm sure he'd get a tremendous kick. That is, he'd enjoy it if you spoke nothing but French during our lunch.
But why?
Well, he's trying to learn how to speak your language. He understands it fine, but he's not sure of its pronunciation. He could learn a lot from you about a lot of things.
Well, I suppose I could help him.
He's coming over now, Mr. Monet. Remember how you kissed my hand this morning? Would you do it?
God, gee, but you're pushing out one of my feelings. There you are. What's the trouble, Mr. Monet? Got something caught in your teeth?
Lovely, but not half as lovely as I am. Why, Mr. Monet, how flattering. Let's see now. What do we eat today?
Well, how about the roast beef? That's what I'm going to have.
Me too.
Les haricots verts, c'est fait sous et une dévitage.
Oh, Mr. Monet, you and your compliments. Oh, now stop that and tell Mr. Boynton what you want to eat.
But I do not understand. Mr. Monet, quel voulez-vous manger?
Mr. Boynton, you little spy, you can't speak French. You were stationed in New Orleans and you know it.
But near the French Quarter. Let us not delay any longer. Well, eat frog's legs? I feel like a cannibal. If you'll excuse me, I'm afraid I've lost my appetite. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. Why would he feel like a cannibal if he ate frog's legs? He is not a frog.
Only in some ways is he not a frog, Mr. Monet. But don't worry about Mr. Boynton now.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right, Miss Brooks. You know, in a way, I'm just the right one ever since I come to America. Now, well, I feel that my search is at an end. You are the one I've been searching for.
Oh, Mr. Monet. But Mr. Boynton's gone now. You don't have to talk like that to me.
Oh, I don't think of Mr. Boynton. What you about?
I mean... I'm in the park.
Fine.
Of course, I have several papers to mark, and besides, I have to formulate my plans for tomorrow's class, and there are some other routine affairs I must take care of.
Oh, I realize this. How long will it all take?
Well, school doesn't let out until 3, and it's a 20-minute walk to the park. Would 3:10 be all right?
Miss Brooks, I have met you here in the park to make you what you call a proposal.
Proposal? But Mr. Monet, you hardly know me.
Oh, I know you well enough for this, Miss Brooks. After talking to many, many women, Mrs. Conkle, I know you are the ideal woman for me.
Oh, this is very flattering, Mr. Monet, but marriage is a serious step.
Marriage? I can't. With my
It's only good for a sock in the nozzle.
No, you do not understand. I want you to accept a position as tutor for my 3 children.
3 children? Oh, Mrs. Davis will love this.
Well, they out.
Mr. Monet, may I ask you one question?
Of course. What is it?
Among your children, is there a tall, dark one in the crowd?
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first, green girl, beautiful, luster green girl. Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a luster cream gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a daily cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanent. Try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a green girl. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I promised Mr. Monet I'd help him out with his children, but I must admit I was a little let down when I found out he wasn't a bachelor. And I said as much to Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie, it's a shame that such a darling man is already married.
But he served his purpose as far as upsetting Mr. Boynton goes.
What do you mean, Connie?
Well, the day after we had lunch together, Mr. Boynton was so concerned about the situation, guess what he did?
What?
He put a brand new lock on his frog's cage.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous green girl hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Macmillan and... Dentists know what clean teeth best. And over 42 minutes, morning and night, with Colgate tooth powder. Brush teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder for mystery liberalism. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Do you want to be free to work where you choose, start your own business, own your own home, invest? Let's start to realize how fortunate we are. The better we produce, the better we live. Stay tuned now for a moment after. Bob Lamont speaking at the CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
我記住呢個半鐘，從而家開始，我哋就係呢個半鐘嘅朋友。呢個係事實，你改變唔到㗎啦。因為上集已經播咗，我下星期日會再嚟。
喂，過咗去，可唔可以再嚟㗎？
可以，上網聽重播啦。
但係下凍嘅話咧，你可能感覺咧會舒服啲啦。咁啊，室外氣温咧都有8、9度啦，睇今晚。相對濕度就即係望一望啦。因為今日咧其實主要嚟講後尾咧都會變翻天陰，嗰個雷暴咧仍然有機會㗎。今晚日落時間咧係8點16分，空氣質素低風險 ，UV 指數乎你喺邊度啦。因為咧一路慢慢開始咧就越嚟越密雲嚇咁啊，跟住咧有零散嘅驟雨咁啊，一係就係暖翻啲啦，因為你見到落雨嚇咁啊，晏晝最高氣温咧會有14度，咁啊今晚啊跌翻落去9度。咁啊話晒都差唔多近住雙位數字，似翻啲4月尾5月頭啦。OK 啊，不過今晚咧都有60%嘅機會咧會繼續落雨㗎。想要即係認認真真見到個太陽嘅話咧，可能要等多少少。禮拜6咧有6個鐘頭嘅日照時間，咁啊禮拜5咧都係得3個鐘頭嘅啫。星期4咧聽日主要嚟講都仍然係天陰或者係落雨。聽日啊，即係今晚至聽日嘅降雨量咧，其實都有另外嘅雨。去到下個禮拜1咧，嗰度咧又係啊，褪一褪個報稅日期啊，咁樣好似到前晚為止咧都有成7萬幾人咧就簽 簽咗㗎啦。咁另外咧，今日咧就其中一個即係主流新聞都排頭位嘅咧，就係你呢幾日咧，可能我唔知幾耐啦嚇，你寄國際信件或者收國際信件咧，都可能會有啲問題，因為咧喺機場附近咧，大家記得嗰個嘅加拿大郵政嘅機櫃咧，咁啊因為有多人染疫嘅關係咧，又封咗喎。
係啊，咁啊嗱，今日咧亦都有幾份報告，大家可以留意啊，包括咧喺財經方面咧，聯儲局主席會出嚟講嘢，今晚拜登又會講嘢，又話有啲即係新錢入。咁啊，再加埋咧，我哋自己加拿大咧呢個長期護理中心方面嚇，會唔會有啲即係做得不足咧？咁啊，而另外咧，亦都有另外一份報告咧，就會講下咧啲小生意究竟個假期咧。咁聯邦政府話咧肯同省傾嘅喎，咁會唔會令到件事咧係快咗成行咧？有好多人咧就等緊咧呢一個嘅即係病咗嘅有薪假，咁於是咧佢哋就可以懷疑自己病嘅話咧就唔使再匿喺屋企啦。咁啊除此之外咧，今日咧都要同大家講下 Trippz 咧，似乎條路咧越行越難啦。尋晚輸咗波之後咧1場半嚇，咁一陣間同大家睇睇啦，不但只係望翻琴晚嚇，咁啊仲要睇下前邊呢條路有幾難，咁啊，但係琴日咧 Blue Jays 就叻計啦 ，Blue Jays 琴日贏9-5，咁啊贏波還是少，咁啊但係我哋其中有一位球員咧就破咗紀錄嚇，咁啊一陣間會同大家睇睇啦。咁啊另外足球方面 ，TFC 喺呢個8強嘅 CONCACAF 呢一個嘅比賽裏邊咧，琴日落後1-3，咁啊仲有第2場嘅唔使驚有得追。
疫苗對你嚟講咧有幾重要咧？咁啊，疫苗嘅地方咧亦都係嗰北部啦。但尋晚半夜1點鐘咧已經開始有人排隊，咁啊而家已經有幾廿人咧喺度排緊隊啦。咁啊詳情轉頭翻嚟會同大家講下，但係呢個時候咧，早上時間7:05，新聞
依家由民永同報道一節新聞。多倫多市政府同民間志願疫苗服務追蹤機構 Vaccine Hunter 合作，方便市民追蹤到疫苗服務。Vaccine Hunter 設有網站記錄疫苗分發嘅地點，亦都會喺社交網站提醒市民接種。多倫多市長莊德利表示，市民可以去到 Vaccine Hunter 嘅 Twitter 帳號睇下邊度可以接種疫苗。
The city will forward to Vaccine Hunters a list of the available appointments, and so people can go on Vaccine Hunters and see where those appointments are and if they qualify in terms of the different age requirements and different groups that are able to get.
目前暫時只有多倫多會議中心以及 Cloverdale Mall 商場有疫苗服務提供，但預料5月10號前喺市內10個地點會有更多疫苗。本國郵政局爆發新型肺炎，90人要自我隔離。皮爾區衛生部門勒令位於密西沙加市 Eglinton 格的士嘅郵務設施內，喺下晝同一間工作嘅所有員工自我隔離10日。郵政局表示喺過去7日，呢一間內有12名員工確診新型肺炎。公司又話已經繼續喺職場內提供受到影響。香港立法會3讀通過本年度財政預算案嘅撥款條例草案，經民聯將話封筆增加股票印花稅係考慮到社會整體情況，喺嚴重財赤下
要增加收入，我哋就揀，譬如係揀咗印花稅。咁喺咁嘅做法裏面咧，受影響嘅人當然就未必喜歡，但係從整體社會嘅考慮裏面咧，呢個我哋又覺得應該做嘅。而喺個過程裏面咧，我哋雖然要盡可能平衡唔同界別嘅一啲想法，但係總要有所取捨啦。
新一份財政預計本年度財赤預計破紀錄達到2576億。香港立法會經過約2小時審議，3讀通過2020年入境修訂條例草案，包括賦權政府要求航空公司喺航班到達香港之前，向入境處通報乘客資料。新修例將會喺今年8月1號實施。條例同時授權入境處可以要求航空公司禁止運載個別乘客受基本法保障嘅出入境自由。
入境處可要求航空公司機只適用於前來香港的航機，而基本法第31條保障香港居民嘅旅行符合基本法。
對男子上星期當街遇襲案有關，警方根據閉路電視片段踢向頭部，送院後仍然昏迷，情況危殆。歐洲議會以壓倒性票數通過歐盟同英國就雙方未來貿易嘅協議，按照既定程序， 歐盟理事會會喺程序上批准協議，完成歐方就英國脱歐嘅所有法定程序。歐洲理事會主席米歇爾喺社交網站貼文，認為投票結果標誌歐英關係係一位重要嘅朋友同伙伴，繼續建設性合作。
一日資訊在於晨 ，A1 早晨。
早晨，嗰2個禮拜究竟係咩一回事嚇？咁啊，到時咧會同大家咧就匯報一下2個禮拜係咩嘢咧？就係咧打完疫苗咧 ，suppose 你係有2個禮拜時間咧，就等你個身體咧就即係製造呢一個抗體啦。咁啊，尋日咧我就即係買餸日啊嘛，就係即係幫屋企幫其他人去買餸嘅時候咧，咁啊朋友咧就提過我㗎，就嗰陣時我冇話，啱開始40歲有得打呢個 AstraZeneca 嘅時候，我咪上去呢一個嘅Trippz 嗰個網站嗰度攞咗個 code， 跟住佢話攞咗個 code之後咧，佢會係 send email 聯絡我嘅。咁啊，之前已經有聽眾提我話，喂，好似冇乜用嘅喎，你打電話去或者問佢好喎。咁啊，尋日去咗 Trippz 咧，就真係證實咗呢一樣嘢。咁啊，嗰間 Trippz 咧就話都唔出奇㗎。你而家得唔得閒啦？你得閒而家即刻幫你打啦。咁啊變咗咧，我就 end up 咧就變咗係即係 walk in 咧，就係當然打完咁係你啲人亦都係預先 book 定嘅。咁啊嚟緊嗰幾日咧，佢慢慢開始咧就 fill up 晒。咁但係我見佢係有呢一個嘅即係疫苗打。咁啊，所以大家咧，如果好似我咁都係即係上網去藥房嗰度 register 咗，等佢攞咗個 code，等佢 email 你嘅話咧，你等極都等唔到咧。原來係因為個 system 係基本上係即係冇乜幫助。register 完咗之後咧，件事就完咗，係好難有人會聯絡翻嚟。
都冇乜嘢啊，打完啲針都好似打完冇打咁嘅。
嗱，我就建議大家，我冇即係之前嗰2晚瞓得唔好嘅。咁啊，我覺得咧，如果你身體係一個更加即係精神嘅狀況去打嘅話咧，你就係即係嗰個製造抗體嘅嗰個過程咧，你就會舒服啲。咁而佢哋話尋日咧，而家我覺得我多翻啲力嘅，即係尋日打完之後咧，譬如要拎重嘢啊，硬係覺得咧，即係手掌定係手臂咧，有啲怪怪地嘅嗰啲 sensation， 咁啊同埋覺得唔係好快，你身體打入去咧嗰個嘅反應咧會暢順啲、舒服啲。咁我嗰幾日唔夠瞓嘅話咧，同未打之前呢個身體狀況冇任何嘅變化，我就反而 feel 到自己咧，好似有少少即係嗰啲咧，你未打完嗰啲 flu shot， 你咪有陣時可能嘔病嘅。即係有少少好似想唔舒服嘅嗰種感覺嘅，我有呢一樣嘢。佢冇即刻 book 嘅，佢話因為佢已經喺即係打完之後咧，佢真係喺
供應
個供應係點，而且咧聯邦嘅即係嗰個嘅政策咧，亦都可能會變嘅。如果係早過4個月嘅話咧，咁我哋可能會即係早少少叫你翻嚟打啦，但我哋都唔肯定。咁所以咧，我哋已經有你名㗎啦。咁啊，到時都會嘗試主動聯絡翻我，就即係話俾我知幾時可以去再打嘅。
咁啊，其實打疫苗咧，而家就個咧就應該一日咧就 book 咗嚇。咁希望咧大家我知道嘅，其實咧有好多人咧都唔係話即係當然有喜，亦都有人就唔高興啦。因為點解咧？而家就仲係有一班人咧就仲未打得啊。有啲咧就可能40歲以上就可以打，有啲咧就50歲以上，但係要等熱點啊。都好多呢啲咧唔同嘅範疇，咁啊變咗咧中間咧就梗係即係有啲裂痕咧就即係有啲就即係遺留咗嘅。咁喺我哋約克區咁樣，咁啊有個 L4B 啊，咁啊有啲即係 L4H 啊咁。咁呢一班人咧就好慘咧，咁啊即係佢哋而家都喺度覺得，喂，好似點解咁奇怪？你點樣去定咩叫熱點咩定？咁但係我都係唯有同佢講，俾啲耐性啦，因為嚟緊咧睇到個疫苗供應咧，嗱咁啊今日未輪到你唔緊要，咁你可以再等一等咧，應該都好快㗎啦。咁
係打呢個 AstraZeneca， 即係較為後生嘅。咁但係 AstraZeneca 咧，大家都知道咧，即係嗰個嚟緊嗰60萬劑咧，就可能會遲咗嚟我哋安省下㗎嘛，即係省府嗰邊咧就已經係講咗㗎啦。咁所以咧調翻轉咧嚟緊咧，可能嗰啲藥房有嘅幫你打嘅咧，就轉翻做 Pfizer。最主要原因就係嗰啲 AstraZeneca 咧未到嚇。
係啊，咁啊因為發覺到咧喺藥房打咧，其實嗰樣嘢都幾快靚正，咁啊所以咧變咗
呢個好好嘅嚇。
咁啊所以咧而家就話即係嗱問題咧，點解一早唔Pfizer 一早應該去藥房啦？咁但係你要記得咧 Pfizer 咧要好低溫處理，係咪又要時間去用啦？咁啊所以咧就即係唔係話一般藥房咧可以即係搞到，咁啊而家就話有啲藥房都可能佢裏邊都有，因為佢都要不嬲有藥房有裝藥咧，都可能會有嗰個雪藏嗰個嘅系統，咁但係都未必話可以雪到咁耐，咁所以咧而家都係諗緊下，即係 AstraZeneca 即係乾晒冇晒啦嚇，咁啊去唔到藥房
時咧就係即係夜翻屋企，咁就10點鐘開。但係如果你而家唔再去嘅話咧，就一陣咧可能條隊只會越嚟越長。尋晚1點鐘咧已經開始有人喺嗰度200人喺度排緊隊嘅啫嚇。咁啊另外咧喺 Downsville 咧今日咧18歲以上亦都有一個嘅 pop up。咁啊 Downsville 都 pop up 咗幾日嘅啦。咁啊今日大家可以如果真係18歲以上咧就可以打 咁啊，另外啱啱睇到咧，河頓區咧就犀利啦，河頓區有一個熱點咧 L9E L9E 喺河頓區嘅咧，就嗰度覆。咁啊，另外咧，今日咧喺呢一個要話先俾大家聽，皮爾區皮爾區亦都係其中一個重災區咧。嗰兩個 pop up 咧就啱啱宣布咧，已經係全滿啦。OK， 咁未必使諗。咁所以其實咧好簡單啦，大家上去嗰個叫做vaccine hunter 可以睇下嗰度咧執唔執到死雞。係啊，咁啊，而家多倫多市政府咧亦都話，喂，不如即係人哋做得咁好嘅，不如咧我直情係即係用佢嗰個嘅嗰個 Tweet Hunters Canada。咁啊，而家咧多倫多嘅市政府都話咧，佢會主動將多倫多政府今日有啲咩新嘅疫苗嗰啲嘅措施啊 ，pop up 喺邊啊，真係好似我咁。之前預約咗，跟住然之後咧就石沉大海嘅話咧，咁你可以試下睇下有冇啲 walk in 嘅地方啦，又或者透過呢個 CA 嗰度啦。其實咧你想要快籌物嘅地方咧，好快啲 vaccine 就冇晒。咁你知即係每個城市或者每個區域咧，其實佢都有啲地方咧，可能係嗰個人口咧住得冇密集嘅。咁嗰啲地方咧，你揾到未爆滿嘅嗰個即係可以去打嘅名額咧，機會會大啲。咁所以譬如你去揾下 King City 啊，係啊，咁啊嗱，琴日咧大家嘅熱點嗰度咧，咁啊可以就有114個熱點啊嘛。琴日我哋咪講咗，即係加咗嘅，咁啊大家就可以去啦嚇。咁啊其中啊有兩個熱點啊 L4B、L4E 啊有啦咁。咁啊啲人8點鐘去咧，其實咧好似話唔使1個鐘頭。West 咧喺 Mississauga 嗰度咧又有一次嘅 outbreak，咁啊而家呢個情況咧就令到咧即係點講，官方都要介入，就逼佢哋咧要停一停先啦嚇。上個禮拜5皮爾區咪話我哋會行使呢一個嘅 Section 22嚇，即係 Section 22咧呢一個嘅權利，就係話你咧就係即係喺隔離間可以閂晒，而家咧就局部咧就閂咗。咁嗰度咧有成差唔多80個、90個嘅員工咧係叫咗佢翻屋企咧係做自我隔離。係啊，咁啊最主要原因咧就係過去7日以嚟咧喺嗰個部門咧有成12位員工咧係即係上一次我哋就話咧即係 Canada Post 咧係即係擔心嗰啲人嘅安全咧，其實佢哋驗多咗嘅。咁所以今次咧即係起碼比對上一次咧佢係已經開始話，喂，如果你有事嘅地方嘅話咧，我哋真係要即係閂一閂咧，就確保啲人咧唔好話係即係諗住即係最緊要係有錢收，咁啊個個咧都係搏命咁翻工，咁啊翻咗工之後染咗疫咧，其實一啲都唔係一個最好嘅選擇。咁但係睇翻咧，即係其實佢已經第2次，你記得我哋之前幾個月咧，佢已經係試過第1次裏邊有爆發啦，所以你大家都覺得咦熟口熟面嗰啲咧都會有啲延誤嚇，咁啊大家要俾啲耐性，亦都要體諒一下。咁啊，裏邊嘅員工咧，其實而家繼續有得翻工嗰啲咧，其實個個都有少少即係心驚膽跳。咁但係你見到咧，其實佢都盡做㗎啦，已經係而家入到去咧，又要即係有快速測試嘅。而家就同好多員工咧，就即刻要做個快速測試，即係 make sure 佢冇事咧，就先俾佢入去。咁所以嗰度又有啲延誤啊咁等等。咁啊冇辦法啦，因為裏邊成幾千人做緊嘢咧，你又唔可以成間閂晒。係啊，上一次嘅話咧，如果你記憶猶新咧，就係1月嘅時候，嗰陣時咧有超過200個佢哋嘅同事咧，就係染疫嘅。咁啊，所以今次咧叫做即係有個新嘅措施之後咧，係快咗好多空嘅人啦。咁但係而家咧就聯邦就話我哋仲可以傾，但係尋日咧即係如果你今日睇翻我哋升到 A2嘅話，都話咧，其實聯邦 suppose 咧已經係即係都唔係好即係有利㗎啦。咁啊，所以我相信咧自己時間嚟到早上嘅7點28分 ，update 下今朝早嘅交通狀況。交時間俾 Billy 先，早晨。
早晨飛行，早晨飛哥 TV 篇401東行線由 Mitch McKenzie 直至去到 Teston， 暫時道路封閉，原因因為警察進行緊調查。天氣方面，現時室外氣溫10度，間中有雲，感覺8度。今日最高氣溫大約有12度，現時吹緊每小時13公里，有雨，氣溫將會下降至8度。預測聽日星期4有4成機會有雨，氣溫介乎8度至12度之間。呢一節交通及天氣報告。
我點知 COVID-19 新冠肺炎疫苗係唔安全呢？對新事物存有疑問係人之常情，但係我哋希望你知道，加拿大衛生部只會批准安全、有效並且最優質嘅疫苗。加拿大嘅高標準同埋嚴格嘅疫苗審核程序係全世界認可嘅。想了解更多有關要換啊，但係疫情關係，我唔想陌生人入我哋影幾張屋外面咁參觀。咁真係好方便、好安全喎。太太，你仲未留低電話同埋 email 啊？查詢及上門估價905-940-8933，宏豐門窗與你一起成長30年。當氣溫達到攝氏7度以上，你嘅4季胎咁就可以延長雪胎嘅壽命，亦可以享受最低價格保證，用合適嘅價錢就買到理想嘅輪胎。
講到簡單，細節就係關鍵，有若干條件。
海馬牌SICKLY乳膠質感床墊，一面好似木板咁堅硬。我平時做節目運動量都好大㗎，瞓嘅時候感覺腰背好放鬆，另一面質地柔軟，唔舒服瞓好啱，全面照顧我嘅健康。喺海馬店就買得到。海馬牌床墊真正中國香港品牌，提防假冒。
海馬電話熱線416-850-2863。
安大略省嘅新冠病毒疫苗計劃正在幫助阻止病毒傳播，拯救生命。喺我哋全都接種疫苗之前，務必請戴口罩、洗手、保持距離。每日都有成千上萬嘅人喺度接種疫苗，好快就輪到你㗎啦！了解更多信息，請上網瀏覽 ontario.ca/covid vaccine plan 或致電1888-999-6488，可獲得。
最近我做過手殘，世界上最辛苦嘅工作，終於俾我揾到。24小時按 call 任勞任怨風雨不，就係我哋嘅媽媽咯。
星島 A1 中文電台送你 A 級母親節，由5月1號開始，各大節目同主持連續1個星期為你帶嚟一系列母親節溫馨環節同活動，歌頌母親嘅偉大。
Congo A 級母親節2021。
A1 早晨每朝接受點唱，將祝福以好歌送給天下母親。
當時好聲音飛飛邀請多倫多名廚教大家煮好意頭嘅母親節大餐。
有共情康翠瑩走訪5位事業型媽咪，同你分享有趣感動故事。 開心3口組 I Love 媽媽禮物推介，為你啦、我啦、佢啦介紹精選禮物。
牛黃解毒丸2位長老揀出幸運聽眾，拍片送俾聽眾媽咪，祝賀母親節快樂。
3個女人7個叻，玉女心經之同阿媽對話，3位媽咪主持同小朋友嘅真誠對話，點點心意點點情，魏以清邀請聽眾分享俾你嘅。
鳴謝以下贊助商戶，
主題贊助
Concord North York 高層豪宅。Seasons Upper House Collection 更高層、更寬敞，最適合一家大細共享天倫。
鑽石贊助
Old Kennedy Steels 1號華庭餐號。
黃金贊助
成分天然嘅京都念慈庵川貝枇杷膏。
海馬床褥信心嘅標誌，萬錦 York Drive 及士嘉堡 Kennedy 專門店母親節特價優惠。
30年老字號 High Life 豪華冷暖氣 Carrier 代理，信心保證。
CIK 3合1套餐計劃，網絡、電視、電話，每月只需44個99起。
百銀贊助，
多華會提供青少年活動及義工機會。
嚴淑園點心晚飯現金9折，滿50蚊送咕嚕肉。
Airtree 家居淨水及軟水設備中心，完美品質由 Airtree 開始。
降低3高，增強免疫嘅巴西進口嘢休息，想擁有燦爛自信笑容，預約黃埔井商場3樓 Dr. Perry 雷英明矯齒專科醫生。
亞一小廚5月7號前訂母親節外賣，現金85折。
一日資訊在於晨 ，A1 早晨。次咧就都即係我哋互相提醒一下咁啊，記得咧每個星期咧於立業咧就係雪常要閂翻，咁啊加埋一餸，咁啊嗰啲咧就好辛苦嘅做得，但係就生意好啲。咁但係如果有啲嘅老字號嘅商鋪啊，譬如用一啲新嘢啊，唔係好知道點樣喺網上邊接訂單啊，喺透過啲短信去接訂單嘅話咧，咁係難啲經營嘅。
同埋咧，雖然你話政府係有補貼嘅，但係唔係話間或者個咧都合資格可以攞咧，都未必可以幫到手。即係你攞到都未必幫到啦，何況你攞唔到係咪？咁啊，但係咧，你睇到咧，省府都已經抌咗呢一份報告咧，就係一個獨立委員會，咁佢哋咧就會睇睇究竟抌咗呢17億落嚟係咪真係幫到啲小商戶咧？幫到幾多咧？咁然後咧就睇做個成績表。
係啊，次嘅時候咧，你見到咧，即係嘅幾級政府咧都好努力咧，就幫大家撲火就提供好多嘅援助。咁但係咧，申請咗好耐啊，我呢樣嘢又唔得。譬如有陣時有啲人就話，喂，我20年嘅年頭先開鋪頭，我冇19年嗰盤數喎。嗰陣時有啲人又因為咁咧，就攞唔到嗰個嘅即係撥款幫助啊。有啲咧就話個生意額太高，有啲嘅生意額太細啊咁樣樣。咁所以變咗咧就有一個咁樣嘅即係援助安排俾生意。咁所以有個報告咧，希望可以幫到手啦嚇。
呢個咧其實就要靠啲大時大節，咁啊希望睇下可唔可以幫到手。咁啊而家嚟緊咧大家都知啦，5月就最緊要啦，母親節你聽，咁嗰度其實咧又係做一買外賣咧， 即係你成日做得幾多啊，又辛苦係嘛？咁你做完咁，即係跟住又剩翻，咁其實都係即係對佢哋都係好大打擊。
即係接得少單咧，跟住然之後咧，你又可能會哎呀好愁啊出嚟，即係有啲人客趕唔切嚇，唔係預訂咗6點半 pick up 到嘅話咧，又可能會得失啲人客咧，其實真係好大心理壓力嘅。咁希望大家咧就幫手啦，即係可以嘅話早啲訂啦，同埋都唔一定要母親節，
都唔好話等埋嗰日5月9號係咪應該？就係母親節咧，你就唔好等嗰一日啦，即係之前之後，大家亦都係順便當幫手。
係啊，即係你擁埋嗰一日食嘅話咧，就揾自己笨咧就冇乜着數。咁你情願咧就係而家已經食咗幾餐好嘅，嗰日阿媽調翻轉話，哎得啦夠啦，乖仔咁樣樣嚇。
係啊，不過咧難得講嘅，我哋唔係鼓勵大家咧，即係如果你同媽咪住咧，咁你都仲可以即係去慶祝下，因為而家咧就留家令，你冇話呀碧咸你話，不如叫我同阿媽慶祝啊，即係唔係去媽咪屋企，可能今年咧。即係即係舊年應該唔係劉嘉玲嘅母親節啊，咁啊，但係今年咧就撞著咧會係呢個劉嘉玲咧，又要用一個非一般嘅方法同媽咪去慶祝母親節。
係啊，咁啊，所以即係大家乖仔乖女嘅或者係作為老公嘅仔女嘅，咁啊，大家諗定啦一個點樣嘅最好嘅做法。今年咧母親節就係5月9號啦，咁所以咧其實我哋節目咧亦都會下個星期咧有個少少嘅特別嘅安排。咁我哋就好希望咧，即係其實過去1年咧。做媽媽嘅好辛苦嘅，即係作為老婆嘅都好辛苦。喂，大佬啊，可能即係好似以我老婆嚟為例啊，我都要好多謝佢，好辛苦咁啊。所以咧，好好慰勞一下你屋企嘅另一半啊，媽咪啊咁樣咧，就諗下有啲咩嘢或者係咧收你哋嘅即係想同媽咪講嘅點唱嘅短信啦。咁啊，你可以 send 定過嚟嘅，因為我哋都唔知個反應係熱烈定唔點，唔知點啦。所以我哋就建議大家咧，就而家可以即係今日開始已經 send 定俾我哋，咁我哋就變咗咧可以有多啲嘅準備時間喺手啦。我哋下個禮拜咧就會將你對太太啊，對媽咪想要最 work 嘅，我同大家講下。即係除咗你話諗辦法要送禮物啊，同媽咪食餐飯咧，其實咧最傳統嘅方法咧，即係我哋以前就梗係有啲咩嘢，梗係打去電台點唱啦，係嘛？咁啊呢啲時候咧就發揮到嗰個作用啦，尤其是喺啲疫情期間嚇，咁啊即係你又想好多人聽到，你唔話冇人肉咁樣，有啲實體電話，咁但係咧。先嚟，點解大家早啲預備？即係我哋咧又可以早啲預備好，咁啊到時就即係唔會話漏咗你，唔係你臨急臨忙。哎呀，我突然間今日想點唱喎，咁我哋可能咧即係等於啲疫苗中心咁樣，唔係一定有位噶嘛。係啊，咁我哋早啲咧就係喺我哋 A1 早晨嘅 Facebook page 嗰度咧，就將你想要講嘅説話咧，就係即係send 定俾我哋先，咁我哋會早啲準備。咁啊，今朝早咧都過嚟嘅，但係都好代表咧，即係媽咪對我哋每一個人嘅嗰種付出。鄭中基嘅《我代你哭》。
寧願擔心，亦期望你多找幾個情人，別這麼愛奉獻，但求自己快樂接近。曾經一起未留住你，都清楚你為人，越傷心你越會興奮。還未答謝你發的，寧願這福氣。來日是共會贈你，如果那個他不愛護你，准我代你哭。因你受罪是多麼無助，離開了你都可以代你歡笑，代你哭。若痛恨誰讓我代你痛？得到甜言蜜語，得到知己保護。若果這個是我，盡情地傾訴的你，就太愛我。還未答謝你，曾不離開了你都可以代你歡笑，你痛。就算別離後，我亦會痛。
車去到400，加頓拿東行線喺 Humber Bridge 一帶相對比較多車。市區街道方面，現時 Dublin 嘅南北行線由 Major Mackenzie 直至去到 Testing 暫時全線封閉，有警察進行緊調查。另外 Bear Creek 南行線喺 Lawrence 北路段亦都有一單交通事故順。天氣方面，現時室外氣温10度。
由我幫你轉達呢，無論喺邊一度，深信佢依然可以心領神會。記住喺5月7號之前傳嚟點點心意點點情 Facebook 嘅 page， 幫你講完對媽媽心意之後，仲會送上一份母親都可以將佢變得不一樣呢。前途生不過，三春輝願能報。
安大略省已制定計劃，保障民眾健康同經濟發展，透過新投資幫助抗擊疫情並提升長期看護品質，為民眾、家庭同由安大略省政府資助。
你嘅理想居所就係 Seasons 嘅 Upper House Collection， 寬敞嘅2睡房同 Coco 負責發展嘅 Seasons， 位於北約克中心地帶，嘅 callseasons.ca。
如果我有部 Corolla， 我會開大 Apple CarPlay 聽歌 ，weekend 又可以同班 friend 交下風，又或者會路過上次嗰間 cafe， 唔知靚仔阿 Mark 仲冇返工咧？
家姐，邊個靚仔啊？老豆知唔知㗎？Red 豬兩日翻嚟啦，與其夢寐以求蚊起，48個月年利率。
小炒啊，有冇計啊？回佬乜嘢？原續完而家做外賣啦，點心11點至4點，晚飯4點到8點，全日外賣現金9折，稅前滿50蚊，再送招牌咕嚕肉，冰鮮點心仲有8折添㗎。點心即刻打905-889-7899，柯打定先。
The multicultural voice of the megacity, CHIN。
Hey， 早晨，因為做嘢忙嘅關係咧，就睇咗我諗係第2節尾，咁啊第3節咧就等緊個客服咧就專心可以睇嘅，但係咪即係有翻 KD 喺度 Brooklyn Nets 就即係不能同日而語咯。即係老實講啊，冇啊 KD 咧 Brooklyn Nets 都已經我哋雖然full team，雖然上次我哋贏所以咧而家就好多人都喺度話咧 NBA 咧越嚟越唔好睇，因為點解咧？就係話啲強弱太懸殊啦，係嘛？咁啊，然後咧第2樣嘢就係話咧，而家啲人成日顧住射3分嘅。但係琴日我哋第3、第4節咧，就突然間我哋其實都好叻嘅一路，即係我哋捱到2節半㗎啦。我哋啲3分唔係好似有信心咁樣咧，就 OK 有得同佢練嘅。但係琴日咧，人哋嗰啲3分好似落雨，即係射你2-3個3分，跟住又追近，跟住過埋你，跟住之後你咧車尾燈都睇唔到。係啊，我哋尋日起手43次，咁啊只係得即係15球，即係34.9% 啦。但係人哋有成40% 啊，起手45次咧18個3分。咁啊嚟緊咧，即係 Raptors 咧有好多都係 on the road 嘅比賽咧，對佢哋挑戰性更加大喎。係啊，咁啊先講即係15個3分，所以今日咧係有薯條食嘅。最緊要講呢個啫嚇，就然後就季後賽㗎啦。咁而家我哋咧仲要落後第10位嘅 Washington Wizards 咧係贏8場啊，所以佢突然間明明我哋追緊公牛㗎，芝加哥公牛嘅都突然間會變咗第二隊嘅咁華盛頓巫師嘅咁係啊，因為華盛頓巫師咧砰砰聲後邊追上嚟咧，而家我哋要追嗰個唔係公牛，我哋要追個巫師。咁啊，而家我哋爭人哋1場半，咁啊1場半咧，我哋剩翻10場8場啦，嚟緊要打咩咧？嚟緊咧，我哋聽日就打 Denver Nuggets，OK。跟住 Denver Nuggets 之後要打 Utah Jazz，Utah Jazz 咧亦都已經攞咗季後賽嘅入場券㗎啦。OK， 佢喺西岸排第一哥嚟嘅。咁啊，我唔知啦，希望咧可能佢都要留力咧，就唔好咁對我哋咁殘忍啦。今年 Nuggets 咧都唔弱啊，所以對住 Nuggets 咧都係已經慘㗎啦。但係跟住之後嗰2場就不得了啦。係啊，嗱 Nuggets 咧就冇咗阿 Jamal Murray。係喎，咁啊，所以都希望。睇下偷唔偷到雞嚇，咁跟住就冇得傾啦。對住 Utah Jazz， 跟住再下一場就對住 Trippz， 都辛苦116比103咧，就輸咗俾 Brooklyn Nets 咁樣。咁希望啦嚟緊咧，我哋快追咁啊，同埋咧即係我哋黑心地即係差啲咧，就希望呢個巫師咧即係 Washington 就唔好贏咁多啦。咁啊等我哋有得辦法可以。琴日Adam 嚟㗎咯噃嚇，5月中打疫苗打得夠快。係啊，同埋啲球員打疫苗打得快啊！而家有差唔多咧有80%嘅 NBA 球隊咧。係啲球員係 decent 啊！就算我哋 Raptors 即係逼咗入去第10位咧，我哋嘅主場 都繼續 temper
喺佛羅里達州，但係我哋又冇得入去睇，美國人就有得入去睇，咁所以咧，加上今年咧就真係比較即係對我哋多倫多或者加拿大嘅球隊就真係傷咗啲嚇。咁好快啦，講埋啦，琴日咧都 Blue Jays 打一場波㗎，9-5咧贏咗呢一個 Washington 嚇。咁開心嘅地方咧就係我哋有一個咧，即係我哋超級有潛質嘅球員嚇，叫做 Guerrero Junior Vladimir Guerrero Junior。咁大家聽一句都聽咗靚全壘打，跟住再加2個home run，所以亦都係最可以留意一下。咁而另外咧就要講Maple Leafs 今晚 Maple Leafs 啦，今晚 Maple Leafs 會打 Montreal Canadiens 啦，又係對住啲宿敵啦。咁Blue Jays 即係今晚打第2場嘅 Washington Nationals 即係棒球咧7:07開波。咁琴晚咧我哋Toronto FC 咧咁下一場咧就難打啦嚇，因為啲打2場嘅，咁下一場可能會辛苦啲，因為要追成3球咧先有機會入到4強。
轉頭翻嚟有財經消息。
你睇佢幾 sporty， 我中意啊！冇架車咩？哇 ！Lexus X Sport 好型，我中意 X Sport Series 1型號，上價都只係228蚊，39個月期，年息1.90，仲有3000蚊 X Sport 大優惠。
又型又
.com 預約睇車啊
！Unbelievable Lexus 就喺 Steeles 4042東。
哇！突然間翻風又落雨，老公啊，快啲閂咗啲窗先咯！
啲窗閂晒㗎喎，
係咪道門開咗啊？
道門都冇開過。
咁啲風喺邊度嚟㗎？唔通
撞鬼咯！我見到有個新保用，中文熱線289-217-8989，我劉建文用過都話好。
存有疑問係人之常情，但我哋希望你知道，加拿大衛生部只會批准安全、有效並大家認可嘅。想了解更多有關 COVID-19 新冠肺炎疫苗嘅資料，請瀏覽 canada.ca/covid-vaccine。
展開嘅冒險之旅，雖然前路充滿未知，但係冇嘢可以阻擋到我嘅探索之路。
先生，麻煩你到下一個窗口攞外賣。
Redtech 專享日又嚟啦！與其夢寐以求，不如即刻擁有，租入一部2021豐田 RAV4 LE 前輪驅動，每週79蚊起，48個月年利率4.49，首期2900蚊。請聯絡你嘅本地豐田代理商或瀏覽 shoptoyota.ca。
大公司出嚟嘅業績都咁但係咧問題就係對於個展望啊，因為咧即係好多咧就趁住疫情咧先至揾到錢，即係唔係話即係咁所以咧你睇到啦，琴日咧 Microsoft 出咗佢哋嘅業績咧，而家咧見到佢係跌緊2%嗱，破紀錄嘅嗰個即係盈利咧去到150億嘅。咁亦都因為佢嗰啲雲端服務啊等等咧賺好多錢。咁另外咧就 Google 嘅母公司而家咧發覺咧 Google 嗰啲人買廣告咧就賣翻啲咩咧？賣翻啲旅遊啊，賣翻啲零售啊，咁開始去翻嗰啲傳統經濟嚇。咁所以咧就睇下分散翻出嚟。咁所以對於個展望咧，喂你今年破紀錄啫，咁對於個展望你又要再破紀錄啊，未必咁容易咧。
雖然未必係直接嘅關係啦，但係見到咧，即係國際原油價格咧都係上升緊嚇，咁又升多即係5毫子以上，而家63毫幾啦。咁油車嗰啲貨櫃車司機咧喺疫情期間退咗休喎，而家就算有貨都可能未必運得切咧，去到大家即係平時你街口嗰間油站咁喎。
係啊，咁所以咧預計咧嚟緊個月汽油價格咧都會係加下。咁另外咧今日咧即係晏少少嚇 Apple 咧會出佢嘅業績，但係最得意一樣嘢就係話咧佢未使真係出業績咧，啲人已經話佢會破紀錄，已經都唔使講係嘛，即係已經預咗佢破紀錄嘅，所以
個 M1 chip 真係啲電腦快咗好多，突然之間。
係啊，但係咧今日咧就要等啦，就等咩咧？就等呢一個聯儲局行長啊，今日咧就會出呢個議息結果，晏晝2點零啦，咁佢就會出嚟講嘢，同埋今晚咧拜登總統亦都會咧就係講佢講話1萬美國國民咧就有個即係 prime time 嘅時候咧會有一個演説，咁所以好多人都等緊睇下佢哋講啲乜嘅，咁啊。
星島車刊逢星期5副刊專業車評汽車快訊同駕駛須知，車主必睇。星期5仲有八通街，曾志偉重手，整肅劣跡藝人，黃心穎翻身無望，賣樓求生，衛詩雅火熱情飄，陳家樂尷尬心機，塑造強勢敏感，編輯角色，蔣欣小捨得，演媽媽壓力大。再見少年，講述命運迂迴少年不期而遇，相伴成長，咁隨高富鬆幾多米，令你安在家中，亦可享受購物樂趣。
貨品種類包羅萬有，包括健康用品、家庭電器、最新電子產品、廚房用具等等，更有
台或牛王解讀員 Facebook 專頁就會見到阿牛啊
買得更多，唔慳得更多，請即上星級.ca，SINGCLUB.ca 購物平台，選購你嘅心頭好啦！
星級精彩，陸續有來。哇！我哋跳舞，師傅都睇啊，勁到咩咁啊？顏色快啲入嚟。
早新聞。
疫苗，斯卡堡今日有4間臨時新冠疫苗診所為18歲或以上人士打針，可以去到中心接種疫苗。診所不接受預約，將會由今朝9點開始運作，直至用晒所有疫苗。而北醫同碧谷嘅今朝10點開放。喺其他新聞方面，本國郵政局爆發新型肺炎後，軍方喺接壤中國同印度邊境地區都分別同當地少數民族武裝組織爆發衝突。澳洲一名男子承認喺車禍現場嘲笑並拍攝垂死警員，被判監10個月。案發喺去年4月，42歲被告嘅跑車時，被一輛貨車撞倒。被告見死不救，反而喺旁邊幸災樂禍，用手機拍片同親友分享，並喺片中形容精彩同公義，又表示要返屋企慶祝。4名警察最終傷重不治，事件引起公憤。被告事後被捕，被控破壞公眾體統、藏有殘忍並可恥，判監10個月。罰款1000澳元同停牌2年，扣除接近300日扣押日數，將會喺短期內。
中港台新聞由香港電台提供。
喺中港台新聞方面，香港國泰航空認為公司太遲推出計劃，賠償唔算吸引。
類似嘅計劃嘅，當時推會唔會好啲呢？即係同時有個選擇，而唔係半年之後嘅今日先
要倒閉。香港特區政府聽日起以疫苗氣泡為基礎，放寬食肆同酒吧、派對房間。電台記者仇志榮報導。
喺疫苗氣泡基礎上，聽日起至到下個月12號，食肆嘅營業限制將會分為4個級別：酒吧、夜店、夜總會、浴室、派對房間、卡拉 OK 等處所，如果員工同訪客都打針等，聽日亦都可以重開。政府資訊科技總監林偉喬話，商戶驗證顧客針卡記錄2維碼嘅應用程式，聽日可以喺食環署網頁下載。
餐飲業界啊咁樣可以掃一掃針卡啦，咁針卡咧可以係紙本嘅針卡啦，或者一個電子嘅針卡啦，咁睇睇咧個疫苗注射情況係點樣啦。如果注射咗1劑嘅疫苗嘅話咧，就有1個剔啦；如果注射咗2劑疫苗，再隔14日啦，咁就有2個剔。如果嗰個嘅針紙上邊或者嗰個嘅電子針紙上邊唔係一個正確嘅曲嘅話咧，咁就會顯示咧認唔到嘅。
因為咁樣係虛報資料唔可以接受嘅，俾巡查嘅人員。
部會根據相關指引行事。另外，香港持牌酒吧會所聯會創會會長梁立仁喺節目度話，員工同訪客至少打1針等服業條件，比起飲食界更加苛刻，預計最多只能夠做大約5%嘅生意。
我哋形容嘅係文字上嘅服業啦，大約有85萬人去打咗針。
同澳門台記者汪明希報導。
行政長官林鄭月娥出席立法會質詢，多名議員就同內地以及澳門通關嘅問題提問。旅遊界立法會議員姚思榮認為，可以先由同澳門嘅旅遊氣泡做起。
最近疫情開始受控，香港同新加坡已經啟動旅遊氣泡。喺特首話同內地傾嘅比較難啦，咁同澳門係咪容易傾啲呢？
林鄭月娥表示，上個禮拜同澳門行政長官賀一誠出席博鰲亞洲論壇， 通一個通過澳門進入去內地。至於商界有聲音要求同內地建立商務氣泡，俾打咗針持陰性檢提出。林鄭月娥提
嚴重嘅交通事故，現時見到由 Eastern 城一直擠塞去到交通事故現場，進發方向加拿大東行線亦都係出平一帶相對比較繁忙，再由 Jameson 多車去到 Dufferin。市區街道方面，
土科 Unionville 已經調遷新址，新嘅陳列室同埋維修部咧喺4340 Highway 7 East， 即係 Unionville Main Street 以西一個街口嘅啫。快啲打電話去905-948-8080查詢佢哋嘅 Grand Opening 額外優惠啦。土科 Unionville 電話號碼905-9。
你最信賴嘅冷暖氣專家贊助播出。
雲感覺8度，今日最高氣溫大約有12度，現時吹緊每小時13公里東風，相對濕度76%。UV 紫外光指數屬於中等，日落時間8點16分。
天氣 A1 係由 Reliance Home Comfort 你最信賴嘅冷暖氣專家贊助播出。
熱起上嚟供不應求，唔夠貨
選冷氣5551251228
俾 Reliance。
是人流暢旺地段 Highway 7萬錦廣場 Home Depot 側嘅 Winco 福耀超市本周特價。
金菠蘿3個9毫8一個，
粉葛1個8毫8一磅，
韭菜花1個9毫8一磅，
游水鱸魚8個9毫9一磅。福耀超市，你嘅精明之選。
如果我有部 Corolla， 我會開大 Apple CarPlay 聽歌 ，weekend 又可以同班 friend 交。
每週49 shoptoyota.ca。
星島地產王，
全國主要房市近70%價格有雙位數升幅，溫莎市月3成增幅，冠絕全國。
大多地區豪宅亦地下經濟猖獗，每年偷漏稅數十億元。
星島地產王星期4隨星島日報附送，記得買星島啦！
安大略省嘅新冠病毒疫苗計劃正在幫助阻止病毒傳播，拯救生命。喺我哋全都接種疫苗之前，務必請戴口罩、洗手、保持距離。每日都有成千上萬嘅人喺度接種疫苗，好快就輪到你㗎啦！了解更多信息，請上
接種疫苗約或撥打888-999-6488。
我示範俾你睇啊！靚乜話？又靚又新又抵。
係啊，間 Lexus 個 Original New 做緊嚟自示範車大賣，示範車指數低，當然嘅一樣。
38812或上網 lexusoriginal.com 預約睇車啦。
擺明節首整車行 Lexus 個 Original New 就喺欣街19街以北。
最近我做過手殘，世界上最辛苦嘅工作，終於俾我揾到。24小時按 call，任勞任怨，風雨不改，無微不至，經常開 OT 又冇假放，仲要冇人工。
唔係咋吧？咁辛苦嘅工都有人肯做？
有㗎，咪就係我哋嘅媽媽咯。
星島 A1 中文電台送你 A 級母親節，由5月1號開始，各大節目同主持連續1個星期為你帶嚟一系列母親節溫馨環節同活動，歌頌母親嘅偉大。
香港 A 級母親節2021。
A1 早晨每朝接受點唱，將祝福以好歌送給天下母親。Love 媽媽禮物推介，為你啦，我啦，佢啦。
祝賀母親節快樂
！3個女人7個叻，玉女心經之同阿媽對話，3位媽咪主持同小朋友嘅真。
鳴謝以下贊助商戶，
主題贊助
Concord North York 高層豪宅。Seasons Upper House Collection 更高層、更寬敞，最適合一家大細。
朋友信心嘅
代理，信心保證。
CIK 3合1套餐計劃，網絡、電視、電話，每月只需44個99起。
百銀贊助，
多華會提供青少年
降低三高、增強免疫嘅巴西進口野花牌綠蜂膠。
烏蘭格 Dennison 西北角黃三記新店，歡迎外賣，逢星期2休息。
想擁有燦爛自信笑容，預約黃埔井商場3樓 Dr. Perry 雷英明矯齒專科醫生。
亞一小廚5月7號前訂母親節外賣，現金8.5折。
一日資訊蔡以晨 A1 早晨。早晨，時間8點22分，今日係4月28號，已經係暖咗啲㗎啦。咁但係今日留意咧，就即係其後會越嚟越多雲啦，跟住今日咧都繼續有70%嘅機會咧係落雨同埋雷暴嘅，降雨量唔係好高，大概1毫米左右。今晚咧都會繼續降雨，咧有絲絲嘅陽光，會有驟雨同埋雷暴嘅可能性。出門口見到太陽都好，帶定把遮比較穩。今日咧會唔會係你可以打到疫苗嘅日子？因為今日咧好似突然之間就多咗啲 pop up 嗰啲即係打疫苗嘅地方咧，就係公佈出嚟。咁當然都視乎咧你身處嘅你住嘅地方咧係唔係呢一個熱點啦。咁啊今日分別喺多倫多同埋喺LBN Arena 嗰度咧，就好多人投 BN Arena 嗰度咧就打18歲以上可以打㗎啦。咁啊而另外咧今日咧喺河頓區嚇，如果你住喺河頓區 L9E 咁啊16歲以上咧今日可以就試一試。咁另外而去咧就試一埋 Vaccine Hunters Canada 一個咧而家咧做到即係人人都識㗎啦，街知巷聞嘅一個 Twitter 嘅 account， 上去 Twitter 上邊就有啲咩 pop up 啊，邊度咧今日有得打疫苗。咁因為而家咧即時咧藥房嗰陣時有時間咧就幫我打咗 AstraZeneca， 咁所以或者最好嘅就係親身去買開嘢嘅時候咧就自己去 book。如果佢咁啱得閒嘅就可以幫你打啦，如果唔係嘅你都可以 book 定嚟緊嗰1-2日咧，盡快打咗佢疫苗盡快打咗咧就係最好，因為咧就即係最好嘅疫苗就係最快可以打到嘅嗰支疫苗，就唔使揀究竟係 AstraZeneca、Moderna 定係 Pfizer 嘅。嗱不過咧頭先你所講呢個 Vaccine Hunter 咧呢一個嘅網站啦或者 Twitter 咧。佢咧就唔係即係官方嘅網站啊！呢個咧死雞聯邦政府或者省政府係咪應該即係都可以有咁嘅科技去？唔係你下去就可以打，咁變咗咧有好多呢啲咧，好多人想打，但係又好似覺得又未輪到自己，又唔知去邊度打，咁啊要去呢啲即係行下，咁啊所以咧亦都唔係話100%咧係官方嘅網站呢樣嘢，我哋需要強調。咁但係你可以上去嗰度睇下咧，都即係睇下邊度可以有得打得盡快打咗佢啦嚇。咁啊呢一個就。
我都係覺得奇怪，因為你要去個民
即係唔好理解係嘛
嗰度，係啦，去執死雞咁啊！你可以即係嗱，老實講呢啲嘢咧就冇百分百嘅，即係咁啱得咁巧，你好彩入到去，佢又肯同你打，佢又有疫苗證喺度咧，咁所以大家就唔好抱住一個心態就我試下即係佢就嚟閂門喎，入去睇下有冇證先咁，唔係一定得嘅咁大家唔好抱住個心態，最好都係 book 咗先穩陣。
係啊，咁啊就係尤其是係你而家住嘅係熱點啦咁啊有啲地方咧甚至係18歲已經開始打到，有啲地方咧就35，有啲係40，係會混亂少少嘅，咁但係咧就冇辦法，而家咧佢用盡晒一切嘅方法咧，就希望可以幫即係任何人有需要嘅住喺熱點嘅，咁可以盡快打晒。咁希望因為我哋如果好似美國咁咧打疫苗打得夠快，頭先我哋講體育嘅時候，輝哥你就已經話 NBA 唔使 bubble 啦。尋日咧見到我即係睇到呢單新聞，我自然個下巴咧跌咗落去心口嗰度，打個突我疫苗2劑都接晒嘅話咧，係可以唔戴口罩，我拗晒頭。你點行街嘅時候，你點 check 到知道嗰人係咪已經打晒2劑嘅成年人咧？有超過1半咧喺全美國係已經打咗至少第1針。咁佢根據我諗佢哋都係計到，佢已經打咗你自己執生啦。咁佢建議你如果要戴都係要戴，但係就唔好搏。咁但係如果你話真係識得嗰啲咧，就可以唔使戴咯。咦？但係你頭先咁樣講咧，都真係一言驚醒夢中人喎。其實即係嗰個關鍵詞咧係喺戶外喎，唔關戴口罩喎。其實而家嗰個嘅禮儀又好，嗰個保障大家嘅安全嘅要求咧，係應該你離開急症室咧，可以有足夠嘅醫護人員，尤其是係急症室或者係呢個深切治療部嘅護士咧，有好多醫生咧自己咧而家特登咧去讀翻啲護士嘅補堂咧，因為佢自己嗰個專科咧呢排就唔係好需要運作嘅關係咧，佢哋就調翻轉咧就打算咧就去做護士嘅工作咧，就幫忙前線最趕急最需要人手嘅地方嘅。
其實咧好感動嘅，你見到有人嚟幫我哋咧，即係我哋首先要同佢哋講聲多謝，因為佢冇需要，佢咁遠第二個省坐架貨機。跟住9個人就落嚟，就嚟到幫。琴日睇到佢哋落飛機嗰個訪問，咁點解你會嚟啊？咁佢話我哋覺得咧，即係我哋而家係我係已經做咗個心理準備咧，我會見到好多。佢英文係用 sadness，即係佢咪話我要照顧嘅人咧，同佢屋企人分開啦，離開啲負荷係真係好嚴峻咁。咁所以你聽到呢句咧，真係即係佢自己講到眼濕濕咧，
事嚟嘅。尤其是即係睇個大背景，就係今朝早咧，主流新聞咧好多時候咧都係講緊咧，喂有啲嘅人咧係工作嘅關係唔能夠 work from home 咧，咁然之後職場嗰度爆疫情咧，又係即係較為嚴峻咁嘅機會咧，亦都有局部再次封翻啊！即係講緊係喺 Mississauga 嘅嗰個喺機場附近嘅嗰個國際分訊站啦。咁今日咗呢一個嘅即係 Day of Mourning 嘅嗰個悼念活動嘅。
咁另外咧都要提一提2樣嘢，仲要提大家。你琴晚分出嚟咧，就同阿稅局講噶，喂稅局，喂今年咧我哋做唔切，同埋咧就好多時候咧，幾個原因咧。第一咧就舊年已經係褪咗，舊年係大啲咧，未必有 internet 咧，佢又唔可以親身上個會計師嗰度喎，因為留家嚟。咁佢又要即係 email 又要搞好多嘢咧，咁我哋可能咧啲嘢又唔齊啊，又俾唔到個會計師咧做唔到嘢，呢個第一啦。第二就係話，喂今年大家稅局話俾你聽，你唔報咧，你嚟緊係唔使旨意再申請喎。咁所以咧，其實嗰度咧又搞一大輪，咁所以其實基於種種好多嘅原因咧，同埋咧就咁講啦，你就會罰錢嘅。咁罰嗰啲錢咧，啲利息都
幾金下，
都好勁啊！延期又好點都好咧，你呢2日都係快脆做咗佢。因為我記得上次咧就一早講咗，
係啊，
今日4月28啦，
我就係諗緊28號都唔講，即我都唔敢抱咩希望會延期啊。
係啊，咁喺稅局方面咧，就有啲人就問啦，喂稅局點解你唔諗啊？咁稅局話唔係唔想諗，但係咧 ERB 咁嗰啲咧，我要睇佢舊年報稅。然後睇下今年佢再申請，我再批。佢今年唔報，我就批唔到。咁你4月30號要報稅，咁希望大家都已經做好晒，交咗俾會計師或者已經係
影響嘅話咧，咁小心，因為咧就唔好因為受咗 Rogers 大停網影響咧，就做咗個笨豬豬嘅
一樣嘢嚇。咁就話咧，
好，聽你交通消息先。
各位聽眾早晨，而家由 Billy 帶嚟一節交通及天氣報告。首先睇落丹灘市中心 DV 偏南行線由401繁華落到 Lawrence 公路段 Express 有一單嚴重交通事故，左面2條行車線受阻，現時由 Eastern 有一架壞車停泊咗喺右邊嘅 shoulder 位，但係暫時交通暢順。之後去到 Kipling 路段相對比較多車。另外，市區街道分嘅氣溫10度，間中有雲，感覺8度，今日最高氣溫大約有12度，現外光指數屬於中等，日落時間8點16分。
付諸流水，所以我哋不能夠再守株待兔，必須要不斷求變，以應付現時嘅營商環境。
當報套餐，令你以最少嘅成本獲得最大嘅效益。程即打905-754-1559，揾星島 A1 中文電台嘅營業代表傾下啦。同舟共濟，守望相助，星島 A1 中文電台。
但係冇嘢可以阻擋到我嘅探索之路。2021豐田 Bravo LE 前輪驅動，你芋頭仔1個3毫8一磅，
金針菇1個8。
透過新投資，幫助抗擊疫情並提升長期看護品質，為民眾、家庭同小企業提供直接支援，為安省成長同強勁復甦制定基礎。預算內容請瀏覽 ontario.ca/budget， 由安大略省政府資助。
如果我有部 Corolla， 我會開大 Apple CarPlay 聽歌 ，weekend 又可以同班 friend 兜下風，又或者會路過上次嗰間。
兩日翻嚟啦，與其夢寐以求，不如即嚟豐田代理商或瀏覽 shoptoyota.ca。
最近我做過搜查，想揾出世界上最辛苦嘅工作，終於俾我揾到。24小時按 call，任勞任怨，風雨不改，無微不至，經常開 OT 又冇假放，仲要冇人工。
唔係咋吧？咁辛苦嘅工都有人肯做？
有㗎，咪就係我哋嘅媽媽咯。
星島 A1 中文電台送你 A 級母親節，由5月1號開始，各大節目同主持連續1個星期為你帶嚟一系列母親節溫馨環節同活動，歌頌母親嘅位。
演出幸運聽眾，拍片送俾聽眾媽咪，祝賀母親節快樂。
3個女人7個叻，玉女心經之同阿媽對話，3位媽咪主持同小朋友嘅真情對話，點點心意點點情，仲分享母親真實故事，並親自揀選感人作品於節目內讀出，仲會送翻份禮物俾你㗎。
鳴謝以下贊助商戶：
主題贊助
Concord 諾約高層豪宅 Seasons Upper House 成分
士嘉堡 Kennedy 專門店母親節特價優惠
，30年萬能贊助，
多華會提供青少年活動及義工機會。
姚淑如巴西進口野花牌綠鳳，雷英明矯齒專科醫生。
阿一小廚5月7
O's 嗰個字咧，亦都有啲人咧就話好難串，同埋咧好多時咧就會同另外一個英文字撈亂啦。嗱，呢一個誓言啊，希波克拉底誓言咧就係 Hippocratic Oath 啦。咁而如果你係講呢一兩個字咧，因為大家嗰個嘅發音啊等等咧都好相似，好容易會撈亂嘅。咁如果係講緊醫生嘅誓詞嘅，如果你話一個係虛偽嘅話咧，佢就係一個 hypocrite， 就係 HYPOCRITES。
安大略省嘅新冠病毒疫苗計劃正在幫助阻止病毒傳播，拯救生命。喺我哋全都接種疫苗之前，務必請戴口罩、洗手、保持距離。每日都有成千上萬嘅人喺度接種疫苗，好快就輪到你㗎啦。
媽媽皮膚好好，係我心目中嘅凍齡女神。佢成日飲白蘭氏無糖燕窩。
白蘭氏採用 FTIR 指紋技術檢測原材料，確保只用上100%真燕窩。
送白蘭氏無糖燕。
係冇嘢可以阻到9蚊起，1個9毫9一袋。
特珍特價甜醋39個9毫9一罐。
袋裝小甜桔1個5毫8一磅。
金手指黑皮1個6毫8一磅。
冇頭科菜2個半兩紮。
野菜葉1個6毫8一磅。
新鮮牛仔腩4個9毫9一磅。
新嘅網上超市滿59蚊免本地運費，新鮮蔬果24小時配送到家。
信達超市唔係西沙街1177號 Central Parkway West 黃金廣場內。
問答題：點樣慳到汽車保費？1號
唔安全駕駛。
2號
揾間信譽好嘅保險公司。
仲有呢？
下載個叫做 DriveWise Gap。
醒喎，最高慳到幾多？呢場
State.ca/Cantonese
全中，用柯式嘅 DriveWise App，日日都有機會慳到保費。
星島集團旗下網上購物平台 SICKLY.ca 搜羅城中自喝自潮及
廚房用具等等。A1 中文電台或牛王啟讀院 Facebook 專頁就會見到阿牛阿王即場介紹當年
TLUB.ca 購物平台，選購你嘅心頭好啦！
升級精彩，陸續有來。邊個都睇啊！勁到咩咁啊！即派啲人
30年嚟，佢一直喺地產發展同地產銷售冇轉過行，成果。咁啊 ，Professor Chan， 咁我哋咧就有聽眾朋友咧就即係有一個疑問。咁啊，因為咧就係明而家咧，我哋疫情咧就係呢一個嘅二手樓啦，或者係咧嗰啲新起嘅 pre-construction 嘅市場咧，都係非常之受歡迎。係咪即係有啲嘢發生咗？我哋平時一般咧，即係以前老一脱嘅去買樓嘅人，我哋未掌握到，係咪有啲新嘅科技幫緊手咧？嚇，
其實真係㗎。疫情當然係唔係一件好事啦。喺你以前諗過或者嘗試用嘅科技咧， 喺呢個疫情裏邊咧，就真係普及化好多。咁同嘅我哋叫做虛擬嘅工具咧，係幫咗我哋好多。
係啊，咁我而家聽到好多咧，就去睇樓 open house 就已經虛擬啦。咁啊，甚至乎驗樓咧，都收樓咧，都係虛擬。咁效果咧，因為更加好咧。其實阿飛哥話呢個問題係好好嘅，嗰個上飛亦都做過，係咪真係呢樣嘢可以取代咗係人與人嘅接觸咧 ？% 咧係都需要人與人嘅接觸，需要去 in person 咁去做個 sales centre 㗎。咁好可惜，因為疫情嘅緣故咧，就冇辦法做到啦。咁所以呢方面咧就真係補助到㗎。咁啊，其實唔係淨係你去睇樓嘅過程，係你未去買樓之前呢個我哋所謂做嘅 research 啊，或者去做唔使安排時間啊 make appointment 有時你去諗住去買一個社區嘅時候，你喺個網上做咗一啲研究。以前咧你就要好多唔同嘅網頁，除咗做嗰個 transaction 之外咧，係之前之後咧都係幫到嘅。
係啊，即係以前咧，可能即係細個時候咧，見到屋企人啊朋友買樓嘅，咁可能咧就真係話大致上咧就有個模型喺度啦，咁啊跟住然之後咧就佢會喺個牆上面咧就有啲大啲嘅，呢個單位咧間隔咧就有3-4幅圖畫，就話俾你知一樓係點，2樓係點，咁有啲嘅間隔。但係而家呢度係可以夠位擺 sofa， 嗰度可以夠位擺食飯台啊，咁可以。想像到裏邊嘅空間咧，就多過以前就淨係，因為唔係我哋個人都有個即係2D 嘅嗰個思維噶嘛，你淨係見住幅 plan 嘅話，你冇受過。
上嚟講，好多時我哋以前要做幾多個唔同嘅設計嘅一個示範單位，而家其實我哋做一個虛擬嘅示範單位，係有唔同嘅形式啊、唔同嘅風格咧，都可以喺嗰個工具度展現出嚟。咁有時譬如我比較中意復古式嘅一啲嘅設計嘅，咁你撳一撳個掣，將所有嘅傢俬啊、裝飾啊、室內設計啦，係會比較一個復古嘅設計。你中意現代化啲嘅，撳一個掣，咁你就可以比較到原來呢兩個唔同嘅風格咧係邊個比較適合啲嘅買樓嘅流程啊。譬如有時就係一結嘅事，甚至見律師我最近報稅 accountant， 原來而家都唔需要真係face to face 啦，全部都真係用 Zoom meeting send 一啲資料俾佢，都係全部虛擬嘅，甚至銀行做 appraisal 而家都開始係用呢啲工具配合多啲。不過我相信咧都唔會話全部去取締咗係真人與人嘅接觸嘅。我相信以後咧係會有一個好似一個 hybrid 咁嘅情況出現啦。咁呢啲工具咧係一定係幫助到唔單止係顧客、地產從業嘅，甚至係發展商都係幫助到嘅。
係啊，都幫助到我嘅。即係最近我見到有人咧就 sell 我咧，好似大概100蚊張相咧 virtual home staging， 即係佢會幫你咧喺個即係你俾一個大期咧，唔單止屋裏邊啊，屋外邊都睇得比較清楚。我哋以前做多個航拍嘅科技，去睇到即係好多嘅唔同嘅社區嘅情況啊，或者間屋嘅外形啊，成個大廈嘅設計方面咧，呢方面都係俾即係買家同埋建築商都係一個好大嘅幫助。係咁啊，變咗咧，大家唔需要擔心喺呢個疫情底下咧，其實有好多科技咧就係幫緊我哋咁啊，因為咧即係經常咧都有人提醒我哋咧，其實咧地產嘅話咧時機係非常之緊要，咁啊唔好因為咧即係呢一個嘅科技即係錯過咗科技啦，而錯過咗咧。
如果我有部 Corolla， 我會開大 Apple CarPlay 聽歌，乜驚又可以同班 friend 兜下風，又或者會路過上。
家姐邊個靚仔啊？老豆知唔知㗎
？Red Tech 專享日翻嚟啦！與其夢寐以求，不如即刻擁有，送人一部2021豐田 Corolla L， 每週49蚊起，48 shop Toyota.ca。
星期2至6早上11點到下午5點 ，Curbside Pickup 查詢905-771-9111。
AM 1540 A1 中文電。
新冠疫苗診所為18歲或以上人士打針。香港疫情。依家由文滿同報道一節晨早新聞專輯。喺主要新聞方面，多倫多市政府同民間志願疫苗服務追蹤機構 Vaccine Hunter 合作，協助市民揾到疫苗服務。Vaccine Hunter 設有網站，記錄有疫苗分發嘅地點，亦都會有喺社交網站提。市政府每日都會將臨時疫苗診所或接種站嘅名額名單提供俾 Vaccine Hunter， 市民可以去到佢哋嘅 Twitter 就有接種服務。
The city will forward to Vaccine Hunters a list of the available appointments, and so people can go on Vaccine Hunters and see where those appointments are.
預料5月10號前，市內10個地點會有更多疫苗。多倫多市內今日多間臨時疫苗自家堡 居住喺郵區編號 M1G、M1 Hilltop 社區中心以及 Wardenwoods 9公園東南角嘅臨時診所接種疫苗，先到先得，診所不提供，有約1000至1500個名額不等。另外，北約克嘅 Downsville Arena 或者郵區編號 M3J、M3K、M3M 可以去到疫苗中心接種疫苗，而北伊圖碧谷嘅 Albion Arena 運動中心臨時疫苗診所亦都有2500劑疫苗提供俾住喺型肺炎90人要自我隔離。皮爾區衛生部門勒令位於密西沙加市 Eglinton 甲的郵政局表示，喺過去7日。喺其他新聞方面，安省審計署今日將會就省內預料今朝作出公佈。安省嘅長期護理院喺春天有至少3917名院友，同埋美國紐約警方拘捕1名男子，懷疑同1名61歲亞裔男子上星期當街遇襲案有關。警方根據閉路電視片段鎖定49歲疑犯身份，喺星期2朝早拘捕佢。疑犯被落案控告2項襲擊罪名。事發喺上星期5晚，閉路電視拍到後被疑犯多次踢向頭部，送院後仍然昏迷，情況危殆。距離東京奧運開幕不足3個月，東京奧組委公布賽事防疫措施，所有運動員同密切接觸者需要每乘坐交通工具，只可以喺特定地點進餐。至於會否容許國外觀眾入場觀賽，以及觀眾人數上限，奧組委將會觀望國內疫情發展，推遲至6月作出決定。
中港台新聞由香港電台提供。
喺中港台
明白條例嘅原意，亦都希望政府能夠澄清。
保安局局長李家超就解釋，要求航空公司通報乘客資料，係為咗執行國際民用航空公約嘅要求。重申有關修訂同埋禁止運載旅客嘅條文，只係針對出發前往香港嘅航班。
入境處可要求航空
員工會喺今年5月尾或者6月尾完約時起可以申請，下個月12號截止。內部文件提到，計劃並冇申請目前疫情下公司舊年錄得太回復限制，但係經營環境持續嚴峻，嚴重影響業務，預計短中期內唔會明顯改善，決定推出計劃。
公司反應都好慢嘅，我哋係唔係半年之後嘅今日先出現啦？
花等嘅營業限制，商戶聽日可以喺食環署網站下載應用程式掃描驗證顧客嘅紙本或者電子針卡二維碼。香港電台記者仇志榮報導。
喺疫苗氣泡基礎上，聽日起至到下個月12號，食肆嘅營業限制將會分為4個級別：酒吧、夜店、夜總會、浴室、派對房間、卡拉 OK 等處所。如果員工同訪客都打針等，聽日亦
係咁樣可以掃一掃針卡啦。咁14日啦，咁就有2個剔。如果嗰個嘅針紙上邊或者嗰個嘅電子針紙上邊唔係一個正確嘅曲嘅話咧，
針記錄，但巡查人員一旦發現會發出告票。
佢要負上刑責㗎啦，因為咁樣係虛報。
唔到啊呢個。
我哋唔希望食肆核查個人資料。
被問到負責巡查嘅人員係咪需要打針，楊碧君話未執行到呢個地步。
有嘅6點啦，大約有8。
呢節中港台新聞喺財經指數收市報29,053點，升62點。呢節晨早
招行贊助，電話905-771-9111，或者上網 LaDefrance.ca 查詢啦。
位於 Downtown Markham 180號 Enterprise Boulevard 嘅 LaDefrance Time Centre 由歷史悠久嘅大偉錶行經營，係你信心同信譽嘅保證。
LaDefrance Time Centre 大偉錶行，疫情期間星期2至星期6早上11點至下晝5點
，771-9111或上網 LaDefrance.ca 查詢。
沿線南行線暫時喺401嘅入口位相對比較多車，之後401東行線入 Eastland 繁忙到400，之後再去到 Kennedy 嘅出口位，暫時有單交通事故，右面有一條行車線受阻，附近交通暫時良好。TW 東行線而寫收單魚東路段有一單交通事故，右面出頭位停泊咗一架壞車，但附近暫時交通狀況良好。
安大略省已制定計劃，保障民眾健康同經濟發展。透過成長同強勁復甦制定基礎，預算內容請瀏覽 ontario.ca/budget， 由安大略省政府資助。
你嘅理想居所就係 Seasons 嘅 Upper House Collection， 寬敞嘅2睡房同3睡房高層單位，俾你開揚嘅景觀、頂級嘅用料，仲有8萬平方尺豪華會所設施。由 Conco 負責發展嘅 Seasons， 請即致電905-754-3288，內線1657，或將履歷電郵至 jyick@a1chineseradio.ca。
最近我做過搜查，
想做活動歌頌母親嘅偉大。
Conco Denison 西北角黃三記新店歡迎外賣，逢星期一小廚，5月7號前訂母親節外賣。
再見神 A1 早晨。早晨時間9:21，今日係4月28號星期三，早晨子星。
早晨啊，碧咸。
係嚟㗎。
冇啦，冇樣。係我3樓嗰間嘅客房嗰度㗎嘛。咁啊，之前一路咧，我將搬走咗啊各樣，咁就將個 sofa 而家咧令到佢咧，另外喺 exactly 同媽媽喺度輪流咧飛入嚟孵蛋啊。咁所以
聽到啦。
我聽到聲，但係其實嗰陣時已經係瞓到朦朦朧朧㗎啦。咁然之後咧就落好大雨，就好似我哋咧尋日朝頭早喺節目入邊講嗰種咧，啪咁。
好大聲即係好似我咁驚俾雷劈啊，咁啊小心啦。
點解你會驚俾雷劈？
當然你講冇咁應該冇乜做啲咩嘢嘅。咁同埋咧就落雨都係麻煩少少，駕駛人士咧就小心啦。尤其是戶外活動嘅話咧，咁啊可免則免啦。因為如果有落雨一回事，有雷暴嘅話咧，即係尋日我話見到好大雨，好開心可以出去跑咧。但係有雷暴咧，又另外一樣嘢嚟嘅。咁啊雷暴咧就唔好喺。
加少咗嘅，咁有陣時咧都會發覺大家嗰手車咧好似
生多咗咁啊嘛。
有少少生，正常就話有呢個叫 Sunday drivers 啊嘛。咁就係咧好多人士咧，可能就係星期1至5啦，咁佢哋搭公車啊各樣，佢哋好少揸車，但係到星期日嘅時候咧，嗰手車我咁樣咯。
係啊，咁啊，所以即係大家小心，即係有陣時你小心自己冇用啊，你小心人哋咧嗰下咧先至會 work 嘅。咁有陣時咧，即係今日呢幾日啊，一路去到下個禮拜都多啲落雨啦。因為好天咧，反而更加需要小心。因為好天嘅時候咧，就好多人咧就出嚟係散步啊、跑步啊，同埋係踩單車。咁啊而家咧我見到網上邊咧有陣時都有啲嘅爭論，究竟行人啊、跑步嗰啲，喂好唔好跑咗落去馬路度咧？單車係咪應該要喺呢一個嘅即係十字路口或者係嗰啲街即係過馬路嘅情況底下咧，係應該要停定啦。咁有啲人，
我係同你講咧，就係仆街，你唔好搞我啊咁。咁亦都有好多咧，都係其實係為咗求偶噶嘛。咁但係 Morning Doves 咧，佢哋咧係相信係。佢哋係終身伴侶嘅白鴿，咁跟住咧冬天嘅時候咧，亦都未必走嘅喎，即係佢哋可能會係留喺呢一度嘅，咁而得年齡嘅啫。但係有啲研究咧，咁佢哋咪捉啲雀，跟住擺個鐵箍喺佢哋個腳仔嗰度，咁係 track 嗰啲雀仔嘅。有最老嘅一隻 Morning Dove。你估係幾多歲？係啊，即係如果佢好好彩嘅話，又冇俾貓食咗啊，又有足夠嘅食物啊，佢嘅巢又起得好啊，各樣嘅話，其實係可以好長命。BB 出嚟散步㗎，好好笑㗎。即係佢哋係中意喺地嘅，好多時都會係喺兩個 baby dog 咁樣咧，係好得意。即係出
到咧，跟住然之後咧，可能有人喺度睇緊報紙，有人喺度食緊嘢，咁啊跟住然之後咧，就有啲海鷗啊，同埋啲白鴿咧就圍住。可能咧你跌咗啲麵包碎嘅話咧，佢哋就會圍住你咁嘅感覺幾良好噶嘛。但係咧有陣時佢哋話喂都要咩就埋炒喎，你太多啲白鴿嘅話咧，跟住然之後咧就隔離左右附近咧就可能會污糟邋遢㗎咁。
係衞生問題啊咁樣，咁所以譬如咧喺歐洲咧嗰啲廣場，咁好多時就即係大家會諗起，譬如睇 MTV 嘅時候咧咁啊，咁但係咧亦都有好多地方你會見到其實有個牌寫住咧，唔該唔好餵啲鴿啦，因為即係佢哋太多數目啦，同埋咧有陣時你餵佢餵得多咧，佢唔驚人，咁反而咧就係有陣時可能會整親人啊，因為佢真係太過唔驚嘅時候，乜中意就飛埋你度啊，咁唔係個個都會好想即係鴿子企喺你嘅手臂啊，企喺你個膊頭噶嘛，咁所以即係大自然咧，其實都係需要敬而遠之，可遠觀而不可褻玩咁咯。喂，冰談啊，其實我今日想問你，我頭先咧隱約咁聽到，你係咪接種咗疫苗啦？係啊，哇！接種好似好大件事咁。你係打咗疫苗啦？呢個地方譬如今日咁咧，佢哋就會有 pop up 嘅話咧，係直情係嗰啲嚴重嘅地區咧，係18歲以上都即係
你有 O 血卡，你要填翻嗰個資料嘛，因為佢其實咧係打完針之後咧，嗰、個幫你打針嘅嗰位藥劑師啊、醫生啊咁啦，咁佢哋咧就會幫你將呢啲嘅資料，你幾月幾號打咗邊一隻疫苗咧，就輸入咗安省嘅嗰、個，我哋安省人口都唔少啦，咁好驚你撈亂咗，今次打 AstraZeneca 無端端下次打 Moderna 咁啊唔係咁好咯，咁所以佢就會有個記錄，咁啊同埋 suppose， 但係佢話因為都未發生到咧，所以都未知 suppose 咧你把唔可以錯咯，咁然之後咧佢就會係到政府公佈啦。或者係佢哋嗰間嘅藥房公佈，好啦，而家我哋有足夠嘅疫苗，咁啊
打第二劑啦。係啦，
第二劑嘅時候咧，咁佢哋就有機會可預嚟，咁以後咧就憑住呢一張嘢，咁你就第一就有
唔係 encrypted 嘅，即係呢一啲嗰個嘅資料保密咧，唔係最高，但係咧起碼有啲咩事嘅時候，你可以揾翻出嚟咯。因為如果唔係咧，你唔見咗呢啲。
但係超過10年經驗，專業同人性化移除碗紅、松鼠、老鼠、雀鳥、蜜蜂同螞蟻，仲會幫你加固屋頂防藥嘅地方，包我回頭啊！
係，佢哋叫你先。
究竟而家時下嘅優質經紀團隊會點樣幫你間屋 staging 打扮一下？用最先進嘅拍攝科技及區隊優質嘅經紀團隊買到筍盤。留意今個星期4下午4點10分，牛王解讀院時段內嘅 Power 7筍盤有驚喜㗎！好啊，希望嘅地方又唔大，所以而家 Air3 已經出咗一個花灑過濾芯，用 ACS 活性炭纖維活化技術去除氯氣同重金屬，自己安上去沖涼個花灑頭度就搞掂晒啦！上 air3canada.com 或 call Kelson 901-604-63等鋪，冠絕全國。大多地區豪宅未受疫情，價至年底料升13.5%。全銀行協調高壓力測試明，每日都有成千上萬嘅人喺度接種疫苗，好快就輪到你㗎啦！了解更多信息，請上網瀏覽嘅協助。此廣告費用由安省政府支付。
最近我做過搜查，想揾出世界上最咁辛苦嘅工都有人肯做？有㗎，咪就係我哋嘅媽媽咯。星島 A1 中文電台送你 A 級母親節，由5月1號開始，各大節目同主持連續1個星期為你帶嚟一系列母親節溫馨環節同活動，歌頌母親嘅偉大。
香港 A 級母親節2021。
A1 早晨每朝接受點唱，將祝福以好歌送給天下母親。
當時好聲音菲菲邀請多倫多名廚教大家煮好意頭嘅母親。
我啦佢啦，介紹精選禮物。
牛王解讀院2位長老揀出幸運聽眾，拍片
對話，3位媽咪主持同小朋友嘅真情對話，點點心意點點情，魏以清邀請聽眾分享母親真情。
鳴謝以下贊助商戶，主題贊助 Concord North York 高層豪宅。Cecil Kennedy Steels 1號華庭餐號，黃金日同點心晚飯現金9折，滿50蚊送咕嚕肉。Air3 家居淨水及軟水設備中心，完美品質有自信笑容。預約黃埔井商場3樓。
JCY House、JCY Jewelry、JCY Swarovski 及 JCY 珍珠鑽飾專門店贊助播出。
啲人咧叫佢就
綽號啊，
係個綽號叫 Crocodile 啦，咁所以咧佢就即係同佢一齊去設計呢啲衫嘅 Andre Gillier 咧，就一齊咧就係即係做咗倉，繼續努力打緊網球，而且越打越好喎。
咁啊，呢個 Lacoste 嘅品牌咧，唔覺咧都已經講緊啊，估唔到咧一個即係中你知唔知最簡單去分咧？邊一個係 Lacoste， 邊個係鱷魚恤嘅 polo shirt 嘅方法啊？
係啦，尾同頭都係指向左邊啊嚇，尾喺右，清楚先。Lacoste 係向右嗰個嚟㗎。
嗱，其實咧，即係你可以去記嘅就係即係 Lacoste 嗰隻嘅鱷魚。就好似個 L 字咁樣，尾巴同埋嗰個即係向邊邊啦，我咁嗰個就係 Lacoste 咁啊可以用呢個方法去記咯。咁但係其實佢嘅成功咧，亦都係招致下，當然有人抄橋啦，有人抄佢個概念啦，有人直情係抄埋喺攞鱷魚嚟做 logo 啦咁。咁所以咧，佢嘅故事都唔係話全部咧都係話大成功啊咁嘅噃。
咁啊，尤其是係咧，佢喺成功咧，其實佢就係做 exclusivity。呢一樣嘢，佢就令到咧，就算你見到呢個品牌，係啦，即係你見到 friend 着咧，你都唔知去邊度買，佢係難啲，即係唔會話即係周圍咧，周街都有得買。但係佢咧發展到大概係90年代左右咧，就似 Fila 咁啦，咁啊又係一去咗 Walmart 之後咧，成個 brand 咧就即刻跌咗落去，咁啊冇晒嗰種嘅即係新鮮感啊、尊貴啊、好好獨特嘅嗰一樣嘢。咁佢哋差唔多去到90年代尾咧，咁啊嗰個嘅市場佔有率啊，又或者係佢自己
都越嚟越差。咁啊，原本第二代嘅掌舵人啊，仔仔 Bernard 咧，即係嗱喺出邊咧就揾咗一個叻人係或者創意官啊嚇，即係如果你用翻即係少少年青化啲嘅衫啊時裝設計，咁嗰個人咧就叫
好啦，但係咧最緊要咧都係 keep 翻住咧嗰一個嘅尊貴嘅感覺。咁但係咧其實咧嗰個即係 logo 啊，一個品牌嘅
鱷魚須個插曲咧，咁香港應該都係做即係
成衣嘅世界啦。
係啦，即係姓陳嘅家族咧，其實就首先開始做呢一個品牌先嘅。咁但係後尾咧就係即係大家後尾認識啦，鱷魚須咧就係即係林百欣、林建明、林建岳佢哋啦。咁啊就係呢一個家族咧就係即係擁有呢一個鱷魚須，咁就買咗翻嚟。咁所以香港咧，佢哋同時間有自己嘅鱷魚恤啦，同埋就係即係法國嘅品牌，我哋
早知有鱷魚都係我哋㗎啦。
係啦，我哋呢一排咧呢兩日介紹緊嘅 Lacoste， 咁不過後尾咧都好嗰陣時咧又再拗多一次，咁但係後尾咧好似應該就大家都係
經典名牌 JCY 係由 JCY 集團旗下 JCY HALF、JCY Jewelry、JCY Swarovski 及 JCY 珍珠。
JCY 本身就係一個名牌咧。
同我哋一齊成長，由 JCY HALF
俾自己
要買名牌，我揀 JCY。JCY
僅有一間起咗緊 Pacific Mall Time
4轉入401嘅入口位相對比較多車。
J Town 咁職員係你嘅地產經紀，查詢647-933-3343。
Hi， 我來自好經殯儀館服務員，提前計劃你嘅身後事係一個明智嘅選擇，尤其是喺充滿挑戰時。因此，我哋致力於使你嘅最終郵件至 arborseminar@arbormemorial.com 註冊報名，訪問 Highland Hills 清明 .ca 或致電289-301-08。
接嘅問題比想象中仲要多啊！例如房屋借貸、買地建屋、重建或者加建、樓花轉讓收支等，偶有不慎可能會招致損失㗎。所以你必須揾一位資深可靠嘅地產從業員幫手。逢星期二下晝3時，揾嚟 Good Luck 天嘅 Louis Luck 同你分享買樓置業好貼士。記得逢星期二收聽 Good Luck 天嘅 Louis Luck 帶俾你點子。
Lady 心得係由美容名店 Holly Beauty 贊助。春節優惠啦 ，John Dassel 嘅金玫瑰精華啦，今日咧就想同大家推介下咧，就係英 gel 嚟嘅。呢個 eye mask 咧就係如果你成日都眼腫腫嘅話咧，真係好到不得了。因為呢一個係講緊，就算嚟眼都腫晒，諗住第二朝早起身咧，肯定就又或者你平時好容易咧就係咧話嗰個即係下完眼妝可以播俾大家聽。呢首歌咧有嗰個副歌咧，大家都會好熟悉嘅，咁啊送俾大家。Crocodile Rock， 雖然落雨天，希望大家就有好嘅心情啊！
好，聽日再傾啦，拜拜。
抗疫期間，Holly Beauty Group 做嘅服務跟住政府指引，例如新髮、眼部、頸部蚊就即送500蚊現金代用券作下次使用，一齊用健康心情、靚靚外形嚟抵抗疫情。想了解多啲，請電905-889-8868或聯絡 Holly Enhance 微信號查詢。
AM 1540，星島 A1 中文電台。
AM A1 Chinese Radio。
廚房用具等等，總有一款適合你。
我們星期三4點到4點半，在牛黃姐的約節目內，更有 SICKLY 星期三視頻環節。只要上到星島 A1 中文電台或牛黃姐的約 Facebook 專頁，就會見到阿牛阿黃現場介紹當天的 deal，大部分貨品便宜到你不相信。
想看的更多，買的更多，和陸續。
今天的都市好聲音，我是節目主持人菲菲。有的時候我在直播的時候也在猜想哈，此時此刻的你呢，一邊在聽我們的直播，一邊會在做什麼呢？好，今天的天氣啊，沉2萬美元，兌換人民幣呢5.23元。那麼油價呢是每升126點。
縱觀新聞大視野，掃描信息大時代，都市好聲音登錄。
好，首先我们来新的病例，29人不治身亡。那么现在安省的医疗系统呢，已经是超出负荷，将接受纽省的医疗人员的援助。我们其实昨天比较受关注的一个疫苗呢，同样都有血栓的风险。接种疫苗之后的阿斯利康的疫苗，针对这种疾病的疫苗相比呢，感染新冠病毒的确诊者引起的脑血栓的风险呢要高得多。最多可能查省内的4宗接种了阿斯利康疫苗之后呢，出现严重不良反应的个案。魁省接种阿斯利康的这个人数有65万人，所以这个副作用呢还要进一步的观察。但是第3波的疫情呢，让安省的一些医院呢可以说是咱们现在已经是不堪重负了。所以呢，省政府咱们的卫生厅长伊利亚呢，在昨天对记者搜索，看看是否有其他国家的医疗的团队呢可以来帮助我们，但是呢，并没有说明安省所省在昨天派遣这个团队呢就会被派遣到多伦多的大学的健康网络。那么这些医护人员当中呢，也包括纽省省长弗雷的妻子。令人敬佩的是，他们全部都是义工。联邦政府呢，周一宣布已经批准安省的请求，派遣加拿大军方人员呢来帮助减轻医疗系统的压力。那么加军呢派出的3支医疗团队呢，包括2名护士和10名医疗的技师。再来看看，昨天呢，杜鲁多就说，透露呢，联邦政府正在着手制定相关的计划，我们如何和世界各国的合作伙伴和盟友进行合作，以便可以科学。那么这些决策和讨论呢正在进行，意味着我们将和世界各地的伙伴保持步伐一致。但是杜鲁多并没有明确的排除以疫苗证书作为放宽国际旅行的一种方法，也没有提供尊重了非本国批准国的旅客入境。再来看看大家关注的这个有薪病假哈，安省政府呢向联邦政府提出了建议，将每周的有薪病假的津贴倍增至1000元，但是呢，联邦政府官员表示，有薪病周的500呢提高1倍。那么作为呢安省邦卫生部和公共还没有实行任何的措施，可以防止跨省的航班来传播病毒。那么这个是联邦的职责范围。信中就说呢，安省政府要求，这是对进入加拿大的国内的航班呢抵达多伦多国际机场，可能已经是传播了新冠病毒。另外呢，也有飞机降落在省内其他的。再来看看安省政府呢和5间大学的法律系合作做什么呢？来补助和企业的知识产权。培训和专上教育厅长罗马诺呢就表示，这一项试验的计划呢，就是要让加拿大的研发成果呢留在加拿大。那么他在记者会上就说呢，价值1000元的手机硬件只占大概100元，其余90%呢都是研发和其他的非实体的费用。很多呢，那么全球最大的串流影音平台 Netflix 宣布呢，该公司的加拿大总办事处已经敲定选在多伦多，并且呢将在6月呢为这个办公室呢全新的办公室来招聘内容的主管。那么该公司的一名代表就说呢，选中多伦多的因素很多，包括我们这个多伦多的人才济济啊，合作伙伴和这个国际的盛事也非常多。但是他强调呢，还没有选到确切的一个地点。Netflix 就是信息呢会在他们的公司网站上发布。那么多伦多市长庄德利呢在昨天的记者会上就说 ，Netflix 美食制作业是世界上首屈一指的，期待其他公司也要效仿，相继到咱们加拿大呢来制作电影和电视节目。场和网球场的决定指出呢，并非所有的运动在传播新冠病毒方面有同到新的高位。那么福特呢，在16号的时候下令关闭所有的这个康体设施。自此呢，当传染风险处在极低的水平呢，就可以允许大家呢在室外与人共聚。那么这些专家也提出警告，可以让市民与朋友和家人在最安全的环境下建立社交联系，但是现在被否决了。好，再来一起看看这个国际方面的消息。最重要的，大量的确诊者呢无法获得适当的治疗，令人痛心。而不少富豪呢都计划逃离印度，都在计划离开印度。而其中一个热门的地点呢就是阿联酋，因为这2个地方相距不远，所以包机的需求不断上升，连航空公司呢也不够航班供应，需要从海外搜罗客机来应付。不过因为多国呢都对印度呢实行封关呢，所以呢机票的价格呢也是随之上升。私人包机公司表示，大部分客户呢是前往迪拜，由孟买球的线包括的情况下呢，可以入境美国。那么从8月1号开始呢，只有 FM 中国呢飞往美国。 当然前提是你要有签证，如果没有签证呢，就要去美使领馆呢进行签证。那么在之后开始的学习课程，就可以直接通过旅行豁免程序入境美国哈。这个对于经济收入受影响显著的美国高校来说呢，是一个让新冠病毒活性的蛋白酶的抑制剂试验的消息。那么这也是全球首个进入，那么这个药啊，很可能就会，那么这是一个重要的优势。银行合作伙伴承担了大部分的风险。那么领导层还担心的一个问题，就是在有望从这一全球最大规模的 IPO 中获益的人当中呢，也包括了一些人脉广泛的个人和机构。那么中国呢，一些有。
世界这么大，我想去看看。都市好声音，带你听。
热会加价的，难怪 Reliance 现在推出晨鸟优惠，买部特选冷气机立马省1200块，早点买省得多，还不用跟人讲。
好优惠总是先留给精明的消费者。
那我
也顺便帮我挺划算的。
什么？又漂亮又新又划算？
是啊，现在好用呢。
这么好呀？那我不能错过，今天就打905-883-8812或上网 lexusofrichmondhill.com 预约看车。
买零去首选车行 Lexus of Richmond Hill， 就在阳间19千以北。
最近我做过一个调查，想找出世界上最辛苦的工作，终于被我找到了。24小时待命，任劳任怨，风雨不改。
有人愿意做？
当然，不就是我们的妈妈吗？
青岛英文中文电台送你 A 级5星节，从5月1号开始，各大节目和主持机会。
连续元点心晚饭现金9折，满50块送古老肉。
Airtree 家居净水及软水设备中心，完美品质由 Airtree 开始。
降低3高，增强免疫的巴西净土野花牌绿蜂胶，
无法隔
灿烂自信笑容。预约王府井商场3楼 Dr. Perry Lui 雷英明脚趾专科医生。
阿姨小厨5月7号前订母亲节外卖，现金85折。
混得好不好是毕业照认错了。
罕见视频，此书必看。
你是贾庆单亲妈妈吗？微话题，热辣出炉。
微话题，今天有一个话题想跟大家分享。首先想问问大家一个英文单词，就是 pen， 可能都不是非常的陌生。但是我想，相对于比较年轻的成长于网络发达的一代而言呢，可能会觉得哦 pen pal 这种词。甚至就是笔友这种做法，这种老派的来写信交流的方式呢，就是很没有效率，很过时。毕竟现在咱们用这个通讯的软体就可以更加快速的达到沟通的目的。可是大家有没有想过有一个问题啊？就是对于养老院的老人来说，如果他能够收到关怀的书信，并且呢有机会通过书写把自己的人生智慧传递给年轻人，是不是也是相当有意义的交流方式呢？前段时间我看到有这样一个消息啊，说是2名呢 McMaster University 的毕业生就是发起了一个 pen pal 活动，就是笔友的活动。他们通过这个活动做成了一个非常友善的人际的网络，因为您要知道加拿大的老年人在这一次疫情当中受到 COVID-19 的打击是最大的，特别是那些住在长期护理院的老人。那么许多老人家就是孤独的面对死亡，身边甚至没有亲友来陪伴。这个 pen pal 的笔友活动呢，据说啊是这个麦克马斯特大学呢以30，那么那些想写信的人呢， 是可以通过电子邮件呢和这个 McMaster University 的这个在将近3个月的笔友的服务当中呢，就写了30多封信。那么许多的志愿者呢，还可以用让老年人们觉得他们没有被遗忘。之前我们常常家国什么有什么机构虐待事件呐、问题到底出在哪里啊？就是你随便一搜，网上这样的文章都非常多，包括在养老院里面的种族的歧视等等，让社会呢就开始更加关注长者。所以现在年轻的大学生呢，更是积极的参加到老人的这个关怀活动里。他就写了这样一篇博文，因为呢，他的女儿呢也参加了这个笔友活动。今天呢，我也想借节目呢分享给我们都市好声音的听众朋友。那么这位加拿大华人呢就说，他说我目前读大1的女儿啊，就参加了这个笔友的服务的一个学校社团，就是他的眼眶呢就突然湿润了，对于人生呢有一种说不出的沉重。据说在2人往返的信件中呢，这位92岁的老人呢，也经常都会老，咱们的身体机能随着时间会逐渐的衰退。那么在磨练之后的坚韧的精神，而且在这个信当中啊，这位得意的老人呢，向他的女儿透露到自己是终身未嫁。所以呢，在养老院呢也没有子女来探望，只有他妹妹的女儿呢偶尔会到养老院去看看他。但是他对自己的人生并没有任何的埋怨，他也呢让女儿呢看到，所以他一直鼓励呢他的孩子做义工的服务。他说我的女儿啊，在高2到高3的2年期间呢，一直都在医院的照顾的机构呢送来医院就诊，情况非常的不好，所以也往往缺乏耐心。但是他说我的女儿表示，绝大多数的老人都不会抱怨他。他说他女儿呢也曾经是在圣经，他女儿的主要工作呢就是和老人聊聊天啊，帮助打引号的帮助。但其实啊，对于长期照顾老人议题有关注的听众朋友，您会知道，在医院或者长期照顾中心的老人，他其实最关心之外，他说他的女儿也表示，老人呢其实是但是他们也愿意花很多的时间和年轻人通信。那么今天我在节目当中呢聊到这个话题的时候，也把这位华人朋友他的经验他的这个经历，女儿的经历呢和我们的听众朋友分享。其实呢，我们很多朋友听到这个故事的时候呢，也有些感叹哈。但大多数听众朋友，我相信都是在中年的年纪哈。在中年的年纪，你看到年迈的父母，还有年轻飞扬的子女，可能我们对生命的意义有不同的省思。我也看到，这个社会的机制有的时候也是由民间发动的，不需要凡事都去期望政府。那么对于年老，无论是有无子女，最重要的，那么有没有子嗣，其实并不是养老的重点，因为谁都不能够保证自己的孩子未来呢能够孝顺自己。但是呢，我们可以为自己的晚年呢做好记者呢，不妨也可以试着以笔友的方式呢来书写。其实，在很多长分享了这样一个新闻，以及这篇这个华裔的网友呢，他写的这篇文章，也是希望呢唤起我们对长者的重视。好，这里是菲菲的都市好声音，一首歌曲之后我们回来见。
我的爸爸妈妈，你们好吗？
我现在外地，挺好的，常在忙。其实我更想回家。
妈妈一定在广场上吧，你就是小区的一朵花。
你们就别再催婚了，婚姻大事我从没看看吧。
焦点是柴，人我们约会，或许还会路过那家咖啡店。这小伙 Mark 应该还在那上班吧？
哎，姐，哪个 Mark 呀？爸知道吗 ？Raptech 尊享日回来了，与其梦寐以求，不如即刻拥有。租赁一部2021丰田 Corolla L， 美货之余还
有跟人讲， 1855125122找 Reliance 订部冷气机，
不如也顺便帮我订一部，行吗？
安大略省的新冠病毒疫苗计划正在帮助阻止病毒的传播，拯救。都接种疫苗之后，
租赁2021 IS300 AWD F Sport Series 1型号，双周都只是228，39块啊！喜欢今天就打905-475-1625，或上网 downbellydorslexus.com 预约看车啦。
downbellydorslexus 就在 Steel 404以东。安大略省有一个保护人民健康和经济的计划，用新的投资来帮助战胜 COVID-19， 改善长期护理增长和强劲复苏奠定基础。登录 ontario.ca/
活在多伦多。好，那么在今天的缤纷生活家死亡的案例之后呢，现在呢大过可能的风险，但是同时呢，现在我们也看到呢，加拿大的卫生部呢就是提醒所有接种阿斯利康疫苗的人呢，一旦出现呼吸急促、胸痛。已经不少的加拿大专家表示支持，政府呢正在准备实施一项大胆的计划，就是用辉瑞的疫苗呢代替莫德纳的疫苗，尽快的为长期护理院的居民呢进行第2剂疫苗的接种。不仅仅是加拿大魁省，目前英国呢也已经更新出产的疫苗，也可以混接这个牛津和辉瑞的种上第2剂。所以你愿意的话呢，打免疫反应，然后让你再增加一些记忆，注射了第1针之后呢，免疫反应的效果总体良好，但不是非常全面。其实早在1月份嘛，值得注意的是，这位老人呢，他并没有说后来身体受到因此发出警告，说混合接种不同种类的新冠疫苗呢，而在没有任何数据显示的这个方法是。今天的都市好声音也结束了，非常感谢您的聆听，我们明天同一时间再会。
Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue. I see the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills, sketch the trees and daffodils. Catch the breeze, I understand. As you, starry, starry night.
计算家赞助播出。
Forget, like the strangers that you met. Ragged men in ragged clothes, silver fun of bloody gold. What you try to say to me? How you suffered for yourself.
换成丰田推荐的4季，只要和轮胎有关，细节就是关键，有条件限制。
北湾中文电台现在由倪雪飞为您播报一节新闻。安省卫生局医生决定病人是否可以空出床位，应付因为疫情而激增的病患人数，确诊新型肺炎。皮尔区卫生部门勒令，在下午同一工作时间，预料国际邮件分发可能会受到影响。多伦多4间疫苗诊所在施加堡，居住在邮区编号 MEG、MEJ 同 MEL 的18岁或以上人士。Hill College、Cedar Drive 小学、Warden Hilltop 社区中心以及 Warden Woods 狗公园东南角的临时诊所接种疫苗，先到先得接种疫苗。北京诊所世界卫生大会将于下月召开。在北京，国台办发言人马晓光表示，台湾是中国的一部分，任何有关中国台湾地区参与国际组织，包括世卫组织活动，都必须按照一个中国原则处理。对于早前美日领袖联合声明就台湾问题表示关切，马晓光表示，台湾是中国领土不可分割的一部分，台湾问题是中国内政，不容任何外来干涉。
台湾问题是中国的内政，不容任何外来干涉。我们敦促美日两国恪守一个中国原则，妥善处理台湾问题，停止干涉中国内政。民进党当局学养自重，甘当反华势力的棋子，只会把台湾置于更加危险的境地。
中国广西一间幼儿园发生伤人案， 18名教师及幼儿受伤，疑犯被捕。事发在下午2点多，一名25岁男子闯入北流市新丰镇建乐幼儿园，持刀拘捕，涉案疑犯。初步怀疑。
欢迎收听星岛 A1 中文电台普通话节目。
欢迎第1大厂生产世界销量冠军第1排巴西绿蜂胶，含有最多种天然成分，主要的黄酮类及萜烯类物质，有效提高大超市、诚心海味、康佳美保健品均有销售。
安大略省的新冠病毒疫苗计划正在帮助阻止病毒的传播，拯救生命。在每一天都有成千上万的人888-999-6488可获得以300种语言提供的协助，本广告费用由安省政府支付。
最近我做过一个调查，想找出世界上最辛苦的工作，终于被我找到了。24小时待命，任劳任怨，风雨不改，无微不至，节假日还要加班，还没工资，无条件的付出啊！
这么辛苦的工作，都有人愿意做？
当然，不就是我们的妈妈吗？
青岛英文中文电台跨年活动及义工机会，
连续元点心晚饭现金9折，满50块送古老肉。
Airtree 家居净水及软水设备中心，完美品质由 Airtree 开始，
降低3高，增强免疫的巴西进口野花牌绿蜂胶，
有百合甘笋西北角黄3季新店，欢迎外卖，逢星期2休息。
想拥有灿烂自信笑容，预约王府井商场3楼 Dr. Perry 雷英明脚趾专科医生。
阿姨小厨5月7号前订母亲节外卖，现金85折。
好吃的，好玩的，好听的，好看的，瘦的，还有学的。
这段时间啊，我发现了一位歌手啊，叫杨开文，昨天的淡然的这种气质，所以我是希望找出各种理由跟大家一起来分享。那昨天呢，我们讲的是听生活，对不对？今天我要你的眼睛。
你温柔的发丝在风中飞舞，你从那遥远的城市来看我，世界这么美，好似你心存诺，有剧情，看细水流年，只是到多看青春走远，留下淡淡的青春的风，和你温柔的发丝在风中飞舞，鱼儿水中游，回家的小街。
我正坐在一部 RAV4 车内，我一定整装待发，开启冒险之旅。
越热一路态度。Hello， 大家好，我是小耳朵。对，我就是你们心心念念的那个小可爱。那位朋友，怎么说呢？小耳朵说这条八卦的时候，那是吃了昨天晚上，我就看到在中国国内的网站上，大家纷纷提出一个话题呀，说假如一天赚200万，你会干什么？小耳朵当时在想，这些网友是不是被国内的调休给调傻了呀？怎么大白天的还做起梦？纷纷发言呢，说什么兰州拉面加双份牛肉，上下班不挤地铁都打车。说实话，这多少有点东宫娘娘烙大饼，西宫娘娘削大葱的味道。其中日常这个208万人民币是什么概念呢？
作为工薪一族，在国内月薪6000的，想赚到这么多，不吃不喝那得20多年，想要赚个五开天地做起了。以前呢，大家只知还有什么小花周冬雨拿1.09亿拍了《幕后之王》，那个过亿，哇，诸多的顶流男星更是天价片酬，偶尔听到个几千万都算实在人了。不说一线的明星吧，就像电影《我不是药神》里边那个王传君的演员，说自己拍这部电影之前最落魄的时候，卡里镜去综艺当个飞行嘉宾都会有几千万的收入。即使是18线的小idol，随便接个通告也比普通有粉丝应援，微博评论区有粉丝维护，业务水平差有粉丝尬吹，戏没人看，那圈地自萌也就罢了，还有不少脑子不清醒的粉丝帮着正主南征北战，撕逼控评。可是真金白银砸下去，idol会对你说什么呢？他会说 Who are you？ 是的，绝大多数情况下明星是假惨，粉丝才是真穷。所以呢，有的粉丝会悬崖勒马，及时回头。可是更多的氪金粉那是不听劝的，明明没有钱，还要疯狂的为爱豆的为阿波罗计划航天实体研发的冷冻脱水蔬菜技术，而且呢，热食物才诞生的。
我想死的时候，给自己说剧情只是在扮演平民。有时候我感觉自己是一个巨星，年轻貌美有才华，用也用不尽。所以当我走到一筹莫展的时候，只是巨星需要休息。巨星啊巨星，我爱你，到了你生活就不能继续，为了让粉丝们活下去，你要好好照顾自己。你做的所有决定。
新冠病毒疫苗计划正在帮助阻止病毒的传播，拯救生命。在我们全都接种疫苗之前，务请戴口罩、洗手和保持距离。每一天都有成千上万的人在接种疫苗，很快就会轮到您。了解更多信息，请上网访问 ontario.ca/covid vaccine plan 或致电1888-999-6488。
礼拜只要178块起了，开始了！公两冠军，第一排巴西绿蜂胶，还有
This number
AM1540非常悦耳。每周1、2、3、4中午11点，欢乐主持月柔，不散开朗。
各位聆听到的依然是非常悦耳，我是月柔，让我们继续声。这是韩寒作为导演打造的音乐短片的主题曲，平淡的旋律中，那英全情投入的歌声带给了人们鼓励和温暖。这首歌曲所要传达的就是人生可能总会有起起落落。
但学会了释怀，你曾幼稚的追求，无休不是生活必须。人生最可怕是最失败的恐惧，你还会怀疑自己那不够好的自己，那你还是会彻底提醒。无休止的追求，在风里扬起头，想去到之前的尽头。最可怕是最失败的恐惧，你不会怀疑自己，为自己更放弃。 望，爱才降临。感情我很好骗，只需要动用你的眼泪，就分到几天。太阳的望远都视而不见，我根本不该被求防卫，只能放。这个世界不会分辨哪几我可怜还是可悲。我很好骗，你是否也有这种感觉？你的出现会为我带来那一天，从此就像手天亮。
4月春风拂面，它有微风，有暖阳，是一个最温柔的季节。歌手焦麦琪有一首新歌，我觉得很适合这个季节啊，叫做《愿你开心点头答应》。对于焦麦琪来说，这首歌曲是拥有着全新的曲风，那是晨起的光芒，也是深夜的治愈，更是一段祝福和问候。愿你开心，开心点头，点头答应。那此时你是开心呢，还是不开心呢？无论如何，把这首轻松愉快的歌曲送给你，愿你拥有一份愉悦的。
山花有山翻功名谈天，说一句，在我脑海所有我的悲喜。
Trippz 分享日回来，开年活动及义工机会，
连续元点心晚饭现金9折，满50块赠苦老肉。
NHE 加星期2休息，
想拥有灿烂。
直播及节目重温，还有各节目主持介绍、活动视频、本周直播优惠，一网打尽所有 A1 中文电台资讯。
那天，我打开车载收音机，无意中听到了他的声音。
喜欢一个人的感觉好像是这样的：风起了，乌云散了，风停了，太阳出来了。
那一刻，阳光刚好照进来。
依然是非常悦耳，我是岳真的一首《别送我回家》。这首歌曲啊，是他为妈妈，是一个生活很独立、感情很依赖。到了路口，他跟妈妈说：“我要自己过马路。”妈妈呢，就站在路的这边，看着他，向着自己家的方向走去。不喜欢你送我回家，不喜欢你目送的眼光。妈妈的目光让陈绮贞第一次学骑单车，明明摔倒了，爬起来就好了。可是妈妈一出现呢，就会忍不住哭出声来。这个世界并不是不可嫁，你的想一想，从呱呱坠地的那一刻，我们就开始和母亲越走越远了。求学啊，工作啊，还有很多的朋友跟我一样移民呐。逐渐的，我们成长为了自己，这个正在看着你。
有一个绝对的不是落不遗憾很孤单，在完美的宇宙，为什么不完美的时候，记得我在你左右，记得我在你左右，记得我在你左右。直到这大的世界，我在你的眼里看见你不要今天不回家，不回家，我们不回家。今天
1个小时的电波相伴到这儿又要告一段落了。那么月荣在这儿啊，跟您相约明天中午的11点到12点，非常悦耳当中再会。
一个小船在天空，决定在航行2分钟。2个灯笼，我们沿着河边走，一条河从无人下。以后，让它充分看见人做如意的人生，这是你的美。我们沿着河边。
她是多伦多著名的睿智美女主播，
我是菲菲。
她是深圳家喻户晓的广播明星，
我是月荣。
一般时刻越万种风情，
越笑。
一档集生活、娱乐、音乐于一体的AM 1540 A1 中文电台。
周六下午4点，我们一起拨动时间的方向，你来。
AM 154 A1 中文電台午間新聞專輯。
佢批評長期護理院冇準備好應付疫
決定係咪可以將已經等緊入任何一間長期護理院或護老院，無需得到病人同意。葉麗雅表示，呢項緊急措施係被醫生有權決定無需醫院護理嘅病人轉送到長期護理院。
This temporary emergency order will provide hospitals with the appropriate setting to a long-term care or retirement home.
葉麗雅仲話，只會喺醫院有緊急情況不勝負荷嘅時候先至採取，目的係俾醫院可以騰出病床應付疫情而急增嘅病人數目。佢仲話會盡量俾院。
It wouldn't be appropriate. We need to have the right match, and that's why
長期護理院或護老院。
政府今朝公布安省新增3480宗新型肺炎確診個案，省內連續第4日新確診人數少於4000人，其中多倫多有961宗，皮爾區有589宗，約克區就有1個職員死亡，軍方一度介入。密西沙加市有郵政設施爆發新型，過去7日有12個員工確診感染新型肺炎。英國相關監管機構啟動對首相約翰遜唐寧街官邸首相問走。印度單日多咗超過36萬宗確診個案，累計近1800萬人確診。不過世衛專家指出，當地嘅檢測累計確診突破咗40萬宗。德國藥廠 BioNTech 嘅行政總裁預期歐洲可以喺8月之前達至群體免疫，亦都話已經接種新型冠狀病毒疫苗嘅人士數據指出，佢哋嘅疫苗有效性會由原先嘅95%跌至6個月之後大約91%，免疫反應減弱，因此需要注射第3針。做完稍後翻嚟有中港台新聞。
中港台新聞由香港電台提供。
審議三讀通
就解釋，要求航空公司通報乘客資料，係為咗執行國際民用航空公約嘅要求。重申有旅客嘅條文，只係針對出發前往香港嘅航班。
入境處可要求航空公司不准運載個別人士前來香港嘅權力。政府係需機，只適用於境自由。政府確定條例草案所有條文符合基本法。
修例草案經過大約2個鐘。
政府聽日開始以疫苗氣泡為基礎，放寬食肆、酒吧、
派對房間等設施嘅營業限制。
市嘅營業限制將會分卡拉 OK 等處所，如果員工同訪客都打針等，聽日亦都可以重開。政府資訊科技總監林偉喬話，商戶驗證顧客針卡記錄二維碼嘅應用程式，聽日可以喺食環署網頁下載。
餐飲業界啊咁樣可以掃一掃針卡啦，咁針卡咧可以係紙本嘅針卡啦，或者一個電子嘅針卡啦，咁睇睇咧個疫苗注射情況係點樣啦。如果注射咗一劑嘅疫苗嘅話咧，就有一個 tick 啦。如果注射咗電子針紙上邊唔係一個正確嘅曲嘅話咧，咁就會顯示咧認唔到嘅一個嘅
食環署署長會根據相關指引行事。另外，香港持牌酒吧會所聯會創會會長劉立仁喺節目度拍，預計最多
打咗針，搞埋一啲上咗年紀嘅老人家，仲購埋一啲唔係
推出旅遊希望離職，所以賠償以今年4月薪酬為基礎，賠償唔會對沖強積金，亦可能唔使交稅，視乎部分福利會延長。員工今日起可以申請，下個月12號截止。內部文件提到，計劃並冇申請目標，只10月裁員提供嘅賠償較少。國泰解釋喺全球疫案。國泰回覆傳媒查詢嘅時候話，國泰只能夠維持基本航班，儘管已經稍為放寬限制，但係經營環境持續嚴峻。
風為女神，網民仲話佢永遠搶眼過主角，似乎真係天生麗質。
咁我未生之前真係好瘦嘅，即係食好多嘢都好瘦，但係
有一樣角色佢係好想做嘅喎。
其實都有好多㗎，其實我想拍打戲嘅其實。
今個星期4同5黐住開心三口組，嗰時。
星島 A1 中文電台工程部現成聘兼職直播室控制員，需負責直播室技術操作，要有電腦操作。
1號華庭餐號黃金贊助，成分天然嘅京東念慈庵水，30年老字號 HALF-CUZZZ 豪華冷暖氣，
得啦，即刻打90588978899
我當到我嘅塔，48個月年利率4.49，首期2900蚊。請聯絡你嘅本地豐田代理商。
花米11個9.9一袋。
達珍特大甜醋39個9毫9一罐。
內裝小甜桔1個5毫8一磅。
金手指黑提1個6毫8一磅。
冇頭菠菜2個半兩扎。
野菜苗1個6毫8一磅。
新鮮牛仔腩4個9毫9一磅。
新界網上超市滿59蚊免本地運費，新鮮蔬果24小時配送到家。
信達超市唔係西沙街1177號 Central Parkway West 黃金廣場內。
補貼6478783923。
現在開始。
到時分12點嘅20分又正式開始，今日有共情 contract 啦。咁氣象局咧已經係預測咗呢個禮拜啦，似乎呢幾日咧都係一直落雨啊。不過咧，如果即加咗晒啊，因為而家落啲雨啦。好，咁啊先講咗今日嘅天氣先啊。今日主要密雲啦，今日啲雨勢咧就落到似乎大約3年，你話係少咗，咁因為喺呢個 stay at home order 啦嚇。咁啊，其實基本上週末啦，譬如你朝頭早我之後翻工咧，係確實咧見到係少車嘅，我覺得份外要小心啊。好，咁啊落雨天你叫聽下靚歌啦。咁啊最近亦都認識咗一首嘅歌曲咧，就係韋斯唱嘅。咁啊喺歌詞裏邊咧相當正面嘅嚇。咁啊歌曲你知啦，而家啲嘅作詞人去諗一啲嘅歌名啦，我都覺得幾特別㗎，都幾有風格嘅，幾有風格。咁但係面對呢一個嘅歌名嘅時候咧，我又覺得幾正面嘅喎。咁啊呢個名字叫咩咧嘅？社區
尋日最暗最絕最灰幽谷裏面，自困到故事輪迴千次都不往前，為錯的哭一世打開光線，當然可以用自憐自願作了廢。何其作其他意，人人望我失意，但為何又要自願各自前再為滿地有關殘作一面，也可和後悔不免，通通可以，但是成熟了，可會這讓年年夢話總少不了，那日明日去，又再眷戀回憶，想當作觀念，總要教我。
知你中唔中意衛視啦，一個非常之好聽嘅歌曲。好，咁啊講翻咧，呢個嘅即係我要交代少少嘅事宜先嚇，因為喺節目裏邊咧，我基本上就唔話太多時間咧去即係接收呢個電話啦嚇，咁啊我哋講到野花牌綠蜂膠一支㗎，咁啊有唔同節目裏邊咧有唔同嘅方法咧去即係表達呢個嘅對媽媽嘅愛意啊，咁所以喺有共情可情咧，我都請嚟5位好啊，或者你又係媽媽啊，或者係一個好即係點樣啊？做得媽媽，我哋覺得做得好辛苦啊，經歷咗一啲嘅苦楚嘅。但係咧，你見到兒女長大啦，又錫你啦，又健康成長嘅時候嘅話咧，你會覺得媽媽咧可以聽到嘅時候咧，有股嘅力量啊！咁啊，希望大家收聽咯喎。咁啊，下個禮拜一就正式開始啦。咁因為阿 Dr. Isabella 梁醫生又提供咗，咁啊大家可以，已經好多人問我喺邊度買啲 seed 嗰啲嘅種子啊。因為唔係隨處咧係有得賣西蘭花嘅種子啊，就算你喺平時買開呢個種番茄啊，或者其他啲嘅蔬菜嘅種子嘅時候咧，佢未必有。咁我已經將我唔逐個答覆啦，我淨將嗰個嘅link 嗰個買呢個 broccoli seed 咧，係阿梁醫生俾我嘅，我就各位聽眾你可以去翻嗰個嘅即係 post 啦，咁我就已經加翻咗落去嘅話咧，就喺嗰個嘅 sprouting.com 嘅話咧，你可以預訂呢啲嘅 broccoli seed 咧，去種下呢啲嘅有地方咧都冇得頂嗰啲嘅蔬菜，去點樣去防癌咧？咁我稍後去到呢個差唔多新聞時間，即係12:45之後先講啦嚇。咁所以咧，我就講翻呢一個嘅野花牌綠蜂膠啦，多謝晒我哋嘅贊助商啦。咁啊，我要送俾5位朋友咧，咁希望你就已經係有啲嘢已經係俾咗啲電話我啦嚇。咁我哋要公佈一下咧，咁啊多謝你嘅參與啊。咁甚至有啲嘅朋友咧話，哇，我都好中意食煲仔飯啊，介紹香港咧好多啲嘅地方都係即係有得食嘅，好正嘅。咁所以咧，如果我能夠可以年尾翻到香港，我唔知啊，因為如果佢係仍然有呢個隔離21嘅話咧，基本上我就唔會走啦。如果佢係排除咗翻嚟，如果我翻嚟加拿大仍然喺隔離3日，我哋聽好多啲嘅專家講，如果你個 immune system 我哋成日講啊，呢個免疫系統係好嘅時候嘅話咧，佢基本上就即係可以防禦到佢有任何問題嘅，因為佢對於我哋嘅免疫系統打擊到嘅話，如果我哋低話淨係呢個 COVID-19 啦，平時我哋譬如你成日都好容易有敏感啊、傷風感冒啊、又喉嚨痛啊話咧，鼓勵大家去做。咁因為咧今朝早咧已經聽段嘅新聞咧就話，加拿大呢個衛生局咧就同呢個 Vaccine Hunters Canada 咁就係合作㗎，咁啊將佢哋所有一啲嘅疫苗嘅即係有邊度有嘅話咧。咁其實對於一個市民嚟講嘅話咧，係一件好事嚟嘅，因為我 up store 即係其實真係好亂龍嘅。你俾着我都其實好混淆咧，邊度打邊度。咁因為我自己打完啦嚇，咁我簡單就 book 咗某一個地方去打機啦。嗱，我自己個人意見啦嚇，我覺得如果唔去呢個 online booking 嘅話咧，對於一啲市民凌晨1點鐘去排隊要排聽朝早。或者10點鐘，或者即係你又唔去製造一個好嘅 system 咧，俾佢哋去 book 咗佢。如果唔係嘅話，你諗下 first come first serve 喎，邊個嚟先就邊個，你又唔知道你嗰度有幾多支喎。呢即係你話2500支，咁你究竟打咗幾多？你排咗幾多人？你唔會數噶嘛，你又唔會派個籌。好啦，我見到咁多人，我就急住要打嘅時候咧，我就去排隊咯。排到嗰陣時咧，因為我喺網上睇好多呢啲咁嘅即係抱怨咧，就係咩咧？就話排到嘅時候排咗3個鐘頭。原來到其時咧已經話聽啦，已經滿晒啦，打晒啦。整個環境啊，我覺得好凄涼，你知唔知？我哋市民而家好似求乜嘢咁就求一劑疫苗，但係而家咧，我覺得喺呢個嘅省府方面咧，另一方面講咧係一件好事嚟嘅。對於一啲嘅市民，就算你話係要排隊，佢都願意排，因為基本上可能未到佢嘅 front worker， 但係佢接觸嘅接觸面啊，對人群嘅話又多，佢又驚自己感染到又俾屋企人，所以相當差，而令到佢哋要受呢個苦啊！我可唔可以咁講啊？因為你諗下，即係我成日都講咧，我成日都排隊，因為你如果排唔到嘅話，嗰幾千又要再去 search 邊度有 pop up 或者邊度 hotspot 係屬於你，邊個有正嘅號區又邊度打，真係人啲好㗎。或者呢個 Facebook 裏邊咧都係有佢嗰個嘅即係呢一個嘅網站咧，就俾大家咧去 去搜尋究竟邊個位置咧係有呢個嘅即係疫苗打。嗱，我轉頭翻嚟聽聽廣告先，我就介紹下呢個 Vaccine HALF-CUZZZ Canada。
感覺仲好？係啊，零至車主換新房車，利率減多達2厘㗎。
哇，咁唔係低至0利率？
係啊，仲有租賃 F Sport SUV 2個禮拜都只係由178蚊起咋，仲有高達3000蚊大優惠。
仲等？
咁全都接種疫苗之前㗎啦。了解更多信息，請上網瀏覽 Ontario.ca/COVID Vaccine Plan 或致電1888-999-6488，可獲得以300種語言提供嘅協助。此廣告費用由安省政府支付。
今年會係疫情之下第2個母親節，想唔想將你想同媽媽講嘅嘢，又或者兩個人彼此嘅點話咧？我要霸頭位噶嘛，有啲咩7點鐘，咁我講讀一讀啊。如果你即係Highway 7 5694喺 Warren 嗰個 Super Drug Mart 咧，亦都可以 walk in 咧，可以打啦嚇。咁因為而家即係喺個落雨情況之下咧，咁咪希望大家可以有唔同嘅地方好咁啊上個禮拜已經係公佈咗。咁啊，上個禮拜定禮拜日啊，好似總之呢幾日啦嚇，就話如果你工係確診咯，咁所以聽到好多消息嘅話咧，越嚟越多喺個網上咧係俾多啲資訊俾各位嘅朋友，即係佢嘅時候咧就關閉咗嘅話咧，對於個公眾安全嚟講嘅話咧，我覺得係非常之重要咯。咁但係咧，我自己心裏邊咧有一個嘅諗法啦，我哋成日講由2020年開始生嘅個叫做咩譬如表面啊。存留咗幾耐啊？咁
世界美食 Plaza、Milligan Mills High School 同未來約克特5萬起，立即聯繫你嘅地產經紀，查詢647-933-3343。
媽咪，你個頭做乜亂晒嘅？
仲好講，日煮夜煮啊，梗係煮到先啦。
媽咪 I love you。今年慶祝母親節，我已經喺亞一小廚訂咗你最中意食嘅嗱添。
咁唔好講咁多，今晚個餐都唔煮啦，快啲打去亞一小廚905-415-9199啦。
哇！咁正嘅網絡套餐，你未聽過啊？
咁犀利，講嚟聽下點正法啊
！CIK 獨家優惠套餐，只要訂 CIK 指定嘅家庭網絡，加25蚊就有手機服務，加拿大境內無限通話、無限國際短信，仲包4G 手機流量，係4G 手機流量啊！
哇！唔包家庭網絡，仲有手機流量，真係正啊！啱晒我啊！
好嘢簡易同大家分享啊！517-416-848-1517，詳情請致電 CIK。
星島車刊逢星期5副刊，專業車評、汽車快訊同駕駛須知，車主必睇。星期5仲有衛詩雅火熱情飄，陳家樂尷尬心驚，塑造強勢敏感偏執角色，蔣欣小捨得演媽媽壓力大。再見少年，講述命運迂迴少年不期而遇，相伴成長青春流行，淡淡鮮香日式大碗飯。星島八通街同星島車刊，星期5隨高報送，記得買星島啦。關於 COVID-19 新冠肺炎疫苗，
我點知 COVID-19 新冠肺炎疫苗係咪安全呢？
對新事物存有疑問係人之常情，但係我哋希望你知道，加拿大衛生部只會批准安全、有效並且最優質嘅疫苗。加拿大嘅高標準同埋嚴格嘅疫苗審核程序係全世界認可嘅。想了解更多有關 COVID-19 新冠肺炎疫苗嘅資料，請瀏覽 Canada.ca/COVID Vaccine。嚟自加拿大政府嘅信息。
有共情，湯翠瑩。
嗱，我開節目嘅時候咪講咗關於西蘭花嘅，咁我都要話俾各位聽嘅。咁因為梁醫生都話咧，呢個西蘭花嘅幼苗啊，嗰啲嘅芽咧，發佔全港女最。嗱，大家都知道咧，好多嘅
最近我做過手殘，經常開 OT 又冇假放，仲要冇人工，唔係咋吧？咁辛苦嘅工都有人肯做？有㗎，咪就係我哋嘅媽媽咯。星島 A1 中文電台送你 A 級母親節，由5月1號開始，各大節目同主
正多倫多名廚教大家煮好熱紅咕嚕油 Airtree 家居淨水及軟水設備中心，完美品質由 Airtree 開始，降低三高，增難自信笑容。預約黃埔井商場3樓 Dr. Perry 雷英明矯齒專科醫生。
A for AM1540，星島 A1 中文電台。
護理院都冇吸取2003年沙士時期嘅教訓，佢同時限制傳染部同埋11個職員死亡。
例如講廣東 to go to a purely English speaking place, we need to have the right match, and that's why every effort is going to be made
負責嘅醫生會同時審慎確認病人喺長期護理院或護老院得到足夠治理。澤新報導。
而安省政府今日公布嘅新型肺炎新增個案超過3400宗，確診比率就少過10%，係今個禮拜最低。美國總統拜披露呢一項較早前落實嘅19000億美元新型肺炎疫情刺激經濟方案之中，覆蓋部分低收入家庭人士嘅醫保費用。白宮指呢一項計劃未來10年所需要嘅資金將會喺15年內由國家財政收入抵消，部分資金係嚟自調高美國最富裕群體嘅稅率。
強勁復甦制定基礎，預算內容請瀏覽Ontario.ca/budget， 由安大略省政府資助。
皇后名粥，除咗有我最喜歡嘅味，咪俾我瞄下。媽 ，Trippz 已經勾晒㗎啦。
按安省政府指示，部分分店只提供外賣服務，詳情請瀏覽 countryqueen.com。
我中意啊！而家喺 Downtown New York Lexus 有你期待已久嘅 Lexus X Sport 大行動，
租賃2021 RX30 X Sport Series。
精英團隊包括營業代表及廣告創作，會為你度身訂造最適合你嘅廣告。
詳情
知唔知㗎 ？Red Tech 專享日翻嚟18個月
出，仲會送翻份禮物俾你嘅。
鳴謝以下贊助商戶：
主題集餐號黃金 Kennedy 座多華會提供青少年活動、家居淨水及軟水設備中心，完美品質由 Air
總站俾大家咧係睇瀑布，有時咧就唔係臨碟臨相咁樣咧，就揾張相嚟做個版咧，影到好似佢咁就好啦。咁你就知道咧，有瀑布裏邊咧其實有好多唔同嘅方位，所以我建議大家咧，首先第一樣嘢行過一個簡單容易去鐘頭先至揾到嘅瀑布。唔好因為將
位置都好緊要㗎，因為你話晒影瀑布而係有呢個危險喺度咯。咁所以頭先阿思文提及呢一個即係都係大家都要聽話。如果你真係要影嘅時候咧，係啊，
同埋唔好忘記就係前景啊。
係
有好多人中國人影嘅咪我成日講後景嘅，但係其實咧，如果影瀑布咧，除咗影個瀑布之外，你感覺個構圖會舒服啲，就掹得開啲㗎。因為咁樣咧，你會而唔係影。咁你話好似話我而家喺個網站裏邊講咧，一般嗰啲係通常幾多咧？通常起碼要4分1秒，慢到4分1秒或更加慢。咁通常係4分1秒，你點樣可以將到架機校好慢嘅快門咧？日光日白嘅時候，咁咧就你其實咧喺個鏡頭面前要加 filter 嘅。咁有2種 filter 大家可以考慮嘅，一個叫做 CPL 全名咩 circular， 即係揼圈咁意思 ，circular 嘅 polarizer 嘅 filter。咁呢個 polarizer 嘅 filter 有咩特別咧？平時你揸車戴嗰隻太陽眼鏡，嗰個烏蠅鏡咧一定要70年代夠大，咁又一定要夠清咯，你咪漸變咯。咁不過大家咧，其實咧，我建議大家使錢之前就我做教學咧，有時候咧我唔想啲學生咧成日咧就係講完之後咧轉頭即刻買啊，買到成屋都係嘢，都要買錯晒。最好一樣嘢咧就係咧，最基本真係屋企而家天夠厚夠暖，屋企後邊嗰條水喉，你試下即係揾個水桶咧，喺啲水桶頂滿咗咧，咁佢咪滿瀉嗰下嗰啲水咧，你就反而屋企喺安全嘅地方，唔需要揸幾方嘅事咁係咪叫細啊咁樣？嗱，呢個有另一樣嘢嘅就係我有時候F8啊 F11嗰個位。但係問題就我係發 F11出邊日光日白，我唔夠黑咧，影唔到佢4分1個水珠咧。水嘅時候咧，防反射咧，你發覺點解水清花幼嘅咧？有啲人咧，你要睇影希臘愛琴島咧，直頭見到水底嘅。係啊。嗱，點解去到見唔到水底嘅咧？有啲人話，點解見唔到水底係因為咧個太陽喺個水面度折射有反射啊嘛。咁通常加俾我唔需要喎，反而有啲人中意話，我中意有啲反射嘅，因為我想水有嘅反射嘅感覺咧，就唔加 CPL 咧，咁點減慢咧？咁有一種filter 叫做 ND filter，ND 全名叫 ND， 全名叫山林啊，可能係地下滑啊，啲路睇得唔清楚嘢咧，就係咧咁因為有時有啲人話去到伏正明人哋影相好澎湃㗎。點解我哋都好似好似流上帝水咁嘅咧？佢就唔流落嚟，就變咗上面一個大水凼一樣。咁所以另外一樣嘢你可以睇一叫做 tideforecast.com 啊 ，TIDE。你話 tide 意思係咩啫？
出嚟啊！即係你要喺呢一方面咧學到咧嗰個點樣啊快門咧，同埋個光圈咧係點樣控。真係時間咧真係夠晒啦，咁啊聽日星期四再見啦。咁啊提醒各位嘅朋友，今日咧一定要分外小心揸車，因為呢啲雨勢咧喺南安省咧係特別大㗎嚇，嚴重啲嘅。咁啊我哋即係要小心揸車啦，因為落到咧聽日都係繼續落雨啊。聽日再見，拜拜。
有共情，康翠瑩由以下商戶贊助。
信捷保溫棉贊助，信捷首間華人